Hey guys, Chaos Shinobi here. This is a story where Naruto slaughters a mob of villagers attacking him. So then Hiruzen takes Naruto in to train him and to also be his successor as the god of Shinobi. Now let's begin. Chapter 34. The first stage. Escape from Ibiki. Team Anko walked up the side of the academy instead of entering through the doors. They really didn't have to, but they figured that they should enter the building like ninja. They arrived on the third floor and made their way toward the main room. They were surprised to see their sensei with a bunch of other sensei. Anko saw them and was shocked. Wow! I didn't expect you guys to reach up here so fast, Anko said. We entered the ninja way, Naruto said. Anko just smirked at them and then to the others. She presented her team like they were the best to the other jonin. Well, I wish you guys luck, but you don't really need it. Watch out for each other and do me proud, Anko said. Hi sensei, they said and entered the main room. Once inside, they picked a spot in the room so that they could see who comes in. They waited and watched as the teams came filing in. Team after team filed into the room and Yakumo narrowed her eyes. This is way too much competition. I was sure that the examiners would have had genjutsu traps laid out around the building, Yakumo said. It looks like someone may have spoiled the surprise, Jacken said. That's when they saw Team Guy enter the room. They saw them and gave them a nod. They nodded back and picked a spot. The next familiar team they saw was the Suna siblings. Gaara and Naruto locked eyes before they moved to a different spot of the room. It seems that he hasn't heeded my warning. I will have to do something about that, a female voice said. Naruto noticed her voice instantly and pulled out his staff. The end of it was right in her face. Some turned to see what the commotion was about. A dark chuckle escaped the female's lips before she removed the hood to reveal Midoshi. It seems you recognized my voice. So, you're the one that Gaara told me about? I didn't figure you to hold a grudge, Naruto said. You think that I'm out to kill you? Oh, perish the thought, Naruto-kun, Midoshi said. That got Naruto to blink owlishly at her. Why would I want to kill you when you are so interesting? That power of yours, I don't think I've been so overwhelmed in my life. I need you alive so that I can defeat that power of yours. Naruto didn't like the way she said that and narrowed his eyes at her. You don't know what you're asking for, Midoshi, Naruto said seriously. Oh, I know what I want, Naruto-kun, and I will get it. Just survive long enough to have our rematch. I will be waiting, Midoshi said and made her way past them to go to her team. Naruto relaxed a little as Yakumo and Jacken flanked him. I know that this sounds ridiculous, but I could have sworn that she was flirting with you, Jacken said. Yakumo looked at him with annoyance. That's what's going through your head? You're not worried at all about the fact that Midoshi is here and may want Naruto's life? Let's not forget the psychotic redhead that also wants our teammate dead, Yakumo said. I'm not trying to sound insensitive, but it looked like she was flirting with him. You guys kind of agree with me, right? Jacken asked a couple of Taki genin. He has point. The way she kind of walked away wasn't just for show, the genin said. Jacken gave Yakumo a look who just sighed at him. Naruto chuckled at their antics until something got his attention. He turned to see a teenager with one of the genin who graduated 6 months ago. He was holding a card and was facing Sasuke. The reason this got him interested because he heard his name called. Uzumaki Naruto, age 13, rank genin. He is a member of Team 13, teammates Kurama Yakumo and Watanabe Jacken. Sensei Mitarashi Anko. They have quite a mission record with 50 D-rank mission, 3 C-rank mission, and 2 of them got bumped up to B-rank. They have done a B-rank mission and an A-rank mission. It says here that they were credited with Gato-S removal. His taijutsu, ninjutsu, and bujutsu are really high while his genjutsu is unknown. He is also very skilled in fuinjutsu and kekai ninjutsu. On a special note, he was trained at an early age by the Sandaime Hokage and has been taught by the Gamasenin, Toad Hermit, Jiraiya. Wow! This guy sounds like he's no joke, the teenager said. Team Anko narrowed their eyes at the boy. How in the hell did he get that information? Jacken whispered. Yeah, only a select few knows about my training with the old man or Ero Sennin, pervy sage, Naruto said. Also, to have such detail of your mission history is very suspicious. No genin should have access to that information. Yakumo added. What do you think we should do? Asked Naruto. They ignored the small fight that happened, which put Kabuto on the ground. There was a sudden explosion in front and everyone paid attention. When the smoke cleared, Team Anko was white as a sheet. In the front of the room was the head of the Konoha Gamen/Jinmon Butai, Konoha Torture and Interrogation Force, Marino Ibiki. Holy shit, we are fucked. We are so fucked, Jacken muttered in fear. He didn't mutter it low enough as it caught the attention of one of Ibiki's people. He informed Ibiki, who faced the team. Well now, if it isn't Team Anko, Ibiki said. He sent some killer intent toward them, making them gulp in fear. You and I have some unfinished business. The team gulped and cursed their sensei for putting them in this mess. Anko sneezed as rubbed her nose as she sat in the Jonin lounge. Kakashi looked at her. You getting a cold? He asked. Nah, it's probably my brats. I usually sneeze when they curse my name or something. I wonder what I did now, she asked with confusion. Maybe it's because the examiner of the first stage is Ibiki, Asuma said with mirth. Oh, I forgot he was the first examiner. I knew I forgot to warn the guys, Anko said. She then shrugged it off. I shouldn't be too worried. Ibiki won't do anything too painful to them. I'm sure that they're fine. Naruto, Jacken, and Yakumo couldn't wait for the first stage to be over. Each of them was watched by the examiners and Ibiki. Sometimes, the examiners were hitting them with a dose of killer intent. They each cursed their sensei for causing this. As they looked at the test, they each got the meaning of it within several minutes. While they could answer a few of the questions, but to get a good score, they would need to cheat. The question was how? Naruto went into his pocket when no one was looking. He pulled out a couple of pebbles and moved them around in his hand. He launched a pebble at an aim genin, who stood and looked around the room with a glare. He caught the attention of the examiners and Naruto threw another pebble, this time at an examiner. The man let out a string of curses and glared at the room. Naruto caught sight of Kiba and aimed his shot. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a pebble right to the side of his head. Kiba looked furious and saw Akusa Genin give him a dirty look. Assuming that it was him, Kiba launched himself at Genin and a fight broke out. Team Anko moved quickly. Naruto noticed that one of the Genin was actually a Chunin in disguise. He knew the guy as he had pranked the guy during one of Anko's missions. He quickly took his paper and switched it with his. Yakumo did the same, using a genjutsu on the nearest person to her, which happened to be Sakura. Jacken just copied Lee's answers, which he got from Tenten. They managed all this within the time it took the examiners to stop the fight. After the fight and the time limit, Ibiki caught the room's attention. Okay, pencils down. It is time for the final question, Ibiki said. Before we begin, there are some rules. The first rule is that you must choose to answer the question or not. What kind of rule is that? Temari exclaimed. It means that if you do not answer the question, then your points go to 0. You fail and your team leaves with you, Ibiki said. This caused an outrage among the group. Ibiki ignored them and spoke again. Another rule, if you choose to take the question and get it wrong, then you will never get another shot at the Chunin Senbatsu Shuriken, Chunin selection exam. What type of rule is that? You can't make that type of decision, Kiba shouted. That's where you're wrong. Inside this room, I am the law. You either get with that or you can leave. Those are your only two options. So, are you ready for the final question? Ibiki asked with a smile. He watched as several genin stood and walked out of room. He saw that a few looked ready to quit, but what really caught his attention was Anko's team acting so relaxed. He glared at them and wondered what was so relaxing. You three, getting Team Anko's attention. You seem pretty relaxed for such a huge decision hanging over your heads. I'm not really relaxed, but I've been taught not to show your hand. Besides, I'm not backing down just because you're in charge, Naruto said. Yeah, if becoming a Chunin was easy then we wouldn't need such test. So bring on this final question. I don't care if I get it wrong or not, Jacken said. As Chunin, we will have to make such decisions and we will have to live with it. Wrong or right, I will stand by my decisions and my teammates, Yakumo said. Ibiki looked at this team and had to admit that Anko had a wonderful team of genin. He looked at the others. Does anyone else feel the way that this team feels? Ibiki asked. Only a few looked convinced by what this team said. Very well, the first stage of Chunin Senbatsu Shuriken is now over. Say what now? What about the 10 question? Jacken asked. There was never a 10th question, Ibiki answered. Everyone looked at him and the examiners with shock. Are you telling us that you mentally scarred us and it was for nothing? Sakura asked. Yes, Ibiki answered. You are a sick son of a bitch, Naruto said, getting the agreement of most of the room. Ibiki ignored them and began to speak. The object of this test was to see how well you can gather information. Did you really believe that no one would notice the use of dojutsu, animals, or puppets? Those who were eliminated would have been killed on the spot by how bad they were getting their information. The 10th question was just to see if you have the stuff to be chunin. As a chunin, you will be given more difficult mission. Some of those missions, your life would be in great danger and you have to make a decision. Ibiki suddenly removed his bandana. Allow everyone to see his man scars and holes in his head. Depend on your choice, you make it in the service of your village. Never forget that, he said and placed his bandana back on. As he was about to speak again, something coming toward the window caught his attention. It smashed through one of the windows and stopped in midair. It began to unwrap itself. 2 kunai hit the ceiling and a banner appeared. On it were the words, the proctor of the 2nd stage, the sexy and single Mitarashi Anko. The purple-haired ninja stood and gave everyone a menacing stare. This isn't the time to be cheering. You little bastards belong to me now, Anko shouted. Everyone looked at her like she was crazy. Suddenly, Anko replaced herself with a chair as a staff. A sickle and a few shuriken came flying at her. She stood on one of the tables and grinned at the 3 genin who attempted to kill her. Ah, are you guys mad at me? You could have warned us that he was the examiner of the 1st stage, Jacken roared. You're still alive, aren't you? Anko asked. Her students just glared at her. She chuckled until her eyes landed on Midoshi. The young girl gave her a wave and smile, which made Anko frown. Before she could do anything, she was interrupted by Ibiki. You're early again, Ibiki said with a frown. Eh? Anko said with a shrug. She looked around and noticed quite a lot of people. You allowed 27 teams to pass? There are quite a few strong ones in here, Ibiki said. Is that so? Well then, let's see if they are as strong as you say, Anko said with a sadistic grin. She faced the group of hopeful chunin. Alright maggots, follow me to your next test. If you think that Ibiki was scary, you're going to love what I have in store for you. Everyone was put off by the chuckling of the deranged-looking jonin, with the exception of her team and Midoshi. The 2nd stage, into the forest of death. Ibiki chuckled as Anko led the teams out of the room. He was going to let the jonin in the lounge who passed and who failed. As he made his way out, he saw a piece of paper under one of the exam papers. Curious, he made his way over and picked the paper up. He unfolded it and read the message. Ibiki-san, please check on Yakushi Kabuto. He has information that he should not have. He may be a spy or you may have a leak. He looked at the note and back at the spot where he found it. That was where one of Anko's brats sat. This was a serious accusation and he needed to check up on it. He quickly left to go and speak with the Hokage. Anko stood in front of the Chunin hopeful and faced all of them with a smile. She had secretly sent a note to the Hokage about Midoshi's involvement in the exams. That could only mean that Orochimaru was somewhere in the village. She couldn't search for him now, but she would soon. Okay maggots, welcome to the 2nd part of the Chunin Senbatsu Shuriken, Chunin selection exams. I like to call this place my and my team's home away from home. This is the Dainjuin in Shujo, 44th training ground. Or as I like to call it the Shur no Mori, Forest of Death. Anko began to speak. Why do call it that? Asked Ino. You'll soon find out why. I would like to keep that a surprise for you all to see, Anko said with a vicious grin. As she was about to continue, Sakura decided to speak up. Wait a minute, you said that this is your team's training ground? She asked. So? Anko asked. Does that give you a huge advantage? That's cheating, Sakura exclaimed. Team Anko watched as Anko looked at the girl with a glare. Anko was not happy and walked up to her. Sakura gulped under her stare and felt weak in the knees. Do you realize how much of an embarrassment you are right now? You're complaining about an unfair advantage? We're shinobi. We live a life of unfair advantages. Hell, we strive on unfair advantages. You are a kunoichi of Konohagakure, so act like it. If you're so worried about it, then leave. You are a disgrace. Acting like a child, Anko stated loudly. Sakura seemed to shrink into herself, and the looks she was getting from the others only embarrassed her further. Anko straightened up and looked at everyone else. Does anyone else have a problem with my team's advantage? Are there any more bitches within this group of wannabe chunin? No, ma'am, everyone exclaimed. With a final glare to Sakura, Anko walked back to the front of the group. She faced everyone again. Now, I will explain the point of this exam. Anko pulled out 2 scrolls, a white one and a brown one. In my left hand, I hold a scroll with the label Heaven. In my right hand, I hold a scroll with the label Earth. Each of you will get a scroll, one with Heaven or one with Earth. Your objective is to gain both scrolls and make your way to the tower that is at the center of this training ground. Anko said. So it's like a capture the flag type of mission? Asked Midoshi. Something like that. Since half of you will be holding the Heaven scroll and the other half will be holding Earth, you will have to fight each other to get it. As Chunin, you will have to get information by force and return it back to your village while others are after you. If you can't, then you will die. Which reminds me, Anko made a motion and several Chunin who had papers. These are waivers that you may choose to sign. This dissolved Konoha from any deaths that happen within the forest. Anko explained. Some of them looked a little worried about that, but no one left. So how long is this exam? Asked Jacken. The exam ends in 5 days. Anko informed them. 5 days? What about food? Exclaimed Choji. There are a lot of animals who can hunt and eat. There are also some plants that are edible. Anko said offhandedly. Do you have any advice? Asked Yakumo. Just one. Don't die, she exclaimed. Hiruzen couldn't believe the trouble that was brewing in just one day. He had just gotten Anko's message about Midoshi. He still did not have too much info about the girl, but he could do nothing about her. Otokage, while new, had permission to compete in the Chunin Senbatsu Shuriken. To pull her out to question her would cause all types of internal problems for Kanehigakure and Haino Kuni. That was something he was not willing to get into. As long as the exams were going on, she was protected. Then Ibiki came in and told him about an accusation that was made by one of the Chunin hopefuls. Apparently, there was a leak within his office. A genin was able to gain information that he was not supposed to have. He checked the name Yakushi Kabuto and did find it suspicious that he had participated in 7 exams and always forfeited after the 2nd exam. Sure, he could have gotten the information after all those exams, but that just couldn't be. He launched an investigation into the boy and hoped that he wasn't a spy. He released a sigh and leaned back in his chair. He wondered what else could happen today. He heard a knock on his door and gave them permission to enter. He cursed mentally as he saw his rival enter his office. He could only wonder what Danzo wanted now. Hello, old friend. What can I do for you today? Hiruzen asked. I heard that Orochimaru might be within the village. Danzo said. Nothing is confirmed, but I have been informed of that girl participating in the exams. Hiruzen said. Are you sure that it is wise to allow her to continue? Her objective includes your student who is also in the exams. Danzo said. Naruto can handle himself. I also trust his team to watch his back as we did during the wars. Hiruzen said. You are not handling this seriously, Hiruzen. I also thought it was idiotic that we allow other villages into ours, but you are risking the life of our weapon and placing your trust in that woman. Danzo said. I have warned you before, Danzo. He is not a weapon and you will never refer to him as such in my presence again. Also, I trust Anko much more than you do. She has raised this team to be one of my best. I dare say that they can even surpass my team without falling to the events that led to 2 of them leaving. I cannot touch Midoshi because she protected by the guidelines that make up the exams. Until they are over, I can do little. Hiruzen said. I still see that you are too soft, Hiruzen. Danzo said. And yet, I was chosen and not you. Do you wish to know why? Hiruzen asked. He watched as Danzo's lone eye narrowed. He just turned and left the office without another word. He walked out of the tower and made his way to his home. Once home, he tapped his cane and a shinobi appeared. Danzo-sama, the shinobi said and bowed. I want you to send a team into the Sho no Mori and bring a girl named Midoshi here. Capture her team as well, including the Jonin sensei. Danzo ordered. The shinobi bowed and vanished. Danzo just sat and waited. If Hiruzen wasn't going to do anything, then he would, as it was to protect the great tree that is Konoha. Naruto, Jacken, and Yakumo were making their way to a familiar place within the forest. It was somewhere that they could rest and plan their opening move. As they moved along, Naruto suddenly felt something. He turned to his team and did some signs. We got a tail. 3 kunoichi, Takigake your symbol, they move like a complete unit. Dressed like ANBU, strapped with weapons. Naruto signed. They must be thinking about taking our advantage away. What's the plan? Jacken signed. We lure them into a trap. I can use my clone technique and a genjutsu to tire them. Yakumo said. Let's lead them to that area where those spiders are. You know how they are. Naruto signed. That's kinda cruel, isn't it? Yakumo signed. Don't worry about that. We aren't going to let the spiders kill them. So are we in agreement? Jacken asked. They nodded and began to make their way to the spider's nest. They were followed by the 3 Takigakure kunoichi. Yakumo did some seals and did her jutsu. Oboro Bunshin no Jutsu. Hei's clone technique. 3 clones appeared that looked like them. The originals ducked and covered while the clones went forward. They watched as the 3 Takigakure girls fly past them. They waited a while before following them. Yakumo kept up the technique as they followed the 3. They reached the spider's nest, but they would not know about it as Yakumo did another set of seal. Megan. Kokoni Arezu no Jutsu. Demonic illusion. False surroundings technique. Instead of the nest, the area looked like a simple open field. When Yakumo's clones landed, that's when the 3 attacked. Katon Renki Jutsu. Karura. Fire release cooperation technique. Garuda. They all spat out streams of fire that combined and formed a dragon. The dragon crashed down on the clones, burning the area. The 3 ended the jutsu and looked over the area. The one with silver gray hair had an evil smirk. I guess that they weren't as tough as we thought, she said with amusement. The other 2 chuckled with her. That's when the fire died down to reveal that Team Anko was not harmed. They were shocked and confused until a long and sticky substance shot through one of Team Anko and wrapped around the silver-haired kunoichi. She screamed as she was pulled toward the ground. The other 2 made a move to help before they were attacked as well. They were gripped with fear when they realized that they were being attacked by some big damn spiders. Yakumo dropped her genjutsu and clone technique to show them where they were. They screamed some more as some more spiders were coming out of the burning nest. Hey, you guys look like you need some help, Jacken's voice shouted. They looked up to see the team unharmed. You bastards! How did you know? Shouted the silver-haired kunoichi. I don't think we'll tell you. How about you tell us what type of scroll you have? Jacken asked. Screw you, shouted the brunette. Have it your way, but you should know that the web that they are wrapping you with will suffocate you. Once you're no longer breathing, they will eat you. Not to mention the venom that is running through your system when they bit you. You must be feeling pretty tired, right? Naruto informed them. They were feeling the venom of the spider and were losing consciousness. Please, please help us, one of them begged. What's your scroll? Demanded Jacken. Heaven, the silver-haired kunoichi said. With that said, Naruto did some seals. Doton Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld, Naruto said. He created a muddy bog, which made some of the spiders sink into the ground. Each team member jumped down and used the Swaymen Hoko no Gyo, water surface walking practice, to stay on top of the muddy water. They grabbed the kunoichi before fleeing the area quickly. They knew from experience that the spiders would be pissed that they lost their lunch. They got pretty far before stopped to rest. The 3 kunoichi were out cold, the effects of the venom taking effect. They cut what webbing was on them and searched them from the scroll. They found it and they were all smiles. We are the greatest. We got the scroll we needed. Now we can head to the tower, Naruto said. I think that we should wait until nightfall before we do that. It would be easier to stay hidden at night, Jacken suggested. We can also use the forest as cover as we move. I agree with Jacken on this. Yakumo added. Hey, I'm not going to argue. Jacken is the hunter of the group, Naruto said in agreement. Okay, let's get these guys to the river and hide them. They should wake up by nightfall and we would be long gone by then, Jacken said. They picked them up before making their way toward the river. Anko was practicing her sword movements. She didn't want to let up on her sword training as she was advancing in the Odori Kano Haryu, dancing tree leaf style. Right now, she was mastering the Yanagi willow technique and was getting pretty good at it. She was preparing to do it again when someone appeared before her. She turned and recognized the guy as Mizuku. Anko, you need to come and see this. We have a situation, Mizuku said with urgency. Anko sheathed her sword and followed him. She arrived where Izumo and Kotetsu was waiting. She walked up to them and waited. "So, what's up, guys?" The two moved out of the way and showed her what they found. She looked at the bodies with shock. Izumo showed her some files. "We checked it out. This is the team from Kyuubi. What's wrong with this picture is that this team is supposed to be in the forest. I saw them to the gate myself," Izumo reported. Anko didn't answer him and continued to watch the bodies that had no faces on them. She knew of only one person who knew how to do such a thing. She might have been a changed person since becoming a Jonin instructor, but that man was still the bane of her existence. She still had that drive to make him pay. Anko turned to Mizuku. "I want you to get to the Sandaime and tell him that Orochimaru is in Konoha, disguised as a Kusagenin. Go now," Anko ordered, and Mizuku left via Shunshin. She turned to Izumo and Kotetsu. "I need you to get 2 squads of the ANBU and send them into the forest after me." They nodded and were gone. Anko turned toward the forest. "I don't know why you're here, but you won't be leaving here unhurt. It's time that we settle things, Orochimaru." The Konoha Genin's head hit the ground with a thud. Midoshi flicked the blood off her sword before sealing it. Kodoheim walked over to her, as did Kajiro, who was wearing the face of one of the Genin that they just killed. In Midoshi's hand was an earth scroll. She was about to pocket it and make her way to the tower when she felt something in the air. "You can come out," Midoshi said. She waited as 5 men in masks surrounded the group. Midoshi looked at them and smiled. "Well, now, what do we have here?" "Death by sound." Midoshi, Kajiro, and Kodoheim looked at the 4 men that surrounded them. Midoshi held a small smirk as she was curious as to who they were and why they were here. She could tell that they were not regular Konoha shinobi. They seemed to have a purpose for her and her team. "So, what can we do for you gentlemen today?" Midoshi said. "You are to disarm yourselves and come with us," the man said. She watched as they reached for their weapons. "And if I refuse?" Midoshi asked. "You will be coming with us. It depends on your how," the man said. Kodoheim and Kajiro looked ready to deal with them, but Midoshi held her hand up. "No, you guys make your way back to our camp with the scroll. I will deal with them," she said. The 2 looked ready to refuse, but they started to feel the air shift. They got scared and made their way out of the area. One of the shinobi attempted to stop them but suddenly found their head removed from their body. The others 3 removed their weapons and faced the young woman. She looked at them with a bored look. "I really don't know why you Konohanins are here. I don't really care who you really work for because I know it isn't the Hokage. However, you are attempting to stop me from getting what I want, and I will not allow that to happen. It's time I show you what type of an apex predator I am," Midoshi said, and unleashed her killing intent, freezing them in their tracks with just a glance. 2 of them were able to get out of her gaze as the 3rd was run through their chest by Midoshi's hand. She threw the body away as she watched the other 2 begin to do hand seals. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Boda were surrounded by fire, and several flames that took the shape of dragons attacked Midoshi. She skillfully dodged and avoided the attack and rushed at the 2 with a smile. Disengaging their techniques, they launched shuriken at her. Midoshi stopped and held her arms out. "Seniai Tajashu." Many hidden shadow snake hands, she called out calmly, and an army of snakes shot forward. Some caught the shuriken while the rest went at the 2 shinobi. They cut through the snakes with their tanto, but this proved to be a mistake. Midoshi appeared behind from within the army of snakes and wrapped around one of the men. She quickly snapped their neck and at the same time pulled out a kunai and stabbed it into their forehead. She stood up straight and faced the last man. She was impressed that the man was not running away and had his tanto in an attack position. Midoshi summoned a snake from out of her arm and held it. It then transformed into a sword. The blade was beautiful with red and yellow hilt. It gleamed in the moonlight as Midoshi held it above her head. She brought it to her side, and with a flick of her wrist, the blade began to move like a snake, rippling at a high speed. She smirked at him and readied herself to attack. The man dug in as Midoshi's charged at him. Through the night sky, no scream was heard, only the tearing of flesh. Guren walked around the village without a care. She wasn't scouting or anything, as it would be very soon when the village would be burnt to the ground. She was trying to remain casual, but it was beginning to become very hard with her tail on her. She noticed it about 5 minutes when she stepped outside of her hotel room. She didn't know why they were following her, but if they thought that she was going down without a fight, She decided to stop playing this cat and mouse game. She turned into an alley and made her way to a building that was abandoned. She walked into the building and made her way upstairs. When she arrived on the second floor, she found herself confronted with her tail. She looked at them with a sly smile. "So, you've decided to stop playing as well? Well, boys, what do you want from me?" Gyurin asked. "Under orders from our lord, you are to come with us," the leader said, and they removed their blades. "On whose orders? Certainly not the Sandaime Hokage," Gyurin mocked. They didn't say anything and rushed Gyurin. Gyurin just stood waiting as two blades came down on her. She didn't cry out, only grinned at the two as she broke into crystal particles. The two were shocked by this, and they were then suddenly attacked by multiple projectiles that came from under them. They were both filled with holes and fell to the ground dead. Under the floor, Gyurin waited until she saw small drops of blood come from above. She smirked and dispelled a green snowflake-looking mirror. She watched out of the building and made her way back to speak with Orochimaru. Anko search lead her deep within the forest. She managed to pick up her sensei's trail and followed it. It wasn't long until she caught up with him. She caught the man's attention and snarled at the smirk that was on his face. Well, my dear Anko, you have grown into a beautiful young woman," Orochimaru said mockingly. Anko calmed herself and glared at him. "Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin, the legendary 3 ninja. You are wanted for crimes against Konoha. Come peacefully or I will have to use force," Anko said. "Why so cold, Anko? No kind words for your dear sensei?" Orochimaru asked with a little disappointment. Anko didn't say anything and pulled out her jiang. She got into a fighting stance and waited. Orochimaru just chuckled at her. "So you took up the blade? Are you any good with it?" Anko disappeared and reappeared, her blade just missing Orochimaru's forehead. She spun around and attempted to slice Orochimaru in two. Orochimaru flipped out of the way. Anko dug her sword into the large branch and kicked up soon pieces, which was thrown in Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru moved to his left to avoid the stab to his throat. Anko pulled it out and got some distance from him. She did some hand seals and took a deep breath. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Anko shouted and spat out several medium-sized fireballs at him. Orochimaru circled the tree like a snake while dodging the fireballs. He then launched a snake at Anko, which wrapped around her neck and began to squeeze. She gasped before dissolving into water. Surprised, he was hit by a torrent of water that came from his left. He landed on a branch with a thud. He quickly moved as Anko appeared and drove the blade where he just was. Anko continued her assault on Orochimaru, who just dodged her attacks. She watched as he ducked behind a tree. She hit the tree with the flat of the blade. It bent and managed to catch a bit of Orochimaru if the small bit of blood was any indication. She pulled her blade back and thrust it into the tree. She heard the sound of her blade piercing through flesh. She waited for a while when 4 snakes came from behind the tree, each having a blade sticking out of their mouths. Anko quickly pulled her blade free and began to parry the blades. With quick movements, she served the heads of snakes and was at the ready. She spun and deflected a kunai but could not block the kick to her gut. She slid across the branch before coming to a stop. She faced her former sensei and glared at the mocking smile on his face. She took a deep breath and began to wave her sword around. Orochimaru was amused until he saw multiple images of her blade. He waited and raised his arm. He grabbed Anko's wrist and flipped her onto her back. Konoharyu Yanagi, leaf-style willow? That is a pretty impressive technique you learned, Anko-chan. It seems that you have gotten stronger, Orochimaru said. Anko growled but then smirked at him. He was suddenly struck by several snakes that came out of her sleeve. He released her and Anko did another group of hand seals. Futon, de Tapa, wind release, great breakthrough. Anko shouted and blew a strong chakra-enhanced wind, which connected with Orochimaru. He was sent into a tree with some force and he slumped down onto a branch. He then gasped when Anko ran him through with her sword. She twisted it, making sure that he would bleed out faster. When she looked at him, she was shocked to see him smile at her. That's when he melted into mud. "Damn it! Come out here, you coward!" Anko roared. Orochimaru just smirked and decided to make her feel pain before engaging her again. He did a seal to activate the Ten no Juin, cursed seal of heaven, that was on her. After a few seconds, he was surprised to see her still standing. He focused a bit more of his chakra, but she was not writing in pain like she was supposed to. That little bit of chakra alerted Anko to his location and she charged at him. Orochimaru moved faster and slammed into her. She hit a branch with a thud and was held down by Orochimaru's foot. He took a kunai and cut off a bit of her clothes to see the curse mark. What he saw made him very curious as another seal was over his. "Well now, what type of seal is that?" Orochimaru asked. "It's a brand new seal from Jiraiya-sama. You like it?" Anko asked mockingly, which made the Sannin dig his foot into her some more. "I think not. I know Jiraiya's work and this is not it. So whose work is this?" Orochimaru asked her again. "Your mama, and she told me to tell you that she's very disappointed in you." Anko spat. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and placed more pressure on her gut. "You test my patience. Now tell me, whose seal is that?" Orochimaru asked loudly. He then heard something coming at him and he moved out of the way. He saw that it was a chain that was attached to a fist-sized ball. As he was in mid-air, he was suddenly consumed in darkness. He looked up to see several black swords appear. He tried to dispel the genjutsu and found that he couldn't. The swords dived at him and looked ready to skewer him. He unleashed a large amount of chakra to free himself from the genjutsu. When he looked around, he saw that Anko was gone. "Huh. I don't know who you are, but I will not forget this," Orochimaru said to no one. He melted into the tree, knowing that the Anbu would have felt his chakra. After a few minutes, Yakumo released the genjutsu that she placed after casting the first one. She looked around and could not find any trace of the person who had broken her genjutsu, a jutsu that took a lot of chakra to break out of. Seeing that the coast was clear, she looked at her sensei that was being taken care of Naruto and Jacken. Anko took a few breaths of air before facing her team. "Have I told you guys how much I loved you?" Anko asked. "Not really," Jacken answered. "Good. I ain't going to start now," Anko said with a sigh. The team just chuckled and prepared to move out with their sensei. Anko was being carried by two clones, which was holding a man-made stretcher. She wasn't hurt anymore, but who was she to stop a free ride? Her team was in a classic position that she taught them when moving with an injured person. As they moved, they came across a scene that made them stop. Anko looked up from her position. "What's going on? Why did you guys stop?" Anko asked. "Sensei, you've got to see this," Yakumo said. Anko got off the stretcher and stood. She walked over to what they were talking about and narrowed her eyes. There were 4 bodies on the ground. They were brutally killed by what she saw. She saw that they were Anbu, but she them looked closer at the mask. They were not standard Anbu masks that she knew. She looked to Jacken and showed him the mask. He got the question and shook his head. She pocketed the mask and looked at the team. "We're moving toward the tower and we're moving fast. We'll use the trees and we aren't stopping until we get there," Anko said. "Hi!" they said and they took off. Midoshi's eyes stopped glowing and she had a grin on her face. She had just seen her prey enter the tower, which was very pleasing to her. She was a little worried that it would take them so long, seeing that Anko was their teacher. Whatever the case, she was happy to know that they made it to the tower. She decided to get some rest but was interrupted by another serpent. Apparently, Orochimaru had called a meeting. She pressed for more and learned that Guren was attacked as well. She decided that she would not ignore this summons and left via Shunshin. Chapter 35. Prelude to the Prelims. Hiruzen entered the office that was in the tower. He was called by the Anbu after Anko and her team needed to see him. Usually this meant that they did something bad again, but the seriousness of the tone was something that he could not ignore. He entered the office and the team was waiting for him there. The only one who looked roughed up was Anko. Her team looked fine. He could only wonder what they wanted to tell him. "I rushed over on your request, Anko. What do you have to report?" Hiruzen asked. "I assume that you got my message, Hokage-sama?" Anko asked. "Yes, and I'm a little surprised at your actions, Anko. I thought that you had gotten over that," Hiruzen said. "I understand, but knowing that my old sensei infiltrated the exam, I felt that I must act," Anko said. "That explains how he broke out of your genjutsu, Yakumo," Naruto said. Hiruzen looked at the team, then back at Anko with a stern glance. She understood why she was getting the look. "They saved me from my sensei. They did not engage him, I wouldn't allow them to. He was very interested in the seal that was placed over my old mark as he could not activate it. He was very interested in it. He does not know who it was that placed it. I mentioned Jiraiya, but he did not believe me, Enko said. Either way, it is good that he does not know who did it. We would not want him to come searching for that person, Hiruzen said while looking at Naruto. He turned back to Enko. So you engaged him and were saved by your team. Was that all you needed to speak to me about? No, Enko said and reached into her jacket. She pulled out a mask and handed it to Hiruzen. When he saw it, he instantly recognized it. Where did you find this? Hiruzen asked with a serious tone. I found it in the forest. There were 4 bodies, all of them mutilated by what looks like a special type of weapon. I saw the mask but did not recognize it as a standard ANBU mask, Enko reported. Is there anything else, Enko? Hiruzen asked. That's all, Hokage-sama, Enko answered. I want you to get checked out, Enko, and your team can rest until the end of the stage. You and your group are not to speak of this. Am I clear? He asked. Hi, Hokage-sama, they all said. He nodded and made his way out of the office. Once he was gone, everyone released a sigh of relief. I don't think I've seen Sensei that angry, Naruto said. Yeah, and I feel sorry for the poor bastard that gained his wrath, Enko said. She looked at her team and asked if they wanted to get something to eat. She led them to the cafeteria. Orochimaru was waiting for the arrival of Midoshi. He did have to wait long as she appeared from the shadows. In the same room with him were Kabuto, his teammates, Guren, and her team. Once she was there, he stood up straight and faced them. First things first, Kabuto, how is my new body? Orochimaru said. He's still out of it, but it looks like that he will survive the process. His teammates are watching over him and the Odo team is in waiting to attack in the morning. However, I'm worried about the pale-skinned boy. He seems much too skilled for a genin, Kabuto said. He belongs to Danzo. I can tell that he has been through the training. He will be of little consequence. He then turned to Guren and her team. However, the attacks on you and your team do bother me, Orochimaru said. I wouldn't worry about us, Orochimaru. We came out of it fine and showed whoever sent those men that we are not to be messed with, Midoshi said. This is no time for your arrogance, child. You are just luck that Danzo did not send any of his elite shinobi, Orochimaru said with a tone. Be careful who you speak to, Orochimaru. I care not what you do with your petty little revenge against your sensei, but if you try anything to stop me from getting what I want, I will make you pay, Midoshi threatened with a dangerous tone. Your obsession with the Kyuubi child is getting to be troublesome, Orochimaru snarled. Orochimaru-sama, perhaps you should allow this to continue, Guren said. Orochimaru snapped his gaze at her. She flinched but remained calm. We did not come all this way just to get scare of this Danzo. We have proven that his men are not so dangerous, and even if he sent his elite, they would be no challenge against us if we work together. To pull out now will give the Hokage reason to investigate. We are still able to move around thanks to the rules of the exams. We must be cautious. Orochimaru calmed down and let out a sigh. He turned to Kabuto and his team. Return to the forest and continue watch over Sasuke-kun's team, Orochimaru ordered. They nodded and vanished. Orochimaru looked at Midoshi, who had already begun to leave. Her team was following her, as was Guren. He glared at the back of the child and did not like the type of power she held. He could do nothing, however, against the little upstart. If he did, then he would be the enemy of the Hibi clan and they would do everything in their power to destroy him. For now, he would let her live. Another thing that he was concerned about what that seal he saw on Enko's mark. There were very few seals that could contain the power of his Juin, curse mark. Whatever this seal was complete cut him off from the seal that he placed. While Enko's Juin was an old design, it was still troubling that it could be done. Not even Jiraiya found a way to do that. Whoever this was had very good skills and could become a huge problem should he or she get a hold of Sasuke. He would keep an eye out for whoever this Fuinjutsu user was and he would eliminate them before they got to his prize. Hiruzen made his way toward the council room where he called an emergency meeting. He did not show his anger, but it could be felt by the 2 ANBU who were escorting him. He reached and entered the room where the elders and clan heads were waiting. A representative of the civilian council was there as Hiruzen made it clear that they had no reason to be there. He stood in front of them with a serious expression. I thank you for coming on such short notice. I assure you that it is important that you are here tonight. Before we begin, I would like to speak to you, Danzo. Hiruzen said. What do you? Was all he got out before he was grabbed by the neck and slammed down onto the table. He was choking a bit as Hiruzen had his hand around his throat. He was very surprised at the look of rage on his face, as were the other two elders. However, they could do nothing as they saw the two ANBU members right behind them, their hands on their blades. Danzo looked back at Hiruzen with a glare of his own. What do you think that you're doing? He choked out. You will be silent, Danzo, as you have forgotten your place. Did I give you orders to confront that girl? I told you that nothing could be done as she is a part of the exams, but you decided to go and disobey me. Let me be clear so that this does not happen again. I am the Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, and if I must kill you and rip your roots from out the ground just to make my point, then I will. You will remember that Danzo or I will show you why I am called Shinobi no Kami, God of Shinobi. Am I clear? Hiruzen said with a tone. Yes, Hokage-sama, Danzo gasped. Hiruzen released him and Danzo was immediately attempting to get his breath back. The two former friends looked at each other with nothing but contempt. Danzo broke the gaze and sat down on his seat. Hiruzen made his way to his seat and sat down. Everyone in the room stayed silent and waited for the shinobi on Kami to speak. When he did, the meeting got on its way. It was now the second day of the exams. Naruto decided to check out the tower while Jacken went back to sharpen his weapon and Yakumo went to meditate. As he walked around, he met Kurenai's team and met the two members of the Suna team. He sent his hellos and continued his trek around the tower. He wondered if anyone else was in the tower. As he turned the corner, he came to an area that was pretty open and close to where the Jonin and Chunin were staying. He stood in the area and waited. When a few moments passed, he decided to call out whoever was following him. It's time to come out now. While you did a good job in the beginning, you're leaking your killer intent, which allowed me to sense you. Naruto called out. That's when his stalker stepped out. It was the red head of the Suna team, Gaara. Naruto cursed his luck but faced Gaara. So, what can I do for you? I want to know what makes you so interesting to that girl that she would dare to threaten me. I see nothing about you that would make you dangerous. You are weak and I see no threat about you, Gaara said. Gee, don't I feel special in your eyes? I guess that you're talking about Midoshi. I don't know what her interest is in me, but a more important question, or rather questions, is when did you meet Midoshi and when did you two cross paths? Naruto asked. Now, those are questions that you shouldn't be able to ask. A female voice said. Midoshi appeared from behind a column and was standing with the two. She faced Gaara and glared at him. You should keep your mouth shut, sand rat. I don't care about your crazy mother or whatever you call that thing inside you, but you better keep your mouth shut or I will shut it for you. You would dare, Gaara growled and removed his cork to his gourd. I would be careful. There's a reason why Naruto-kun lead you here. You wouldn't want the Jonin and Chunin to come out and deal with you? Midoshi said. Gaara snarled but did not attack. Midoshi just sighed at his face. It's such a task to control such rabid beast. Don't you agree, Naruto-kun? I'm not even touching that comment, Midoshi. I am curious about why you're here. It can't just be because of your curiosity. Naruto stated. Oh, but it is. I don't really have an agenda other than satisfying my curiosity. I mean, student of the Sandaime Hokage, student of Jiraiya the Gamma Sannin, Toad Hermit, student of Mitarashi Anko and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. You have such a wonderful resume and I want to see it matches up. I'm especially excited to see how much better you have become with that wonderful chakra you hold at bay. Midoshi said. You can forget it, Midoshi. Even if we do fight, I won't use that chakra just to satisfy you lust for battle, Naruto exclaimed. So you say, but you know that I am just as skilled and I have been trained just as well as you have. You may not have a choice and I have all the time in the world to find your triggers, Midoshi said with a smile. Naruto just narrowed his eyes at her. Gaara was a little pissed at being ignored, but he did look at Naruto in a new light. So you carry one just like me? Yet, why do you not have the same eyes as me? Gaara asked. He's nothing like you, Midoshi hissed, surprising Naruto. He's better. Do not forget, Gaara, he is my prey. You do not want to test me. Gaara just glared at her. I swear, by the end of this, I will kill you both, Gaara said. He then left the area via Shunshin. Filthy animal, Midoshi snarled. She turned her focus back to Naruto. The same goes for you, Naruto. You're my prey and no one else can have you. She turned away and left the area as well. Naruto just sighed and wondered when did he get so popular. He decided to go back to his room, having enough of today's exploration. The rest of the exam came and went. Everyone who managed to get into the tower was standing in front of the Hokage. Naruto listened to the old man, but he surveyed the competition that was around him. It looked like the rest of the rookies passed the second part of the exam, but they came around the last day. His team, Midoshi's team, Kurenai's team, and the Suna team were pretty well rested. Another team that came in before the deadline was Guy's team. The other Odo team came in with the last two rookie team, and so did Kabuto's team. That added up to 9 teams. Naruto had just finished listening to the Hokage's speech, which was interrupted by Yugao's boyfriend, Gecko Hayate. The guy still looked pretty sick as he remembered. The man explained that since there are still too many competitors that a preliminaries had to be held. That's when a screen came down from above and Hayate explained that the matches would be random. He asked if anyone wanted to quit and Kabuto was the only one to do so. He watched as Ibiki watched him as he left and signaled 2 people to silently follow him. It meant that their suspicions were on the mark. He forgot about Kabuto and focused on what was about to happen. The preliminary matches of the exams were about to begin. Chapter 36. The Prelims, Part 1. A digital board came down from the ceiling. It hovered over them and began to run through the names. It landed on 2 names. One was Uchiha Sasuke and his opponent was Kajiro. All right, everyone but these 2. Please leave the floor and go onto the balconies, Hayate ordered. As everyone made their way to the upper level, Kakashi appeared next to Sasuke. He leaned down and whispered into his ear. I know about that mark on your shoulder. If you decided to use it, then you will be disqualified and we will seal that mark up immediately, Kakashi said. What? Why? Sasuke hissed. Kakashi squeezed his shoulder and Sasuke winced. Do not argue with me, Sasuke. It was me who got the Hokage to allow you to compete, much to everyone's disagreement. You will not use that mark or I will take you out of the match right now, Kakashi said with seriousness. Sasuke just nodded, but he was not happy with the decision. Kakashi released him and made his way to the balcony. Sasuke didn't know what the problem with the mark he received. It gave him the power that he was looking for. It was such a rush to use. Whatever, Sasuke thought. He looked across to his opponent and smirked. This guy doesn't look like much. Are you ready? Hayate asked Sasuke. The boy nodded with a grin. He looked at Kajiro and asked the same question. Kajiro grunted and prepared. Then begin. In a flash, Kajiro was in front of Sasuke, which surprised him. He felt a sting to his jaw and took some steps back. He was then struck from the side. He was hit from all angles before being sent flying with a spin kick. Sasuke was able to flip and land on his feet and looked back at Kajiro. The ugly teen stood there without any expression. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He activated his Sharingan and did some hand seals. Ketan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke shouted and fired a fireball at him. She suddenly disappeared and the fireball hit the wall. Sasuke was looking around for his opponent when he was cut from behind. He whipped out a kunai and swung it but hit air. He was then cut again and he hit nothing but air again. Sasuke realized that she was attacking from below and used his chakra to jump high into the air. Kajiro stuck his head out and Sasuke was preparing another Ketan jutsu. Kajiro beat him to it and called out his attack. Ketan, Kasumi Enbyu no Jutsu. Fire release, mist blaze dance technique, he said softly. He blew out a cloud of mist that surrounded Sasuke. Sasuke fired his Gokakyu again, but that ignited the mist and was caught in a blinding firestorm. On the balcony, Midoshi looked at Fight with a raised eyebrow. She turned her attention to Guren. You've trained her well, Guren. She has turned into one hell of an assassin, Midoshi said. She had the make of it. I've also helped her with her true form. I dare say that she could be a challenge for Erasure, Guren said. They turned back to the fight as the fire cleared. Sasuke hit the ground hard and groaned in pain. He had some burns on his body and his clothes. He struggled to his feet and focused his Sharingan around the arena. Suddenly, a mist appeared. Sasuke refrained from using any more Ketan jutsu. What is wrong, little brother? A voice said. Sasuke's eyes widened and looked around in the mist. Suddenly, a figure appeared and Sasuke was shocked. Standing before him was his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. Every adult from Konoha was surprised by this. Sasuke looked at the man before him and growled. Everyone could feel an evil power coming off Sasuke. He looked at the man with white-hot rage and his chakra was starting to become visible. Kakashi and Anko watched as the mark began to glow and Kakashi was prepared to end the match right there. That's when Sasuke did some hand seals, making Itachi's eyes widen. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke roared. Everyone had cover their eyes and get away from the edge as the ground was ignited in a brilliant orange flame. After a few moments the fire died down and there was nothing but smoke. Suddenly, something came flying out of the smoke. It was Kajiro and she was no longer in disguise. She was in pain as she was hit by something with force. That's when Sasuke appeared behind her. She tried to turn but was struck by a vicious back fist. This was followed up by a crescent kick and a straight punch. He ended the combo with an axe to her gut. Because the last attack connected when she hit the ground, the attack was doubled. Kajiro gasped in pain as the smoke cleared. However, Sasuke wasn't even done. His Sharingan was blazing and there was nothing but hate in them. He grabbed Kajiro by the throat and slammed her down. Pulling out a kunai, he roared as he was about to bring it down onto her head. Suddenly he was thrown into the wall with incredible force. He shook the cobwebs loose and wondered who had done that to him. When he looked forward, he saw the deadly eyes of Midoshi whose sword was being held back by Hayate. Kakashi arrived and slapped his hand down on Sasuke's shoulder. The look he gave him was not one of praise. In fact, he got a look around and saw that everybody on the Konoha side was looking at him as if he was some sort of monster. Midoshi stopped her struggle and held her sword to her side. Kodoheim and Guren was helping Kajiro up and checking her over. Midoshi was not amused and showed it by unleashing her killer intent on Sasuke that forced him to his knees. It only lasted a second before Midoshi turned back to her team. Hayate let out a sigh of relief before speaking. Winner of the first match, Uchiha Sasuke, he said. Kakashi took that as his signal and left with Sasuke in tow. Everyone else was looking at the burnt grounds with fear and confusion. Midoshi gently placed Kajiro on the wall and watched over her. She looked to see a pleased look on Orochimaru's face and narrowed her eyes at him. She forgot him and dealt with Kajiro. Across the way, Anko and her team looked over at Midoshi and her team. I think the Hokage and Kakashi need to put extra security on that boy. You saw it right? She asked her team. It was too fast to see. If Hayate didn't react, Sasuke would be without a head right now. Jacken said. Man, I do not want to be Sasuke right now. I mean, if Midoshi wants something done, she's going to get it done. Naruto said. Are we discussing this because she wants to take you away and have her way with you? Jacken said. Why are insisting that's what she wants to do? Yakumo asked with an annoyed tone. I'm not saying anything that isn't true. She was flirting with him at the academy and she defended him from Gaara. Other than wanting to beat Naruto in a fight, she could be attracted to him. Jacken argued. Yakumo just shook her head and Naruto glared at Anko. I blame you for this, Naruto said. What did I do? Anko asked with mock surprise. If you didn't read that stupid book in front of us, he wouldn't get these ideas, Naruto answered. Hey, just because there might be a grain of truth in what he's saying does not mean that my reading is the reason. Besides, that book is not stupid. It is a work of art, Anko argued. It's smut, plain and simple, Yakumo said. The team continued to argue. Ignore the next two opponents, Aburame Shino versus Akato Yoroi. Yoroi faced Shino. Hayate asked if they were ready and started the match. Yoroi attacked immediately and closed the distance between the two. Shino tried to get some distance, but the older man was faster than Shino believed. He was suddenly grabbed and slammed into the ground. His hand began to glow as Shino attempted to get his hand off him. Yoroi smirked and decided to let him know what was happening. I wouldn't keep try, kid. It will only make this harder for you. As you're probably noticing, I'm draining you of your chakra. Soon, this will all be over, Yoroi boasted. That was a very unwise thing to say, came Shino's monotone voice. Yoroi whipped around to see Shino standing behind him. That's when he felt his chakra leave him and something crawling up his arm. He turned to see a bunch of bugs crawling up his arm. Yoroi screamed and attempted to get the bugs off him. Shino used this time to attack. He slammed his leg into Yoroi's side and sent him flying. Yoroi flipped to his feet but noticed that he was surrounded by Shino's bugs. Yoroi growled and made a move to attack Shino. Shino just stood there and allowed Yoroi's attack to connect. Again, Shino dissolved into bugs and crawled up Yoroi's body. Yoroi began to flail around and stomped some bugs. The rest of Shino's bugs attacked and swarmed him in seconds. Yoroi was now in a cocoon of bugs. His struggling reduced until it seems that Yoroi was no longer moving. Shino called his bugs back to him and everyone watched as they retreated back into his clothes. Yoroi was on the ground and not moving. Hayate called the match. Winner of the second match, Aburame Shino. Shino walked back to his team. Niji, who had his Byakugan activated, was surprised by what he was seeing. He has a whole bunch of them within his body. They are feeding off his chakra. Niji said. Wow, that's kind of creepy. Tenten said. The board circled again and 2 more names appeared. They were Haruno Sakura and Temari. Sakura made her way down to the arena floor as did Temari. Everyone was watching this with worry. Not to be a wet blanket, but we should be prepared to cut in just in case that Sunakunoichi goes too far. Naruto said. Lee looked at him with some disappointment. Naruto, why are you dismissing the lovely Sakura's youthful fires? She has blossomed into a beautiful rose during her time in the forest. Lee said. Naruto looked at Lee owlishly. He looked to everyone around him for some type of translation, but he didn't get any. Well, we've run into these Suna ninja before. I do not doubt Sakura, but if the redhead is vicious, what makes you think that she isn't too? We should just be ready to interfere if she goes too far. Naruto explained slowly. Lee looked at him with acknowledgement and gave him a grin with a thumb up. Naruto just shook his head and made a note to look into Tomato Guy using drugs to influence young men. Sakura looked across the arena and carefully looked at her opponent. Seeing her pull her fan out, she deduced that she was a long-range fighter. She needed to get close and she would dominate the fight. She just needed to distract her. When the match began, Sakura rushed forward and threw some shuriken. Temari just smirked and unfolded her fan, showing 1 moon. She swung her weapon and deflected the projectiles. Sakura did some hand seals and created some clones. Each clone moved to surround her. Seriously? Temari asked no one and swung her fan in an arc. This created a tornado that surrounded Temari and blasted the real Sakura away while dispelling her clones. Sakura struggled to stand and faced Temari, who looked at her with a mocking expression. How did you survive so long? Your skills are so pathetic. Did you really think that you could distract me with regular clones? You know what? I'm not even going to waste my time with you. Let's just finish this. Temari completely unfolding her fan and gave Sakura a sinister grin. Kamaitashi no Jutsu. Sickle Weasel Technique. Temari called out and swung her fan. The swing created a tornado that swept Sakura up. She began to scream as wind blades began to cut into her. The jutsu continued for quite a while but ended suddenly. Sakura began to descend and Temari was right under her. Everyone saw her smirk and raised her fan. As people got ready to stop her, Sakura was caught by her sensei. Temari was a little shocked and suddenly felt a small chill run up her back when his lone eye looked at her. She backed up and folding her fan up. Kakashi just looked at Hayate and nodded. Hayate nodded as well and ended the match. Winner of the 3rd match, Temari. Hayate announced. Temari walked back to her side, knowing that everyone was glaring at her. Kakashi laid Sakura down and began to wrap his student's wounds. Enko walked over to him. She gave him a look and Kakashi looked at her. There was a silent discussion between the two. Enko made a motion toward Naruto and Kakashi made a small nod. Enko nodded as well and turned her attention to the arena. The board began to light up again. When it landed on 2 names, Naruto was very interested in it. It would be Midoshi versus Kinyuta Dosu. Author's notes. I just realized that there was going to be 13 match that I was going to do. After making the matches, I kept one the same from the story, but it is going to be very different for the original plot. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Chapter 37, The Prelims, Part 2. Midoshi walked down slowly as Dosu jumped over the railing. It took a while before Midoshi was standing in front of the bandaged-faced boy. Midoshi did not have a smile on her face and folded her arms in annoyance. Dosu pulled back his sleeve to show the gauntlet on his arm. Before the match could begin, Dosu had some choice words for the young girl. Are you still upset about that weak girl that nearly got killed? You are pathetic. To think, I used to fear you because of your cruelty. Now I see that you are too sentimental for your own good. I shall show you and prove to your keeper that I am more than just a pawn, Dosu said. After that was said, Hayate started the match. Dosu got 2 steps before a sword blade was sticking out of his head. His lone eye was wide with surprise. Midoshi said nothing as she pulled out the blade out. Dosu hit the ground with a thud. His blood began to pour out of his head. Midoshi flicked the blood and brain matter off before putting her blade away. She walked back to the balcony, ignoring everyone's eyes. As she walked past the sensei of Dosu's team, she could feel the anger coming off him. She ignored it and walked back to her team. She looked to see that Kajiro was now awake. "How are you feeling?" Midoshi asked. "I will heal," Kajiro said gruffly. "I'm sorry that I failed you, Midoshi-sama." Midoshi bent down to her and placed her hand on her head. "You have nothing to be ashamed for. It just means that Gyuren should have trained you better," Midoshi said with a smirk. "You're blaming me. Why, you little?" Gyuren began to rant and Midoshi didn't even look like she was listening. Everyone looked at the group with critical eyes. After they cleaned up the blood and took away the body, the board cycled again and the next 2 names were given. They were Kurama Yakumo and Yamanaka Ino. Kurenai was paying very close attention to this match. She wanted to see how far Yakumo had come since her graduation. She had attempted to see the teenager, but she was not willing to speak with her. Kurenai always regretted leaving the girl after that situation. She remembered when she was given another chance before she was placed in the academy, but she had refused her harshly. When she became a part of Anko's team, she asked her friend if she could set up a meet. The young teen was sharp and figured it out, refusing to meet with her. Anko did promise that she would look out for her. She looked at the ground and waited for the match to begin. 5th match, Yamanaka Ino versus Kurama Yakumo. Begin. 8 called out. Ino moved quickly to take out Yakumo. The Kurama heiress quickly did some hand seals and waited. Ino threw a kick that connected at her side. Ino was surprised when Yakumo burst into leaves. Ino screamed and swatted the leaves out of her face. That proved to be a mistake as Yakumo quickly struck Ino with 5 knife hand strikes. Ino felt her arm go numb before she was blasted with a spin kick. Ino hit the ground but was quickly to her feet. However, Yakumo had already finished preparing a jutsu. Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu. Demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique, she said and vanished. As Ino got the feeling back into his arm, she went wide-eyed at the scene that was in her face. She saw Sasuke and Sakura looking at each other with love in their eyes. They were slowly getting closer and their eyes closed. She could see blushes on their cheeks and their lips pucker. Ino was horrified and quickly closed her eyes. She placed her hands in a seal. Genjutsu Kai. Illusion technique dissipation. Ino shouted. When she opened them, she was greeted with a fist that sent her tumbling. Yakumo pressed her advantage and hit Ino from different angles, disabling her arms again. She caught Ino in the chin with a kick when she did a backflip. Ino skid to a stop. She got to her knees and wiped her mouth. She watched as Yakumo geared herself up for another round. Ino was searching for an answer and fast. Her arms were getting over the numbness and Yakumo was about to charge at her again. She pulled out some shuriken and threw it at Yakumo. Yakumo quickly threw some shuriken of her own and knocked Ino's out of the air. They continued their path, forcing Ino to roll out of the way. She was to her feet and threw another set of shuriken. Yakumo knocked the shuriken with ease and charged at Ino. Ino put her hands up to use her clan's Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique. Yakumo saw this and vanished. Ino looked around but was struck from behind. She was hit again from all sides and sent flying. Ino got to her feet and was quickly looking for her opponent. She truly needed to do something and something fast. Quickly thinking of something, Ino quickly cut her hair with a kunai. She threw the hair around and slammed her hands to the ground. She focused her chakra through the hair and waited. Her patience paid off as Yakumo suddenly appeared. She was trying to move but she couldn't. Ino saw this as her chance and did her seal. Shintenshin no Jutsu, Ino called out. Ino hit the ground and Yakumo went stiff. As she looked around the mind, she attempted to gain control of her opponent and make her forfeit. Suddenly, she felt something behind her and turned to see something scary. It looked like a monster with sharp fangs and teeth. Ino was frozen stiff as the monster closed in on her. She was suddenly grabbed and thrown through a black hole. Back on the outside, Ino quickly opened her eyes and scrambled to get away. Yakumo shook the cobwebs. She looked at the blonde and could see the fear in her eyes. "What the hell was that?" Ino demanded. "That was the curse of the Kurama clan. I would think that a Yamanaka would be advised of such dangerous things. No matter, it's time to finish this, Yakumo said and did some hand seals. In an instant, Ino was caught in another genjutsu and was unable to move. Yakumo did another genjutsu, which showed Ino the image of the Ito coming after her. Ino screamed and immediately surrendered. Winner of the 5th match, Kurama Yakumo. Height said. Yakumo dispelled her genjutsu and freed Ino. The blonde quickly made her way back to her side, eager to get away from the teenager. Yakumo felt a little bad about that, but she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Anko, and she gave the young woman a grin and a thumbs up. She looked to see her teammates giving her congratulations as well. This made her feel a little better and she retreated to join her team. Kurenai watched her and was very glad that Yakumo had succeeded. She then felt a little sad that she was not the reason for Yakumo's groan. Guilt crept into her mind as she gave up on the girl because of her failure as an instructor. Anko, while a very good friend, did not give up like she did and produced a very skilled and dangerous kunoichi. Despite her insecurities, she was very happy for her former student and wished her well in the finals. The board cycled again and 2 more names popped up. It was Rock Lee versus Inuzuka Kiba. Yahoo! Let's get ready, Akamaru. Kiba cheered. The small white puppy cheered and the 2 jumped down to the ground. Yash! It is time for my youth to shine, Lee exclaimed and did the same. The 2 landed and walked up to each other. Height saw that the 2 were ready and started the match. They jumped back and got into their respective stance. Kiba, take this boy serious, Kurenai ordered. Kiba saw the look on his sensei and did not want to face the consequences if he disobeyed. All right, Akamaru, let's get started, Kiba said and threw a small pill to the dog. He ate it and everyone watched as his fur turned red. Kiba got low and put his hands into a seal. Shikyaku no jutsu, for legs technique, Kiba called out. He took a more animal-like appearance and growled at Lee. Akamaru then jumped onto his back and barked. Kiba did another seal. Jujin Bunshin, beast human clone. With a puff of smoke, Akamaru changed into his partner, looking just like him. Instead of concern on the face of Lee, the large eyebrow guy looked happy about it. What a splendid challenge, Lee cheered. Heh, let's see if you'll be smiling after we tear you apart, Kiba said. The 2 charged at him with amazing speed. They closed the distance between them pretty quickly and attacked. However, instead of connecting their attacks, Lee dodged them with ease. Kiba was not deterred and with Akamaru, attacked Lee with ferocity. Lee ducked and dodged the 2-man attack without too much trouble. He decided to stop dodging and return the favor. He ducked under a claw strike and landed a crushing blow to Kiba that sent him flying. Akamaru attempted to hit him from behind, but Lee batted the attack down and quickly swept his feet from under him. Akamaru tumbled into Kiba as Lee got back into his stance. Surely you can do better than that. My flames have not been stroked enough, Lee said. Kiba and Akamaru growled. Oh, I'll stroke your flames, Kiba growled and charged at him with Akamaru. Kiba took out 2 black balls, threw them toward the ground. A black smoke appeared and blinded Lee. Lee was looking around until he was struck multiple times from within the smoke. Lee ran out of the smoke to be ambushed by Kiba and Akamaru. As their claws was about to slam down on him, Lee vanished. They were looking around for the teen when they caught a whiff of his scent. They ran after him and attacked him from each side. Gatsuga, Fong passing Fong. The 2 spun, forming 2 drill-like tornadoes. As they descended on Lee, the boy vanished again. The 2 drills ripped apart the ground that he was standing on. Using their superior sense of smell, they were able to find Lee as he reappeared. They turned and came at him again. Lee just appeared again as the attack neared and appeared on the statue. Kiba and Akamaru stopped spinning and looked at the spandex-wearing ninja. Lee looked a little disappointed. Is that all you have? I wanted to have a challenge so that I can show Gai-sensei how far I've come, Lee commented. The comment angered Kiba and he and Akamaru prepared to attack again. This time, Lee attacked him seriously. He threw a kunai with amazing speed that forced the 2 to split up. He reappeared in front of one of the Kibas. Dynamiku Entori, dynamic entry, Lee said. The power behind the kick sent Kiba toward the wall with some force. He hit the wall hard, creating spider web cracks, and then hit the ground. Smoke covered him and Akamaru had returned to his normal form. Akamaru, Kiba shouted. Because he took his eyes off him, Lee was right there, in his space. Konoha Senpu, Tree Leaf Whirlwind, Lee called out. Kiba saw the first kick high and prepared to block, but it switched in midair and caught Kiba in the chest. Lee continued with a series of high and low kicks that had Kiba reeling. When it was over, Kiba was on the ground and not moving. Winner of the 6th match, Rock Lee. Hayate said. Rock Lee didn't feel like celebrating as he didn't feel like he was challenged enough. He just shrugged it off and vowed that he will have a challenge worthy of his flames of youth. As he returned to his team, he saw Naruto and Yakumo there to greet him. Holy crap, man. I didn't know that you were that fast. I know about your condition, so how did you do it? Naruto asked. It's all thanks to Gai-sensei. Through hard work and my ever-growing flames, I have become the Konoha no Utsukashiki Aoyaju, Konoha's beautiful green wild beast, that you see before you. Lee said. Yakumo just sighed at him. Why is it that you cannot talk like a normal person? She then turned to face Tenten and Niji. And you too. Why didn't you stop your sensei's brainwashing of Lee? Yakumo demanded. Look, Yakumo, it was either we left him to Gai-sensei or we all would be wearing that spandex. Tenten commented. A sacrifice had to be made, Niji added. Yakumo looked at Lee's outfit. Well, I guess I can understand, but still. Yakumo began on another tirade. Naruto just chuckled while Anko and Kakashi dealt with a dejected Guy and Lee. Jacken just shook his head and looked at the board. The 7th match had been made. It would be Tsurugi Misumi versus Kotoheim. The two fighters stared at each other. Kotoheim had a very disgusted look on her face at the look that Misumi gave her. It was a very perverted look and she did not like it one bit. While she knew that this man was actually a spy for Orochimaru, it did not mean that he could just look at her like a piece of meat. She looked at Midoshi and waited for something. After a while, Midoshi made a slitting motion with her thumb across her neck. Kotoheim turned back with a smile. She readied herself to do what she must to him. Hayate looked at the two and saw that they were ready. 7th match, Tsurugi Misumi versus Kotoheim of the Fuma clan. Begin. Author's notes. What's up? Here's a new chapter. I know Midoshi is a little out of character, caring for her teammates when they are just a means to an end, but I wanted to give her a bit of a human side. She's still the coy, vindictive, scary girl that only wants to fight Naruto in an ultimate battle, but she has grown to respect and like her team. Anyway, enjoy the new chapter. Chapter 38, The Prelims, Part 3. Misumi charged at Kotoheim, who was doing some hand seals. Her hair wrapped around her in a protective cocoon. Misumi grabbed her and began to wrap around her. Everyone who was watching was a little put off by the ability that he was showing. Anko was the only one who had her eyes narrowed. She didn't know how, but this guy knew something that he shouldn't. The technique he was using was the Nan no Kaizo, soft physique modification, and it was an ability of her former master. She made a quick motion to the Hokage, who nodded. Back on the ground, Misumi was chuckling and bragging about the situation. He was tightening his hold on the girl. That hair of yours would not help you. Perhaps if you allow me to get a feel, then I might be persuaded to let you advance. What do you think, huh? Misumi asked with a perverted tone. How about you die instead? Kotoheim said. Misumi suddenly gasped as he felt several knives punch through his midsection. He quickly released Kotoheim, who then landed a kick to his wounded area. He hit the ground with a groan and struggled to stop the bleeding. Kotoheim turned to him and gave him a sinister grin. She stabbed her hair into the ground and did some hand seals. The hair then charged at Misumi, creating large spikes that came out of the ground. Misumi was white with fear as he could not move. As the attack closed in, Misumi was saved by Hayate before he could get skewered. Kotoheim was angered and confused by what the sick-looking man had done. He looked at her with a serious gaze. He was unable to continue. While killing is allowed, it is not done willingly. This match is over. Kotoheim of the Fuma clan is winner of the 7th match. Hayate informed. Kotoheim's hair returned to normal, but she was unhappy about not finishing the pervert. She hoped that she would get another chance in the future. The medic rushed Misumi out, but Orochimaru could see that they were not normal medics. He cursed Misumi for his carelessness. He figured that Anko had noticed his ability and linked it to him. He was also very angry with Guren's team. He watched as they congratulated Kotoheim on her win. He would need to do something about this soon. The board cycled again and two names popped up. It was Niji and Hinata. This caused a lot of people to look at the matchup with worry. Niji didn't say anything and made his way down to the stadium floor. As he made his way down, he remembered a conversation that he had with opponent. Flashback. Niji had returned from a joint training exercise with Team Anko. His mind was heavy with thoughts because of the discussion he had with Naruto. He had come to respect the blonde despite their different views. During the exercise, he had asked about the seal on his head. He told that he had an interest in Fuinjutsu and was interested. Niji told him all about the seal and what it does. Naruto was disgusted with the head family use of the seal, but it also explained a lot about Niji's hatred. However, this spurred another question from the blonde that stuck. He asked him why he lumps his cousin with the others. He further explained himself by telling him that many of the Hyuga clan was pricks but Hinata was not. He commented that she was too shy to actually be a Hyuga. Niji told him about what happened to his father and what led to his death. Naruto countered by saying that she was 3. It turned into an argument, but Naruto then came up with a challenge for him. He asked him to actually ask Hinata what she thought about the seal. He took the challenge, assuming the answer. As he entered, he saw her walking somewhere. He quickly walked up to her, startling her. "And Niji-nisan, what can I do for you?" Hinata asked. "Come with me," he commanded. Hinata just nodded and followed Niji to the training hall. Once there, he turned to face her. "I want to know what you think of the seal," Niji said. What?" Hinata asked with shock. "I want to know your true thoughts. I never heard of you using it, but I know how the head family is. You may have others fooled, but my eyes can see through you. Now, tell me," Niji said in a demanding voice. Hinata was very nervous, but she gathered her courage and faced him. I hate the seal and all it represents," Hinata answered him. Niji bore into her, but he could not tell if she was lying. There was just no sense of deception. I know that you hate me because of what happened to you father, and for that, I am truly sorry. You think that just because you say that you're sorry that it makes it any better? I have no father because of you," Niji roared. "And if I could take his place, then I would without pause," Hinata shouted, shocking Niji. "At least father would look at me with some pride. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I can try to make the Hyuga a true family," Hinata said. Niji looked at his cousin with shock and frustration. He balled his fists and tried to come up with something. Instead, he stormed off, making his way toward his room. Present. Since that talk, he had avoided her. He would at times spy on her and see her practice. She would pathetically continue even when she was tired. After a while, he began to begrudgingly respect her. Now, he would see if it would pay off. He looked across from him and saw Hinata. She was nervous and shaking. He sighed, gaining her attention. "Normally, I would just tell you that you have no chance, that destiny has named me the winner. However, that is not what I'm going to do. You will show me the depths of your resolve, Hinata-sama," Niji said. What do you mean?" Hinata asked with a little surprise. "You said that you want to make the Hyuga a true family, right? Let's see if you have the resolve to actually do that," Niji said. He slipped into his stance and prepared himself. "Show me, Hyuga Hinata, heiress to the clan. If you have the resolve to complete your objective." That statement must have done something to Hinata. She lost her nervousness gradually and did a seal. "Byakugan," she called out. Activating her dojutsu, she slipped into her stance as well. Niji activated his Byakugan as well. Hayate looked at the two and saw that the talk was over. "Hyuga Niji versus Hyuga Hinata. Begin," Hayate said. The two charged at each other and began to throw blows. Using the Jukin, gentle fist, their clan style, they both went at it. Everyone was at awe at the taijutsu skill that was being shown by the two. They would counter, parry, and avoid each other's strikes, knowing that one hit could prove to be damaging. Niji was still holding back, but he was a little impressed with his cousin. He had seen her use the Jukin and she was just awful at it. However, the girl must have found a way to suit it to her natural flexibility. He would not get a clean shot against her. After a great length of time, the two separated and faced each other. Hinata looked a little winded and so did he. He winced a little as during the exchange, Hinata managed to get a glancing blow on his side. Despite that, he had done much more to her. He decided to show her what he did and dropped his guard. Hinata saw this and attacked. Her palm landed but Niji didn't even flinch. He grabbed her wrist and pulled down her coat sleeve. There, she saw what he did. She was very surprised that Niji managed to shut off her chakra within that exchange. She tried to attack with the other arm, but Niji caught it and cut the chakra off. He then hit her with a Juken strike to her midsection. Hinata flew back but was quick to her feet. She went back into the Juken stance before charging again. Niji dodged her strikes with ease before sending her flying with a two-hit combo that sent her to the ground again. Hinata stood again and attacked. Niji just looked at his cousin, seeing the determination in her eyes. He still held back and used minimal force against her, but she would just keep getting up and came at him. Niji decided that it was time to end this. He ducked under another attempt and got into a familiar stance. Hinata's eyes went wide. Hack Sanjuni Sho. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Niji said and attacked. Hinata tried to defend herself, but she was struck with every palm that Niji unleashed. His final strikes sent her flying across the floor where she landed motionless. Niji sighed and relaxed himself. He turned to Hay-8 before taking his leave. Winner of the 8th match, Hay-8 began. W8, a meek voice shouted. Niji whipped her head around and looked on in shock at what he was seeing. Hinata was on her hands and knees, but she was slowly pushing herself to her feet. He couldn't believe that she could still stand after that. Hinata pushed forward slowly toward Niji before gaining a quick stride. That stride turned into a dash. Hinata reared her hand back as she closed in. She roared as best as she could and struck Niji in the chest. While it had no chakra in it, Niji felt the blow. Hinata kept her hand there and was breathing very hard. She looked at Niji and stared right back at her. They looked at each other for a while before Hinata pitched forward. Niji caught her and held her as she went limp. Before she went totally out, she said these words. "Have I changed, Niji-Nissen?" she asked before passing out. Niji carefully laid her down and looked at her unconscious form. "You'll need to change some more, Hinata-sama. Lucky for you, I will be with you all the way," Niji said softly. He turned away and made his way back to his team. He heard Hay-8 declare him the winner, but if he stayed just a little longer, he would have seen the smile that was on Hinata's face. After clearing Hinata from the floor, the board cycled again and 2 names appeared. Naruto was very interested in this match because Gaara was fighting. He felt very sorry for his opponent who had his arms in slings. He was wondering why this Zaka guy was competing with such an injury, but if he did not forfeit, then he was a dead man. The two stood across from each other, but Gaara was paying no attention at him. The red head turned to him and looked at him with promise of pain and death. Naruto looked back without fear. He then broke contact with him and started to glare at Midoshi. Even after the match started, Gaara kept glaring at the young girl. Midoshi just looked at him without interest, which seemed to anger him more. Tired of being ignored, Zaku removed his arm from one of the slings and charged forward. When he was close enough, pointed his hand at Gaara. "Zankaha!" Decapitating airwaves. Zaku shouted. A large blast of air exploded in Gaara's face. Zaku had a victorious smirk on his face until the smoke cleared. He was surprised to see Gaara's sand protected him from being blown away. Zaku growled as his attack could destroy stone. He jumped back a few feet and removed the other arm. He braced himself as he collected air into his hands. He pointed forward, his palms facing Gaara. Zankakyakua! Extreme decapitating airwaves. Zaku roared and fired his attack. Everyone had to block their eyes as the attack ripped the ground up and destroyed everything in its path, including the doors and wall behind it. When Zaku stopped his technique, there was a large trench in the ground. Zaku began to laugh and cheered to his victory. That's when he felt dust fall over him. He looked up to see a cloud of sand. It descended on him in a hurry and Zaku found himself wrapped up in a cocoon of sand. Gaara appeared, his hand held out. "Sabaku Soso, Sand Waterfall Funeral," Gaara said and closed his hand into a fist. The sand convulsed and crushed Zaku. No one could hear his screams. Drips of bloody sand fell onto the ground. Gaara just looked at Midoshi and Naruto before returning to his team. Winner of the 9th match, Sabaku no Gaara. "We will take a small break to repair the floor," Hay-8 said. As several people came to repair the floor and wall, Anko turned to Naruto. "He seems very excited to kill you. Maybe you should step out and quit," Anko said. "I don't think that would do anything. Even if I quit, he would still come after me. Don't worry about it, sensei. I won't be leaving this world until the old man's hat is mine," Naruto said. Anko chuckled and ruffled his hair. Across the way, Guren was having a similar conversation. I'm just saying that boy is unstable. I know that you're strong, but you might be biting off more than you can chew, Gyurin said. Are you actually concerned for me, Gyurin? Midoshi asked with amusement. You don't have to worry. That sand rat can't match me. He could glare all he wants, but he will know that I am the apex predator between us. Whatever. I hope he kills you, Gyurin said. Love you too. Chapter 39, The Prelims, Final Part. The broad cycled again and 2 more names were named for the 10th match. It would be Tenten versus Watanabe Jacken. The 2 jumped down to the floor and readied themselves to fight. Both teams were looking at this with some interest. Tenten looked at Jacken with a cocky grin. You ready to lose again? She asked. Someone's confident? It's going to be so fun to see your face when I'm the victor, Jacken said with a grin. Hayate saw that the talking was done and began the match. In a flash, each of them launched shuriken at each other in rapid motion. Each shuriken knocked each other out of the way and landed on the ground. Tenten jumped back and used a scroll. It launched a torrent of weapons at Jacken. Jacken easily dodged and pulled out his Kusarigama. He threw 3 shuriken and Tenten countered. Jacken used this to wrap his new long chain around her ankle. With a tug, he pulled her forward and used the Shunshin, body flicker, to close the distance between them. He appeared above her and landed an axe kick to her gut. Tenten hit the ground but quickly freed herself from the chain. She rolled away and threw 3 shuriken at Jacken. Jacken used her weapon to defend himself, batting the shuriken away, and whipped the chain toward Tenten. Tenten moved out of the way and began to fire some more shuriken at him. Jacken used the chain as a whip, knocking away her weapons and attacking Tenten. She dodged for a good while, but she was clipped a few times by the whipping motion. Having enough of the cat and mouse, Jacken spun the sickle quickly, creating a mini buzzsaw. He launched it, cutting Tenten off. He did the same with the ball, launching it with such speed. Tenten barely dodged, but she saw that it would have been off target anyway. She was curious as to why until she was hit by Jacken, who hit her with a flying side kick. She gasped as he hit her in the stomach and she was sent flying away. She hit the ground and bounced 2 times before landing in a heap. She struggled to get back to her feet and looked to see Jacken in his stance. Tenten realized what Jacken was doing. While she was a student of one of Konoha's top taijutsu jonin, Tenten mainly used weapons. Jacken was the same, but he was also skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He had abandoned the long-range battle and decided to fight her up close. She needed to get the fight back into her element. She grabbed 2 scrolls and placed them next to her. She did some hand seals and the scrolls exploded into 2 dragons. Jacken watched as the dragons disappeared and was replaced with scroll paper. Sashoryu, twin rising dragons. Tenten shouted and flew up into the air. She hovered in midair and began to unseal a multitude of weapons that she threw at Jacken. Jacken batted the weapons away from him and dodged as best as he could. He was starting to get tired, but he was able to escape with minor cuts. Tenten smirked and pulled her hands back. Jacken watched as each weapon rose and hovered in the air. Jacken saw the thin ninja wire that was attached to the weapons. Jacken was not about to let her attack him again. He did a single seal and charged his chakra. Red arcs of lightning arced off him. Karazen, crimson lightning flash. Hearing those words, his team hit the deck. He jumped in the air and began to whip the chain around. Kyofu Dajishin, quake with fear. Jacken shouted and launched the ball of the weapon to the ground. Pierced through the ground and dug very deep. After a few moments, the ground exploded into a series of chains that slammed into the walls and rails. Tenten's weapons were destroyed and she was wrapped up in the chains. Jacken landed on the chains and did another seal, making lightning spark off his body. He gave Tenten a smirk who just widened in fear. Knowing that he was giving her a choice, Tenten took the lesser of 2 evils. Protector, I'm giving up, Tenten shouted. Hayate nodded and declared Jacken the winner. He dispelled his jutsu and Tenten was freed. She looked up to see Jacken looked at her with a cocky smirk. She glared at him for it. Don't give me that look, you smug bastard. Just help me to my feet, she exclaimed. Cammy, you're bitchy, Jacken said and offered his hand. She took it and Jacken helped her up. That's when a piece of Tenten's clothes fell off and the contestants got a view of some side boob. Jacken was very focused on the developing piece of flesh and did not turn away. Tenten was confused until she heard a catcall from Kiba. She looked down and was mortified. Seeing that Jacken did not avert his eyes, She kicked him in the face while covering her modesty. She straddled him and began to wail on him with one hand. Naruto, Yakumo, Niji and Lee had quite the time separating the enraged girl from Jacken. Anko was on the ground laughing while guys shouted about youthful love, earning him a kunai to the face. After separating the two, getting Tenten some spare clothes, healing Jacken's injuries and keeping Tenten from killing Jacken, the prelims continued. The board cycled again and it was now Naruto's turn. He saw that his opponent was one of the Suna ninja, Kankuro. The match was interesting because whoever won would have their whole team in the finals. They both faced each other and prepared themselves. Naruto pulled out his staff while Kankuro prepared himself for close combat. That confused the blonde because he was a puppeteer. He figured it out and smirked. Uzumaki Naruto versus Sabaku no Kankuro. Begin. Eight called out. Naruto quickly jumped back some distance while doing hand seals. Katan Goen no Jutsu. Fire release. Great flame technique. Naruto shouted and launched a large stream of flames at Kankuro. The boy widened as he was consumed by the flame. From out of the wrap, Kankuro appeared and quickly got out of the flame's path. He used chakra no ito, chakra threads, to pull out what was burning in the flames and placed it in front of him. Kankuro cursed as his puppet, Karasu, Crow, was slightly burnt. Son of a bitch! Kankuro growled and looked forward to see the edge of a staff. He moved away but Naruto would not let up in attacking him. Kankuro quickly used his puppet to skewer Naruto from behind with wrist blades. Naruto gasped but suddenly dispelled. Kankuro was confused until Naruto appeared behind him. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Kankuro was swept up by the river and Naruto did another set of seals. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon formed and fired several balls of mud. Kankuro used Karasu and separated the puppet. He used the torso as a shield while attacking with the head and arms that had blades on them. Naruto defended himself with his staff and dodged with quick reflexes. He noticed that there was something purple on the tip of the blade. His eyes widened as he realized that the blades were poisoned. Kankuro escaped the mud and brought his puppet back together. Karasu opened his mouth and the puppet shot several senbon at Naruto. Naruto slammed his hands on the ground. Doton, Doriku Geishi, Earth Release, Earth Shore Return. A slab of earth quickly rose and protected Naruto from the assault. Naruto created a Kage Bunshin, shadow clone, before disappearing underground. Kankuro made his puppet fly into the air and opened the torso of his puppet. It released several small bombs that fell toward Naruto. Naruto did his final set of seals. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The attack blew the bombs, senbon and the earth shield right at Kankuro. The puppeteer called Karasu back and jumped onto its back to escape the attack. Kankuro jumped down on the ground where Naruto popped out of the ground. He caught Kankuro with a palm strike to one of his arms. She spun into his defense and slammed another palm strike to his other arm. Kankuro winced and maneuvered his puppet to chase Naruto away. The blonde jumped away but had a smirk on his face when he did another seal. Fuin. Seal, Naruto said. With that word, Kankuro suddenly lost the ability to control his puppet. Shocked by this, he did not see the butt of a flying staff that hit him in the head. Naruto suddenly appeared above him and slammed his feet into his chest and slammed him into the ground. Naruto caught the staff in midair and stabbed the staff on Kankuro's throat. He placed his palm on the other end and looked ready to push the staff to break Kankuro's throat. Submit, Naruto said. Kankuro attempted to get to his puppet, but he was unable to. Naruto pushed the staff into his throat to let him know that he meant business. With a frown, Kankuro did submit to the situation. Winner of the 11th match, Uzumaki Naruto. Height said. Naruto got off Kankuro and did a release hand seal. He touched both of Kankuro's hands and the teen was able to use the chakra in his arms again. He was curious about that, but Naruto was already going back to his side. Watching him, Gaara narrowed his eyes. He did not know what the blonde did to Kankuro, but it was very similar to what he did to him in their first meeting. What was that he did and could it really stop him from killing him? Midoshi did know what Naruto did and was giddy with excitement. That was a very high skill with Fuinjutsu that she rarely saw. The fact that he was able to place 2 Jutsushiki, technique formula, was impressive. She had to fight him now. She wished to fight him first and Kami help anyone who didn't give it to her. The 12th match of the prelims was Tsuchikin vs. Sai. The The two were facing each other and Kin couldn't help but frown at her opponent. He had that same stupid smile that he had when they met in the forest. The genin had pissed her off something fierce because he had dealt with them pretty easily. That was before Sasuke stepped in and destroyed them all with Orochimaru's power. That pissed her off more that she was used as nothing but fodder. Not only that, but her teammates were dead and Orochimaru didn't really care. It infuriated her. As Hayate was about to start the match, Kin struck out with several senbon. She used the bells to activate her genjutsu, making Sai see multiple copies of her. Dazed, Kin struck at Sai, drive a kunai into his throat. She gave the boy a vicious smirk before her eyes widened in shock when she felt cold steel cut across her throat. She quickly grabbed her throat to stop the bleeding. She turned to see the smiling teen, holding a bloody tanto. The one that she stabbed dispelled into a black goo. Sai walked away, sheathing his weapon. Hayate quickly called for the medics, but it would be too late for Kin. The last member of the Odo team was dead. The final match, if you could call it a match, was between best friends Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Despite Asuma's bribery, neither genin participated. Shikamaru refused to fight Choji and Choji refused to fight Shikamaru. Because of this, Hayate had no choice but to disqualify the both of them. Asuma sighed at the result and swore to make the two pay for it. With that, the prelims are over. The winners of the match were now standing in front of the Hokage. Sasuke was not there, so Kakashi was there for him. They all stood and waited for the Hokage to speak. Congratulations on your victories. You have shown incredible skill and intelligence in each of your matches. However, your journey is not complete. There is still one more step for you until you can reach the rank of Chunin. A one-on-one tournament in front of your peers and daimyos where you will be judged to see if you deserve the rank of Chunin. Few of you could pass or none of you can pass. That is just the risk you take as Chunin. In 1 month time, your fate is in your own hands. Hiruzen said. Enough already. Let's get on with it, Gaara said with impatience. Hiruzen didn't look intimidated and made a motion to Anko. She was holding a box and made her way over to Kakashi first. Another jonin pulled out a board with numbers on it. She held the box out and Kakashi dug his hand in it. He pulled out a piece of paper that had a number on it. 11, Kakashi said. The other Chunin wrote Sasuke's name in the 11th spot. Next was Shino. 3, Shino said. 6, Temari said. 2, Midoshi said. 7, Yakumo said. 10, Lee said with excitement. 8, Kodoheim said. 9, Niji said. 12, Gaara said. 5, Jacken said. 1, Naruto said. This caused a small chuckle to come from Midoshi, which turned into a full-blown laughter. A sweat drop appeared on his head and wondered what he was getting into. 4, Sai said. With the final name, Anko faced the finalists. Alright maggots, this is how the matches are. The first match will be Uzumaki Naruto against Midoshi of Otokage, she said. Naruto looked at her and she at him. He could see that she was very pleased about the matchup. This brought some concern to Naruto. It would seem that he would have to count on the Kyuubi to fight this foe. The second match will be Aburame Shino against Sai. Neither opponent made a comment or looked at each other. The third match will be Watanabe Jacken against Sabaku no Temari. Jacken looked at the blonde before returning to face Anko. Temari briefly looked at him and returned to the front. The fourth match will be Kurama Yakumo and Kodoheim of the Fuma clan. Kodoheim looked at the Kurama princess because she was also another person of interest for Midoshi. The fifth match will be Hyuga Niji against Rock Lee. Lee cheered and hopped around. Niji just sighed and cranked his neck. The final match will be against Uchiha Sasuke against Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara did not look pleased about the matchup. While Sasuke may have had the same eyes as him, he was weak compared to Naruto and Midoshi. He would agree to it for now. The Uchiha would be enough to whet his appetite. Alright, you guys have a month to come up with new tactics and jutsu. It will be held at the stadium in Konoha. Good luck and don't die. Chapter 40. Preparing for the finals. Midoshi was walking with Guren to her left, Kajiro and Kodoheim to her right. They had just left the forest and quickly made their way out of Konoha. Midoshi knew that they would have been shadows the second that they left the forest by either the Hokage or this Danzo person. Lucky for her, she knew several serpents that could use the Henge no Jutsu transformation technique. She had just gotten word that their tail was not assumed by the trick. Either way, they were in the clear. Gyurin, it will be your job to prepare Kodoheim and to keep Kajiro skills growing, Midoshi said. Yeah, I heard you the first time. I assume that you will be training as well, Gyurin asked. Of course, I expect the Gamasenin, Frog Hermit, to take my prey to train. It would not be wise to underestimate him, Midoshi said. She suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Gyurin and the others prepared themselves. Midoshi raised her hand to calm them. What do you want, Orochimaru? The pale-faced man stepped out of hiding and faced the group. They could all see that he was not happy. What do you think that you were doing, girl? You have cost me a lot. And what did you think you were doing, almost destroying my new body? Orochimaru hissed in displeasure. Your boy should have much more control of his emotions. They will get him killed one day. As for your selected team, Dosu should have known better. Zaku was never going to survive against the animal and Kin was too overzealous in attacking that killer, Midoshi stated. She then gave Orochimaru a smirk. Why are you so angry with me? You have many in that village of yours that you don't care about. One of them can be used for your jutsu. She was suddenly grabbed by the throat and slammed into a tree. He bore a hole in her when he suddenly realized that the other three were preparing to attack him. He turned to them, giving them a glare. Realizing what they were doing, they backed down. Orochimaru turned to Midoshi. Do not forget, Midoshi, if it wasn't for the power you hold, I would have killed you by now. Do not think that the protection of the Hibi, Snake, clan can save you. He hissed before releasing Midoshi and disappearing like mist. Midoshi rubbed her throat and glared at the spot that Orochimaru once was. Regaining her composure, she turned to Gyurin. I wasn't expecting that for you. You're pretty loyal to the snake, Midoshi said. A temporary lapse of judgment. Trust me, it won't happen again, Gyurin said to her. Midoshi scoffed but had a small smile on her face. She then got serious. We're going to have a change of plans. You guys are coming with me, she said. Where? Gyurin asked in genuine curiosity. Ryukido, Dragon Ground Cave. The next day, Anko had gathered her team at the entrance of the Forest of Death. She had gathered them because she was having a time figuring out what to do about two of her students. Yakumo. She knew that her clan would be taking on her monthly training. She wasn't too worried about her because she knew that Unkai was not one to hold back. She also, secretly, knows what she would be going through. Her other two were a problem. She considered dumping the training on the Hokage with Naruto and the ANBU with Jacken. However, the appearance of Orochimaru put a damper on that. So she decided to do this in the only way she knew how. Too bad her students did not agree with the method. What's wrong with this idea? Anko asked with a grunt. We are not picking up the kunai and we are not stabbing each other. Just because you live off blood doesn't mean that we have to, Naruto said. Yeah. Didn't you get enough murder and mayhem during the prelims? Jacken asked. Ah, but I want some blood, Anko whined. The three genin sighed at her antics. There you are, a voice said. Everyone turned to see Jiraiya. The white-haired ninja waved at the group with a smile. Ero Sennin, what are you doing here? Naruto asked the man. He got a slap upside the head for the name and Naruto glared at him. Jiraiya returned the glare but turned his attention to Anko. Hey Anko, I was hoping that you wouldn't mind if I took the brat of the month? He asked. Really? Do you honestly think that I will allow it after the last time you trained him? Anko said with a dangerous tone. Jiraiya held his hands up in surrender. I promise I won't do that again. The truth is I'm a little concerned about his opponent, Jiraiya said with a serious tone. Anko was as well. She didn't like Midoshi's interest in him and feared the worst. All right, I'll leave his training to you, Anko said. Jiraiya nodded and gave her a thumb up. Anko then walked up to Jacken and draped her arm on Jacken's shoulders. Well, that makes you the odd man out, Jacken. Is there a chance that I can find another sensei? Jacken asked. Naruto quickly grabbed Jiraiya and used the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique to go. Yakumo had already used a genjutsu to get out of the area. Jacken growled at his teammates. Traitors! Ah, don't be like that. We are going to have so much fun this month. Anko cooed. She then let out a chilling laugh that had the young man whimpering in fear. Niji had put on his sandals and was preparing to go and meet Tenten for training. He needed help with a jutsu that he had just replicated. He stood to feet and was ready to go when a member of the main house had just summoned him to the meeting room. Curious as to what they wanted, Niji made his way to the meeting room. He was let in and made his way to the center of the room. He kneeled and faced the head of the room where Hayashi, Hinata, Hanabi, and a Hyuga elder sat. "You summoned me, Hayashi-sama?" Niji asked. "Yes, I did. Starting today, you will be trained by me for the month that you are allowed to train for the finals," Hayashi said to the point. Niji looked at the man with surprise and shock. He could hear the murmurings of the other main house members, but he ignored it for the time being. "I do not understand, sir. Why am I being given such an honor?" Niji asked. "That you must ask Hinata," Hayashi said. Hinata took a deep breath before facing Niji. "Niji, you are the Hyuga's greatest prodigy. You have no equal in our age group. Why should you not be taught main house jutsu? Wouldn't it be better if you are given more strength? Also, I need to have someone of your level to help me improve this month. I wish to stand on my own 2 feet and I would like for you to lend me your strength. Do you accept this honor, cousin?" Hinata asked. Niji looked at his cousin before bowing his head. "I accept this honor, Hinata-sama, Hayashi-sama," Niji said. "Very well, your training will begin later today. You are dismissed," Hayashi said. Niji bowed and made his way out of the meeting room. He ignored the talking as he had the biggest smile on his face. He needed to tell Tenten that he would not need her help anymore. XXX. Gaara made his way to the gates of Konoha. He had his gourd and his things with him. Everyone gave the red head a wide berth as he was admitting a dangerous aura. As he neared the gates, Baki appeared in front of him. With him was his sibling. The boy gave the Jonin a glare as the two stood facing each other. "What do you want?" Gaara demanded. "Where do you believe that you're going, Gaara?" Baki asked. "To the desert until the finals begin," Gaara answered. Baki, Kankuro, and Temari looked at him with shock. "That Uchiha kid that much of a problem for you?" Kankuro asked. Gaara threw him a glare before facing Baki again. "I don't care about the Uchiha. My targets are Uzumaki and Midoshi. They will prove my existence and I must prepare to kill them. The Uchiha is only a stepping stone," Gaara said and continued on his way out of the village. The three looked at his back and watched him go. Baki only sighed in frustration while the other two siblings were surprised. "I didn't think that he would ever take training seriously. He must really fear these two if he's training," Temari commented. "Midoshi, I can understand. That chick is not stable. The blonde kid, I don't see anything that is too threatening to Gaara," Kankuro said. "This is the same guy who sealed off your chakra and defeated you in the prelims," Temari said with a mocking grin. Kankuro growled at her but didn't say anything. "He has a right to be worried. If that blonde should ever learn about Gaara's tenant, he may be able to seal him off," Baki said softly. The other two did not really think about that. Baki turned to his other two charges. "Temari, follow Gaara and stay with him." Temari was about to argue but was stopped when Baki handed her a scroll. "What's this?" Temari asked. "There are 2 techniques that I expect you to learn within the month. You are to also improve on your other techniques," Baki said. "Are you telling me to be cautious about this guy?" Temari asked. "Yes, now go," he said. Temari shrugged and made her way to catch up to Gaara. Baki turned to Kankuro. "Since you lost, we will have to find another way for you to participate in the operation. Return to Suna and await further instructions." Kankuro nodded and made his way out of the village away. Baki turned back toward the center of the village. He had to meet up with someone before he could return to Suna. XXX. "So you are in the finals, Shino? Do you wish for me to train for the exams?" Shibi asked his son. He had come to him at lunch and asked for training. While Shino would have been content with Kurenai's training, he felt that something was very off about Sai. He was a dangerous person, plain and simple. "Yes, father. The opponent I will be facing will not be an easy victory," Shino said to him. "Very well, prepare yourself. I will not be holding back against you," Shibi said. "Understood." XXX. "So you are up against the Aburame boy? He is quite skilled from what I have seen," Danzo said. "Yes, I also suspect that he is aware of my true skills. I just get that feeling for him, Danzo Dano," Sai said. "Is that so?" Perhaps I have misjudged this class. Either way, Toryun, Danzo called out to the shadows. A man covered with a robe and had on a mask appeared from the shadows. You will be training Sai for the month. Do what you must to prepare him for the coming battle. Understood, Danzo Dano, he said. The two root disappeared and left the old ninja alone. XXX. Lee stood in front of his student with excitement. All right, Lee, this is the moment that you have been waiting for. We will show all of Konoha what the power of hard work can do, Guy exclaimed. Yes, sir. We will show our glorious flames to the village and to Niji. I can't wait, the young lookalike said with equal excitement. Lee! Guy-sensei! The two hugged and the sun settled behind them with waves crashing. Lucky for their team, they were doing something better. XXX. Kakashi was breathing a little heavily. He realized that he was out of shape and that was something that made him feel a little down. He made a note in the back of his mind to contact Anko for some training. Knowing her, she would love to kick him in the ass for the time that he messed with her. He turned his focus back to cliff and used one of the 8 gates to fly up the cliff face. He reached the top and let out a sigh of relief. He pulled himself to the top and rested. As he took a few deep breaths, he moved his lone eye to look to his right. Well, how long have you been here? Kakashi asked. It doesn't matter. When do we begin training? Sasuke asked with a tone. Kakashi just sighed and scratched his head. He wondered why he couldn't get a respectful student. Sasuke, Sakura and Sai were just too troublesome to deal with. Chapter 41, Hell Month, Part 1. 30 days until the finals. Ankai sat in the dojo with Yakumo, who sat across from him. Yakumo was in her training clothes and waited for her training to begin. To the side, her parents were watching, as was Haku. The former ally of Momochi Zabuza had agreed to help her with her taijutsu. They sat and waited for Ankai to talk. The old man looked at her with a serious gaze. Let me first say that I am proud at how far you have come in your life as a ninja. Many wrote you off, but you showed them that you were meant for this life. Ankai said. Thank you, uncle, Yakumo said. That said, I will let you know that I will not be easy on you when it comes to this training. I have given your friend Haku instructions not to take it easy on you. I will also be hard on you and I will push you to your limits so that you are prepared for your opponent in the finals. Your other sparring partner will also be tough on you, Ankai said. Other instructor? Yakumo asked with confusion. Ankai nodded his head and the doors opened. In stepped someone that made Yakumo's eyes narrow. She faced her uncle and was about to speak, but he stopped her. I know that you have a history with her, but she is one of the village's top genjutsu users. Since she has no one to help as her student is being trained by his father, she has agreed to help you prepare for the exams, Ankai said. Yakumo just took a breath and calmed her angry. Very well, I will abide by your decision, uncle, Yakumo said. Yakumo gave one look to Kurenai before turning her head around, refusing to look at her. Kurenai just sighed and waited for the training to begin. XXX. Midoshi looked at Manda, who was looking right back at her. The two were in a starring contest that had been going on for a while now. To the side, the team that she put together was waiting for the answer that they came here for. Manda sighed and faced her. Very well, they can stay here and train. However, I will keep an eye on them. They can use you part of Ryukido. They are your responsibility, and if they get eaten, I am not responsible, Manda said. Thank you, Manda Shishi. Midoshi turned to lead her team to her private training area. That's when Midoshi was stopped by Manda and another large snake. Actually, let Hikari take them there. You need to come with me, Manda said. Midoshi was a little confused but obeyed him. She got on his head and the two went in the other direction. It didn't take them long to arrive at the home of the Hakuja Sennin, White Snake Sage. She wondered why they were here. Was the Hakuja Sennin finally going to teach her the Sennin Moto, Honored Sage Mode? The two entered the cave that he resided in. Midoshi faced one of the largest serpents that ever lived. He was wearing a hat with 2 pointed edges, an orb on top and a headdress. He also was wearing a chain with an orb around its neck. In his mouth was a cigarette. He released a breath of smoke before facing the young Midoshi. Ah, Midoshi-chan. I am glad to see you today, the white snake said. It's good to see you, Ajisen. Mandashishi said that you wished to see me? Midoshi asked. Ah yes, I did wish to see you. I have seen a drastic change in your future that has me surprised. I thought that you should know about it. he said. Midoshi looked at the old sage with a smirk. She didn't believe in fortune-telling, but she loved the old sage. She decided to humor the serpent. Okay, let's hear it, she said with a tone. The old sage was not offended and looked at her. Your future is entwined with Gamma clan for some reason. In fact, the two true sages shall form a union that will unite the two clans and bring peace between the two. What do you think of this future of yours? The white snake sage said. No offense, Ajizan, but you know how I feel about your future telling. I like to make my own future, Midoshi said. You have not offended me, child, but I believe in what I saw. Who knows, maybe you will become a believer as well, he said. Whatever you say, Ajizan. If you'll excuse me, I have some training to do, Midoshi said. She turned and made her way to start training for the finals. As she made her way to her private training ground, she couldn't help but think about what the old sage said. A union that would unite the clans? It sounded ridiculous. The Gamma, Toad, and Hebe, Snake, clans would never see eye to eye. Still, she wondered who this true sage could be on the Gamma side. For some reason, spiky blonde hair and deep blue eyes came into her mind. It made her smile. Triple X. Achoo! Naruto sneezed. Jiraiya looked at his student for the month. You okay, kid? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I think so. Someone must be talking about me, Naruto said. Jiraiya turned back to their travel to their destination. Triple X. 29 days left. Jacken arrived and kept his wits about him. He was not looking forward to the next 29 days with his sensei. He could only image what that crazy bitch had in store for him. He made a note to get even with his teammates for leaving him alone with the psycho. As he entered the training ground, Jacken got a bad feeling. It was something that he and the team developed. Someone was here and they had very bad intentions. It had to be Anko. He quickly moved out of the way when several shuriken came at him. A few more came his way and he countered with some shuriken of his own. He rushed toward the last known location of the shuriken and pulled out his Kuzurigama. He launched the ball part with some force that tore a branch off the tree. He watched as a shadowy figure ran away. Jacken gave chase and kept his eyes on the intruder. He threw the ball part of his weapon again, making the person jump in the air. He launched some shuriken at the person, but they countered with shuriken of their own. Jacken retracted his chain quickly and charged at the person. He closed the distance and lashed out with the sickle part of the weapon. It was blocked but something and Jacken was stabbed in the chest. He noticed that it was a blunt weapon and assumed that it was a bois. The two traded strikes, each avoiding a crippling blow. That's when Jacken did hand seals. Reiju Hashiri no Jutsu, lightning beast running technique. Jacken shouted and created a beast of lightning that charged at the intruder. He heard the person curse, which made him smirk. Doton, Doraku Geishi. Earth release, Earth shore return. Anko voice came from his right. The attack managed to stall the lightning attack before it punched through and destroyed the earth-made slab. That still gave Anko enough time to act and save the intruder that was attacking Jacken. Anko landed and placed the person down. Jacken relaxed and wondered what was going on. That wasn't nice, you two. You started without me, Anko said. Sensei, what's going on? Jacken asked. Well, I figured that I could use some help in training you. She agreed to help me since her teammate canceled on her. Meet your training partner, Anko said as she brought Tenten into view. Buns, you have me training with her? What for? Jacken asked. Well, considering that she has better accuracy than you, I figure that she can give you some pointers. She can also help in a version of tag that I've created, Anko said with a smirk. It's the perfect idea. She'll help you with long range and I'll work on your close range skills. So Tenten will be in charge and her orders are like my orders. Disobey them and she has my authority to punish you as she see fit. Jacken looked at her with shock and looked ready to argue. He stopped himself because he knew that it would be useless with her. He looked at Tenten, who had a wide grin on her face. This is going to be a sucky 29 days, Jacken said. Triple X. Jiraiya and Naruto finally reached their destination. They jumped off the orange and red toad. Jiraiya thanked him and the two looked over the area that they were in. Naruto was very confused as to why they were going to train in a ruined city. So, this is where we're going to be training? Naruto asked slowly. I know that it doesn't look like much, but this will be the perfect place to train. Come on, we have to go to the room where we will be staying, Jiraiya said. They walked for a little while before they came upon some doors. Jiraiya pushed Naruto forward, which confused him. Use some of your blood and place it on the seal. Confused, Naruto did as he was told and placed some blood on the seal on the door. Surprisingly, the doors began to open. Naruto stepped back and was wondering what the hell was going on. Jiraiya placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked at him with a smile. Welcome to the home of your ancestors, Naruto. Welcome to the home of the Uzumaki, Jiraiya said. XXX. Naruto was sitting in the room where he was going to train. However, his mind was far from training. He was still trying to wrap his around the fact that he had a clan. He always knew that Uzumaki was a common surname in Konoha. He never found another record of another Uzumaki, so he just assumed that was that. Now, he had a clan and they were, by Jiraiya's explanation, badass. Still, he didn't know why anybody told him about it. Was it because he was the child of an Uzumaki? Jiraiya walked up the young blonde and sat down next to him. How are you doing, kid? I know that this is a lot to take in, Jiraiya said. A little. I'm just confused as to why I wasn't told. I mean, the swirl pattern on the Chunin and Jonin flak vest are the clan's symbols. The Uzumaki must have been important to Konoha. So why isn't there any information about the clan? Naruto asked. That was done after Kumo attempted to kidnap your mother, Jiraiya explained. My mother? You knew my mother? Naruto asked with surprise. Yeah, I knew her. In fact, it was her that told me about this room, Jiraiya said. He saw that Naruto had a lot of questions roaming around his head. I know that you have a lot of questions, Naruto, and you deserve answers, but these questions will have to wait. Right now, we have a much more important task at hand. If you want, I can answer your questions after dinner. Okay then, but you are going to answer everything I have to ask. Jiraiya nodded at Naruto. Okay. So what are we going to working on? Naruto asked. Everything. Everything? You mean everything that I've learned? Naruto asked. Yeah, that's right. I'll be teaching you some other stuff and you'll be learning some Uzumaki Fuinjutsu as well, Jiraiya said. How am I going to do that? Naruto asked. Do you know what the true purpose of the Kage Bunshin, shadow clones? Naruto nodded his head in the negative. The original purpose of the Kage Bunshin is for spying. When the clone dispels, the information that it gets returns to the user, Jiraiya explained. Okay. I understand that, but how is that going to help me out? Naruto asked. Well, Kakashi told me that this jutsu can also be used for training. Whatever jutsu you learn or practice with your clones will be transferred back to you. Months of training are cut down into days, Jiraiya explained. So, you're telling me that I can learn some pretty powerful jutsu in a matter of days? I can learn from scrolls and remember everything that I read. Jiraiya nodded. That's when Jiraiya watched as Naruto began to shake. He then heard Naruto begin to laugh. The laughter started to scare the white-haired Sannin. XXX. Anko stopped for a second and looked off in the distance. She didn't know why, but she felt happy for some reason. It was as if something or someone was influenced by her charm. The weird thing was she felt that it was one of her students. She took her feet off Jacken and Tenten chests and stood proudly. I have succeeded, Kami. I have succeeded in getting my hooks into one of them. 1 down, 2 to go, Anko said with a smile. Tenten looked at her fallen comrade with a confused look, but Jacken had no answers for her. Chapter 42, Hell Month, Part 2. 28 days until the finals. Niji and Hinata were trading blows with each other. The spar was very intense and has been since the beginning of the match. Hinata did not wish to hold her cousin back and did her best to keep up with him. Niji was actually having a time sparring with her, but he was still her superior. Both of them began to expel chakra and began to spin. Hakusho Kaiten. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The domes of chakra grinded against each other, each trying to fight for dominance. Both attacks cancelled each other out and the two slid away from each other. Niji was a little surprised at that. Hinata had just learned the Hakusho Kaiten and she was able to actually match his output. However, he could see that it took its toll on her. That's enough for now, Hayashi shouted out. He was standing at the wall of the dojo with Hanabi at his side. That was very impressive, the both of you. However, you should not push yourself so hard, Hinata. You have just learned the Kaiten and to use most of your chakra like that was foolish. I am sorry, father. I just do not wish to hold Niji-nisan be back. Hinata said tiredly. It is all right. Take a break and get your energy back. Niji, prepare yourself. Hayashi said and stepped onto the mat. Niji did as he was told and got into his stance. Hayashi got into his stance and charged at the young man. Triple X. Sasuke hit the ground hard after another session. He was trying to master his element affinity, which was lightning. He kept channeling more and more chakra into mastering this exercise, but he was only getting a small spark. It frustrated and pissed him off. He struggled to get up, but his body would not respond. A shadow fell over him, making Sasuke turn his head to see who it was. It's time to take a break, Sasuke. You have been at this for 3 days straight. You will not be able to compete at 100% if you keep going at this pace. Kakashi said. No, I can still keep going. Sasuke groaned out. Kakashi sighed and knelt down. He pressed a pressure point on Sasuke's neck and he was out like a light. He lifted Sasuke up and carried him to his tent. He placed the boy inside and laid him down. He looked at his student and sighed. He didn't like the path that Sasuke was taking. He believed that he could help Sasuke find a new path in life, but now he was not so sure. If Kakashi was honest with himself, he saw Sasuke as his redemption for all the decisions that he made in his past life. He could finally repay his old friend Obito for his sacrifice. Still, Sasuke was consumed by revenge and nothing would deter him for it. It worried Kakashi as he knew what that could lead to and he did not want that to happen to him. It would mean that he would be forced to do deal with him. He quickly banished those thoughts and made his way out of the tent. He had some training of his own to do for the upcoming battle that was to befall Konoha. Triple X. 25 days until the final. Jacken was being dragged along by his training partner, Tenten. Anko had been truly ruthless today, but Jacken took it as normal. He did his best to fight Anko off, but she wasn't a jonin for nothing. Thank her luck stars that she wasn't included in today's training. Still, she was getting training for the crazed woman and actually saw improvement in her taijutsu and weapons. She manages to get him to his apartment and get the door open. She dragged him to his couch and threw him on it. Ah, geez. Be a little gentle, huh? Jacken exclaimed. Oh, stop your complaining. You should be used to this anyway. Tenten looked around the place. This isn't what I expected of your apartment, she said. What did you expect? A room filled with weapons. Isn't that your thing? Jacken asked with a smirk. Tenten glared at him but said nothing. Where's your first aid kit, stupid? Tenten asked. Jacken pointed to his kitchen and Tenten made her way to where he was pointing. She grabbed the kit and made her way back when something caught her attention. It was a letter that was from Aiko. She remembered that was the name of the woman that Jacken was writing to. She grabbed the letter and made her way back to the couch. Hey, you got a letter from that Aiko woman. How's that going anyway? I don't know what to tell you. We're just talking to each other. She tells me some things. I tell her some things. That is the extent of our relationship, Jacken said. Tenten gave Jacken a weird look before opening the letter. Hey, what are you doing? That's private. He tried to grab the letter but Tenten quickly moved out of the way, making him fall on his face. She opens it and begins to read. Dear Jacken, I have heard of these exams that you were talking about. Are you sure that you wish to compete? I've heard that people die in these exams. I don't want to sound like I'm worried, but I am. I guess that I should have more confidence in you, but I just worry. Then again, you have 2 great teammates and that sensei of yours, so I shouldn't worry. If you want, I can come to Konoha and watch you compete. Would that be okay with you? Tenten finished the letter and gave Jacken a mocking smirk. Jacken just looked at her with a glare. Ah, that is so sweet. She cares so much about you. You must have made quite an impression on her. Tenten joked. I swear, I'm going to get you for this. Jacken growled. I'm so scared, Tenten said. Triple X. Midoshi charged at Kajiro with her blade. The petite girl took to the skies and began to do hand seals. Katan. Karyuden. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. She shouted and spat out a stream of flames at Midoshi. Midoshi uses a substitution to avoid the flames and appear behind Kajiro. She had to use another substitution to avoid Guren's Shotan. Shuriken Ranbu. Crystal release. Shuriken wild dance. She landed on the ground, right in Kodoheim's path. Kamishigure Roga. Hair shower wolf fong. Kodoheim shouted. Her hair shot out at Midoshi and formed the head and body of a wolf. The wolf attempted to eat Midoshi, but she dodged and cut the hair off. She twisted her blade and engaged Gyurin in a blade fight. Kajiro landed and did some more seals while Kotoheim jumped into the air. Doton, Arijigoku no Jutsu, Earth Release. Antlion Prison Technique. Kajiro shouted. Kamishigure Hagain Aim, Hair Shower, Steel Rain. Kotoheim shouted. Gyurin jumped back as the ground sucked Midoshi into the center and Kotoheim's spike-like hair hit the ground, stabbing the loose ground. The three waited for Midoshi to appear. An explosion of dirt made the three blocked their vision and jumped away. They removed their hands to see Midoshi on a snake. She looked at her arm, which had a small cut on it. Not bad, you actually managed to get me. Well then, I guess we can take this up a little, Midoshi said with a smile. With a small pat, the snake lunged at the three women. Triple X. Naruto attacked with his staff at a toad who was matching his intensity. Jiraiya watched from the sidelines and observed his godson. He had to compliment his sensei for training him so well. He would not be surprised if he grew in rank after the finals. He was taking his training serious and pushed Naruto hard. He would need it against this Midoshi girl. He had heard several things about the girl from the toads and it wasn't any good. The good thing was that Naruto's use of the Kage Bunshin was bearing fruit. In the matter of 5 days, his chakra control and his mastery of the Rasengan had greatly improved. He looked to his right to see a group of clones working on the Katon. Enden, Fire Release, Flame Bullet. He looked to his left to see a couple of clones working on the first stage of his Wind Affinity. It was a great training tool and like Kakashi told him, only Naruto could do it. He was happy for that as it would help him in the long run. He felt kind of bad keeping that for the boy. He was a mature child and he felt that he could handle the fact that a group of S-rank shinobi would be coming after him in the future. He just didn't want to worry the boy. He wanted him to just enjoy life as it was. However, he knew that he would have to let the boy know of the coming danger. While he would be telling Naruto about this group, he would not be telling him about the boy's future. One of the elder toads came by and told him about a vision the Agama Sannin, Great Toad Sage, had. It was about a union of the Gama and Hibi clans. There was just no way that was happened. Those two clans have been at war for years. He just focused on Naruto's training for the time being. Triple X. 20 days until the finals. Suga, passing Fong. Kiba shouted and launched himself at Shino. Shino released his insects and they began to circle around Shino, forming a spinning black dome. Mushi came no jutsu, insect jar technique. Shino said. The drilling attack hit the spinning dome of insects and was repelled by the defense. Kiba flipped and landed on his feet. The insects stopped spinning and flew around Shino. That's not a bad technique, Shino, but aren't you worried about the Hyuga telling you that you stole their move? Kiba asked. It isn't the Kaiten, so I'm not worried. Now, you and Akamaru attack me, Shino said as his bugs began to swirl around him again. All right, let's go Akamaru, Kiba said. Akamaru turned into a copy of Kiba and they both launched themselves at Shino. Gutsuga, Fong passing Fong. The attack hit the dome of insects and plowed right through them. Shino was sent flying a few feet from the attack. Kiba stopped the attack and rushed over to his teammate. Holy crap, man. I'm really sorry about that, Kiba said. Shino sat up and looked at his teammate. It's all right. I need to improve the technique some more, Shino said. Let's just stick to the Tsuga for now, Kiba said. Agreed, Shino said. Triple X. Sai hit the ground hard. He did not cry out or show any type of pain. His pale skin was covered with purple-colored bruises. Toryun walked over to him and touched the purple bruises, making them disappear. After he got rid of them all, he walked away. We will continue later. You must do much better if you are going to fight Shino. He will show you no mercy, Toryun said. Yes, Toryun-sensei, Sai said weakly. Triple X. Kurenai was breathing a little hard. She looked at her opponent who was breathing much harder. Their spar was an intense one and starting to get a little out of control. She didn't know how much longer she could keep this going. Yakumo's genjutsu skills had really grown since the last time she saw her. Ankai watched and decided that enough was enough. I believe that will be it for sparring today. Let's take a break, Ankai said. The two relaxed and faced each other. That was pretty good, Yakumo-sama, Kurenai said. No thanks to you, was Yakumo's curt reply. She turned and made her way out of the dojo to get something to eat. Kurenai just sighed at her attitude. Even after 10 days, Yakumo would not warm up to her. She couldn't blame her. She did crush her dreams of become a kunoichi and gave up on her. She deserved any type of treatment that she gave her. I apologize for daughter Kurenai. Kurenai turned to see Yakumo's mother, Yuroko. She had a cup of tea in her hand. She handed it to Kurenai, who took it with a bow. It is unbecoming of her to hold such a grudge. It is all right, Yuroko Dano. I deserve it all for what happened with her. I abandoned her because I was too afraid and too weak to control her power. She has every right to be angry with me, Kurenai explained. I don't think it started as anger. She was just very hurt about everything. She was hurt that you were scared of her power and that you gave up on her. It just festered as she got older. I'm just happy that she has made some friends and maybe a nice young man to be with her, Yuroko said. Do you want some advice, Kurenai-san? Advice? Kurenai asked. You are no longer that scared, weak person. You are a powerful jonin and well-respected. Use that strength and find the courage to conquer your past, Yuroko said. She turned and left Kurenai alone in the dojo. The jonin of Team 8 took those words and replayed them. Did she have the courage to conquer her mistake? Was she no longer scared of her students' power? Kurenai sighed and made her way out of the dojo. She had a lot to think about. Chapter 43, Hell Month, Final Part. 18 days until the finals. Kurenai had a lot on her mind since speaking with Yuroko. She had a point that she was no longer that woman from before. She would gather the courage to face her past and push on through. That is what she was doing right now. She had called Yakumo away from the compound so that they could settle things between them. She turned to her left as Yakumo appeared into the clearing. Yakumo walked up to her and faced her with a scowl. Kurenai kept a neutral expression as the two faced each other. So, you want to settle our differences? Why now? You didn't care before. Yakumo started. You're right, but I figure that was wrong of me. I was ashamed and scared about what I did. Yakumo, I did wrong by you and I understand if you can't forgive me, but I am sorry for everything that I did. Kurenai said. You're sorry? That's all you have to say. Yakumo snarled. What do you want me to say? I didn't know how to handle your power. I felt that it would have destroyed you and you were already too fragile in body. I did what I thought was best. Kurenai explained. And how did that work out? You couldn't even seal my power off right and it nearly cost me my parents. You think that saying sorry is going to change that? Tell me, Kurenai-sensei, is a normal sorry going to take that back? Yakumo demanded. What do you want from me, Yakumo? What can I do to make this right? You can't do anything. Do you know how hurtful it was when I heard you tell the Sandaime that I was useless? Did you know how much it hurt that you just abandoned me? You crushed my dream of becoming a kunoichi, something I wanted to be for so long. Why? Why did you crush my dream? Why did you abandon me? Yakumo roared. Yakumo dropped to her knees and began to cry her eyes out. Kurenai couldn't believe that she had caused such pain. She moved up to the crying girl and embraced her. Yakumo struggled to get away, but Kurenai would not let go. After a while, Yakumo stopped struggling and just wept. They stayed like that for a good while. Triple X. Kurenai and Yakumo sat in silence after their little hugging session. They just looked at the vision of the village and said nothing. The silence was finally broken by Kurenai. Do you feel any better? She asked. A little, Yakumo said. There was another silence, but this one was much shorter. I'm still pretty mad at you. I don't think that I could stop being mad at you. However, I'm willing to put it past us and try to work with you. I could use the help, Yakumo said. I can agree with that. We have 18 days left. I will not go easy on you, mainly because I know your sensei well. I believe that you can take it, Kurenai said. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, Yakumo said softly. Kurenai smiled a little and the two just continued to watch the village. Triple X. Jacken dodged another volley from Tenten as he closed in on her. Tenten pulled out her 3-section staff and met the charge. The two engaged in a brief weapons battle until Tenten backed away. Jacken wouldn't let her, managing to discreetly wrap his chain around her leg. He pulled her down and she hit the ground hard. Jacken then channeled a little lightning to give her a small jolt. Tenten screamed before throwing the chain off her. She quickly jumped to her feet and was in Jacken's face. What the hell? I said no damn lightning, Tenten roared. Oh, stop acting like a drama queen. It was a small shock. Jackin waved her off. Tenten was about to erupt when Anko arrived. Looking at the two and seeing that they were in such close proximity, Anko had a small grin on her face. Am I interrupting something? Anko asked with mirth. Jackin just huffed at her and Tenten just scoffed. It was a running joke with Anko and them that the two liked each other. They had gotten used to it and would just ignore the snake woman. What's that in your hand? Jackin asked. Oh, this? Well, this is your equalizer. Say hello to your new friend. Anko said with excitement and brought out a new Kusarigama-like weapon. There were two sickle blades with one inverted, giving it the resemblance of a fan. The blades are connected to a short pike-like rod tethered together by a long chain. Jackin and Tenten marvel the weapon as Anko handed it to him. He observed the weapon and noticed the blades could be swung by their chain in large circles, allowing the bladed portion to spin like a fan. Anko just grinned at the two. So, what do you think? No words can be said, Jackin said with awe. Beautiful, Tenten said breathlessly. Anko looked at the two with a smile. I knew that you would like it, so we have 18 days to. Anko stopped talking as the two teens were still mesmerized by the weapon she had forged for Jackin. Anko sighed and wondered how she was going to get her student back on track. XXX. 16 days until finals. Niji hit the ground again after getting hit with the Hack Rokujion Sho. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji struggled to stand but was stopped by his uncle. Calm down and rest. Your tenketsu will be closed for a while, Hayashi said. Niji nodded and sat back down. Hayashi then turned to his daughters who were also breathing heavily. Both girls began to release their chakra and began to spin. Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. They both shouted and 2 domes appeared. They grinded against each other for a good while until Hanabi's Kaiten was defeated and was sent flying by her sister's Kaiten. Hanabi groaned and Hinata rushed over to see that if she was all right. Hanabi nodded and assured her sister that she was all right. Hayashi walked up to them and they stood at attention. They bowed to their father and kneeled. Niji joined them after he got a little rest. Hayashi looked at all three. I am pleased at each of all of your progress. You have improved greatly. Your Kaiten needs a bit more work. Both of you. Niji, your Hack Rokujion Sho must be a little faster. You will need it against your opponent, as well as the Jukempo Ichigekishin, Gentle Fist Art 1 Blow Body. Hayashi explained. I understand the Jukempo Ichigekishin, sir, but why the Hack Rokujion Sho? Lee barely has any chakra running through him. Niji said. Do not underestimate that boy or your sensei Niji. If I know Mato Guy, he is teaching that boy a very powerful jutsu. Hayashi said. XXX. A large and powerful explosion could be seen from Guy's vantage point. As the dust began to settle, he could see an outline of his prized student. His skin was a little darker and it looked like that he would pass out very soon. His assumption was proven right when Lee fell over. He made his way over to the crater that Lee had just created. He looked down and saw that the heavy wooden dummy was now in splinters. Guy grinned and went over to his student. He gently picked him up and carried him home. He would be ready for Niji in 16 days. XXX. 12 days until finals. Both Jiraiya and Manda looked at the situation before them and sighed. They should have seen this coming knowing the parties. They watched as Mamushi glared at Midoshi and Naruto and Gamariki glared at each other. Both adults knew that they had issues with each other but knew that they needed each other as they were the best for collaboration jutsu. They just wished that they would just get along with each other. Manda just sighed as he thought about how these two hated each other. It was nothing but jealousy. Mamushi, his one and only daughter, hated Midoshi since she was a child. He did not help matters as he doted on the young girl. She was jealous that Midoshi got all of his attention. When he attempted to mend bridges, Mamushi wanted nothing to do with him or his human child as she called her. It did not help matters that Midoshi would mock and tease the young female serpent, which often led to Mamushi trying to swallow Midoshi whole or Midoshi trying to skin her. They would never see eye to eye. It was much different when it came to Naruto and Gamariki. The two dislike for each other stemmed from a training accident. Jiraiya was trying to help improve Naruto's genjutsu skills. Showing him a way to dispel them, he summoned Gamariki because he could cast genjutsu. As the genjutsu was casted, Naruto used the method that Jiraiya taught him. However, Naruto misjudged the amount of chakra to use and blew Gamariki into the river. Angry, the toad attacked Naruto verbally, calling him all types of names. Naruto didn't take kindly to this and verbally lashed back. The two did not like each other after that. Having enough of the stare down, both men got in their faces. "All right, that's enough. You both need each other in order to get stronger. Now get to it," they shouted. The two teens just sighed at each other. "Fine," all four of them said. With that out of the way, their training continued. XXX. Sasuke looked at the hole that he had created with his new jutsu, Chidori. It was a technique that Kakashi taught, and it was the perfect move for him. With his Sharingan, he could see any counter coming and can see any movement. It would be the jutsu that would end the life of his brother, Itachi. He had ignored the words that his sensei had told him that it was a jutsu to protect his friends. All it was to him was a sword that would strike a deadly blow to his enemies. Sasuke looked ready to try again, but he was stopped by Kakashi. He gave the man a dirty look, but Kakashi returned a serious look back at him. "That's enough, Sasuke. At your current level, 2 Chidori is your limit," Kakashi said. Sasuke looked ready to ignore him, but a small feeling of pain ran through his shoulder and arm. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and sighed. He was at his end with the boy. He refused to listen to anything that he said, and he could see that all he cared about was vengeance. The curse mark did not help him any. He didn't know what else to do. Kakashi suddenly became serious and turned to his left. "You can come out now," Kakashi said. Sasuke turned to his left as well to see the Sunagenin, Sabaku no Gaara. The dead-looking eyes of Gaara bore into the Sharingan of Sasuke. "I see it, the hatred in your eyes. You are like me. You fight for yourself and you will do anything for power," Gaara commented. Sasuke just scoffed at him while Kakashi looked worried. "Am I supposed to be happy that you understand? Are we comrades now?" Sasuke mocked Gaara. The red head glared at him and released a little intent. He stopped after a while and turned away. Before he left, he had some parting words. "You are only a stepping stone. You might have a strong hatred, but you are not as strong as Uzumaki Naruto or Midoshi. Your blood will not quench my mother's thirst. Only will their blood satisfy her," Gaara said. That comment did not sit well with Sasuke. "Are you telling me that I'm weak?" Sasuke demanded. "Yes, you are weak. I will have no problem killing you. Get your affairs in order, Uchiha Sasuke," Gaara said and vanished in a swirl of sand. Kakashi watched the exchange. He looked at his student and saw the anger in his eyes. His fists were balled up and he was snarling. He knew the reason wasn't because Gaara had threatened to kill him. It was because he called him weak. He called him weak to his face and that he didn't compare to either Midoshi or Naruto. In a way, Gaara was right. Midoshi was on another level. Anko even admitted that if the two were to fight again, that she would not leave the battle without some serious injuries. The fact that she had been trained by the Hibi clan was something altogether. What really terrified Kakashi about the girl was that she had no issues when it came to killing. She would end Sasuke's life without a care if he crossed her. Naruto was a highly skilled genin. He knew the boy's skill set, which only got better with the training of his godfather, Jiraiya. He had also improved greatly in Fuinjutsu, which was a surprise, but it shouldn't have been. He was Kushina's son and had her attitude, yet Kushina was a whiz at Fuinjutsu. Not only that, Naruto's chakra pool allowed him to use ninjutsu without getting too tired, and he could combine jutsu like his first sensei, the Sandaime. Naruto was on his journey to become the next Shinobi no Kami, god of Shinobi. Sasuke never liked being compared, and he definitely didn't like to be called weak. He just knew that this was going to be a serious problem in the future. He only hoped that he could prevent it from happening. Chapter 44. Prelude to the Finals. It was 5 days until the Chunin exam finals would begin. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the village in the afternoon hour. Naruto looked dirty and his clothes were torn up from the training that he went through. Jiraiya had a few smudges on his clothes, but nothing bad. Naruto looked different from his trails in the ruins of Yuzushigakure, hidden whirlpool. He had improved quickly due to the training that had been suggested by Kakashi. Naruto was at least twice as strong as he was a year ago. The Kage Bunshin training method allowed Naruto to learn several ninjutsu techniques and Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya worked on his physical strength, strategy, and chakra pool. He had also improved his relationship with the Gama clan and was able to work with Gamariki. Naruto stretched as he entered the gates. It feels good to be back, Naruto said. That it does, boy, Jiraiya said with a smile. He was very proud of his godson. He was stubborn when it came to their training, but he stuck with it and grew. Anyway, I would go and get some new clothes. Remember, no more heavy training. Just relax and do some light training. Yeah, you don't have to tell me all the time, you know. I'm not that hard-headed, Naruto complained. Some people who passed by them snorted in amusement at the statement. Jiraiya laughed while Naruto pouted. XXX. The sounds of steel rang through the forest of death. Jacken and Tenten dashed at each other and clashed. They tried to gain an advantage on each other as they were locked. They pushed away and landed across from each other. Jacken spun one of the sickles of his new Kurosagama as Tenten slipped into a stance with her staff. The two narrowed their eyes at each other, began pushing off their back legs. Just as they were about to clash again, a kunai stopped them. They looked up into the trees to see Anko sitting on a branch. The Jonin looked at the two genin with some respect. Jacken had learned how to use his new weapon in the short amount of time. His taijutsu had improved and he had learned a few more Raitun jutsu. Tenten had improved in close combat, Anko showing her how to use all the weapons in her arsenal. Now, she didn't launch all her weapons in bulk and could hang with a few Chunin-level opponents. She also taught her some support jutsu to help her be more useful to her team. In all, she was proud of the two and happy at their improvement. Okay, you two, that will be enough training for the rest of the week. Jacken, continue to work with your new weapon but do only light training. That goes both for you, Tenten. Just relax and go on that date that you two have been avoiding. Anko joked. Shut up. I've told you a dozen damn times that I don't like him. He's not my type, Tenten exclaimed. The feeling is mutual and I have told you to just ignore her. She is just trying to rile you up, Jacken said calmly. That's easy for you to say. You're used to her and I'm not, Tenten said. She's a lot better than Guy though, Jacken said. Tenten really had no comment for that. Anko just smirked. XXX. Yakumo sat in a meditative position. Unkai and Kurenai watched as she began to channel the power of the Ito. Her hair whipped in the air and her aura was visible for all to see. She held that position for a complete hour before stopping. She pitched forward and took some deep breaths. After a while she relaxed and stood up. Unkai walked up to her with a small smile. You did much better than before, Yakumo. I believe that this will be enough for the finals. Just remember that feeling you get when you begin to lose control and activate the seal. Unkai said. I understand, uncle. Thank you for taking care of me, Yakumo said with a happy smile. He returned it. Kurenai just watched with a smile of her own. Yakumo had grown as a shinobi and she couldn't be any more proud. She had taught her the genjutsu in her arsenal and helped her create two techniques that could really cause some damage. Anko would come by sometimes and teach Yakumo some taijutsu and how to fight with two kunai. She was very confident that Yakumo could do well enough for a promotion. Kurenai walked up to her one-time student and gave her a smile. How about we go to the hot springs to celebrate your success? Kurenai asked. Yakumo quickly vanished and reappeared with her bath items. Kurenai and her uncle just laughed at her and her love for hot springs. XXX. Is everybody ready? Midoshi asked her teammates. She looked at the three with a cocky smirk, but in her mind she couldn't be more impressed with them. She and Guren worked out their issues during this training. While they would still insult each other, there was no longer that hate from before. The two had worked with each other and had increased each other's growth of skill. Kotoheim had also improved with her hair jutsu and had created a new style of fighting which would put anybody on edge. It was an unpredictable style that she found fit her. Kajiro had also grown, improving her transformation skills. You couldn't truly tell anymore as she had taken her craft to lengths that could fool even a well-known censor. She improved her chakra, which improved her ninjutsu. Her team was a well-oiled machine and they would have no issues in the invasion. That parasite Orochimaru would enjoy that. So, are we going straight to Konoha? Guren asked. Not yet. I was summoned by one of the main snakes here and he has finished with my order for us. It will keep us protected when the shit hits the fan, Midoshi said. Well, that's unlike you, Guren commented. What can I say? You fodder have grown on me, Midoshi joked. She then got serious and looked at them. If it gets to be too much, I want you three to retreat. Orochimaru has always underestimated his foes and I feel that this will bite him in the ass. Just promise me that you will. I will obey your orders, mistress, Kajiro said. As will I, Midoshi Josei, Kotoheim added. Fine. I wouldn't want you crying over me anyway, Guren stated. Midoshi just smirked and led her team toward their destination. XXX. For the next 4 days, everyone was finishing their training. Shino, Sai, Lee, Niji, Gaara and Temari had just ended their training and returned to Konoha for the finals. The only one who was still pushing themselves was Sasuke. He ignored the words of Kakashi and continued to practice his new jutsu. Kakashi was at his wits' end with the boy and felt that he would not be able to reach him. He knew that the words of Gaara hit a nerve. He would just watch the boy and hoped that he would not sacrifice his chances to compete. Since tomorrow was the finals, Anko had called her team together to have dinner. She treated the group and they entered the restaurant without any issues. She was kind of pouting, however, as she was banned from ever getting sake when she was with her team. It was made a law due to the incident that occurred. Her team laughed at her as they were served by the waitress. It's your own fault that this happened, Jacken said with a smirk. Oh, shut up. I swear. You pull one prank and everybody is against you, Anko muttered. She looked over her team and mentally smiled. She had kept tabs on Yakumo, Jacken and learned what Naruto had done from the pervert. She had to thank Kakashi for his help in improving Naruto's skills too. They all looked stronger from when she picked them up from the academy. Within the year that they had been a team, she had watched them grow into Chunin-level ninja. She was pretty confident that they would be promoted. That would mean that their team would get broken up. That's kind of killed her mood. Naruto saw this and wondered what was wrong. You okay, Anko-sensei? Naruto asked. Yeah, I'm just a little bummed. Tomorrow, my cute little genin are going to become Chunin and that will be the end of our team. I guess I'm a little sad that I won't get to spill any more of your blood, Anko said sadly. First of all, that's just disgusting. Second of all, who said that the team is breaking up? Jacken asked. Anko looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, I'm not leaving the team. I know that we will eventually do missions on our own and we are happy that you have so much faith in us, but you still have much to teach us, Yakumo said. Yeah, you're not just going to do such a half-assed job in training us to be ninja, right? Your job isn't done yet, Jacken added. I agree. Until I become Hokage, Jacken becomes an ANBU ninja and you get Yakumo in the Konoha Gamen/Jinmon Butai, Konoha Torture and Interrogation Force. You're stuck with us, Naruto said. Hey, I am not joining the Gamen/Jinmon Butai, Yakumo exclaimed. But you're so good at it. You don't even have to hurt them, just scare them with your ghost powers, Jacken teased. How many times must I tell you to stop calling my skills that? Yakumo shouted. Anko just laughed at her students as they enjoyed the night. She felt a little better at the pep talk from her students. She knew things will be all right. XXX. Naruto returned home tired. He had some fun with his team and had just finished fixing their prop for the entrance of the finals. It was an idea that everyone was on board with and they had to get some supplies. They had just finished the rig and they couldn't wait until tomorrow. Now he just couldn't wait to get some sleep. Hard day? A voice asked. Naruto stopped and looked into his living room. There seated on his couch was Midoshi. She sat calmly with her legs crossed and her arms laid out across the back. Naruto was a little surprised that she knew where he lived but was instantly on edge. He looked to reach for something that was near his hallway closet, but he couldn't find it. Are you looking for these? And she placed several kunai on his table. Naruto sucked his teeth at the fact that he was not armed. That's when Midoshi disarmed herself and placed her things next to his. She returned to her comfortable position and motioned Naruto to sit. Having no other choice, Naruto took a seat right across from her. Good. I just wanted to talk to you. Our match is first after all. So why would I hinder your arrival to the stadium? Midoshi asked. What are you doing here, Midoshi? Naruto asked. I've come to see the work that the Gamma Toad Sannin Hermit has done with you. I was not able to spy on your training as he took you out of the village. Also, it seems that both of our summonses have tightened their borders after we sent spies to learn about each other, Midoshi said with a smirk. Naruto cursed at that, which made Midoshi's smirk wider. She gave him a once-over before looking into his eyes. She stared at them for a while, as did Naruto. They were both memorized by each other's eyes, her with Naruto's blue ones and him with Midoshi's golden ones. After a while, the contact was broken. Heh, I guess that pervert has done his job well. It will be an exciting fight, Midoshi said with a wicked grin. I just don't get it, Naruto stated. You don't get what? Midoshi asked. Why do you do all this? It just can't be because of your love of battle. There has to be something more to this interest in fighting me. Like I told you before, you don't know what you're asking me to use that chakra that is within me, Naruto said. Oh, I know what I'm asking, Naruto. I want to fight that chakra, that raw, animalistic power, and to defeat it with my own power, Midoshi said. So it's all about your ego? Naruto asked. More like pride, Naruto. Do you know how we are viewed by everyone? We are viewed as evil, deceivers, and monsters. In a way, we are like that, but it is even worse due to our association with Orochimaru. I look to change that. I will show the world that we of the Hibi, Snake Clan, are one to be respected and admired just as the Gamma Clan is. And what better way to do that than to defeat the new summoner of the Gamma Clan? You and I are going to show everyone just how strong we are. When everything is done, I will be the victor and my pride will be satisfied, Midoshi told him. This was a new side to the girl that Naruto met before. He couldn't fault her for her ambitions as he had similar ones of him becoming Hokage. He looked at her with a serious but calm demeanor. You're going to have to work for it, Midoshi. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. If you're going to try and make a name for yourself through me, then get ready to fail, Naruto said. That made Midoshi smile wide. Good to know, Midoshi said and stood. She grabbed her weapons and walked toward his window. She placed one foot on the window before turning back to him. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto. Be prepared for the fight of your life. With that said, Midoshi jumped out of the window and was gone. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and went to his room. He needed to be well rested for the upcoming battle. Chapter 45 Finals, Part 1. It was a beautiful day at the Chunin exam finals. People who had gotten tickets to see the event was piling into the stadium. The contestants were making their way inside and were led out into the field. As they entered, Midoshi couldn't help but wonder where Naruto was. She didn't see any member of his team and was curious. She turned when she saw a new face as an official trying to gain their attention. However, before he could speak, the sound of a cannon was heard. Everyone looked around and then turned their attention upward to see a giant black ball. It was descending toward everyone. Everyone cleared out as the ball neared. They watched as the ball unraveled to reveal Team Enko. They all landed on the ground, each in a pose. A large sign landed on the ground. It read, Konoha's super awesome and unbeatable team, Team Enko. Pyro shot in the air as Enko pumped her fist in the air. No need to worry, folks. Team Enko has arrived, Enko exclaimed. Everyone looked at the team like they were crazy. After a while, a huge cheer went through the crowd as they clapped for the show. Hiruzen, who was up in his Kage seat, pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Enko looked real happy by the reaction. Midoshi was amused by it. The new official, Shiranui Genma, walked up to Enko and her team. If you're done embarrassing yourself, can we please get this show on the road? Genma asked with a smirk. You loved it and you know it, Enko said. She then faced her team. All right, team, you have my permission to go all out. Show no mercy and spill some blood. You really need to stop that, Yakumo said. Enko just smiled and vanished. Genma got everyone in line and they faced the crowd. Enko appeared next to her friend, Kurenai. The red-eyed woman looked at Enko with frustration. Was that entrance really necessary, Enko? Kurenai asked. Maybe not, but I got the crowd going, Enko said. Kurenai just sighed while Asuma chuckled. Back on the field, after the Hokage gave his speech, Genma had just given the last of his instructions. Naruto could feel the eyes of Midoshi and Gaara on him, but he ignored it. He took a deep breath and readied himself for the battle that was about to start. All right, let's begin. Everyone besides Uzumaki, Naruto, and Midoshi leave the field, Genma ordered. Jacken bumped fist with Naruto while Yakumo hugged him and wished him luck. Naruto turned to face Midoshi, who was across from him. Having his staff out already, Naruto got ready. Midoshi just smiled at him. Don't be so tense, Naruto. This is going to be an enjoyable battle. You should relax, Midoshi said. Nerves, you'll have to forgive me, Naruto said with a smirk. Midoshi got into her stance, as did Naruto. Genma looked at the two and saw that they were ready. First match of the finals. Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure versus Midoshi of Otogakure. Begin, Gunma said. Naruto took off and thrust his staff at Midoshi. She blocked it with her bracers and lashed out with her sash. Naruto jumped back and started to use the first form Hiruzen taught him with the staff. Midoshi moved easily around the stabs and was within Naruto guard. He thrust out with spearhand thrust that Naruto ducked. The two engaged in a fast-paced close-quarters battle, which neither of them landed a blow on the other. Midoshi spun in a ball after avoiding Naruto's sweep. She lashed out with an axe kick. Naruto blocked the kick, but it broke the staff in two. Midoshi landed a spinning kick to his chest. She turned and was about to stab Naruto with her hand, but Naruto's hands were already in a seal. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River, Naruto shouted. Midoshi was swept up by the river of mud. Naruto quickly did another set of hand seals. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon head appeared and fired off several balls of mud. Katan Karyuden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Naruto launched a stream of fire, which ignited the mud balls. Midoshi looked at it in surprise until she was consumed by the attack. She hit the wall on fire. Naruto waited for the flames to die down, but he could clearly see a burning husk. Midoshi popped out of the ground, ready to impale Naruto when a clone appeared to grab her wrists. Midoshi was very surprised, but that only lasted after Naruto drilled her in the face with a punch. Midoshi was sent flying but was able to flip out of her fall and land on her feet. She rubbed her jaw, but she did not feel it break. She looked at Naruto with a mocking pout. "That was not nice, Naruto. You don't treat a lady like that," Midoshi said. "Considering that you wanted a fight, you shouldn't really be surprised by what just happened," Naruto said. Midoshi scoffed and stood straight. "Point taken. How about we stop playing around, Naruto? No more pot shots at each other. Let's just go to our heart's content," Midoshi said. A serpent appeared around her arms and moved to her hand. The snake then spat out a weapon. It was a sword with a flat blade that had a different pommel than a regular sword. Midoshi grabbed the blade and stuck it into the ground. Naruto summoned Sora and had the chimp turn into his Naginata form. Naruto got into his stance and waited. Both were channeling chakra at each other and everyone could feel the tension between the two. "Attack!" Naruto shouted. That's when the field was filled with clones. Midoshi was really surprised by this, but she did not lose her cool. She just held out her hands at the clones that descended on her. Senai Tajashu, many hidden shadow snake hands. An army of snakes appeared from her arms and launched themselves at the clones. They were all destroyed by the snakes. Midoshi was surrounded by the smoke that was created by the dispelling. She barely dodged the blade of the Naginata. She ducked the swipe made by Naruto but could not dodge the knee from Naruto. Naruto furiously stabbed at Midoshi, who was able to recover and dodge. She jumped away to gain some distance, but Naruto wouldn't let her. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Naruto said and launched a wind attack. Midoshi was sent flying through the air and slammed into the stadium wall with some force. Naruto was on her and reared the Naginata back to end the fight. Midoshi was not going to let that happen. She flicked her wrist to make the blade vibrate. Naruto saw this and quickly raised Sora to block. Midoshi lashed out and connected with Naruto's shoulder. Naruto was surprised as he swore that he blocked the strike. Midoshi smirked and was on the attack. Naruto ducked, dodged, and attempted to parry the strikes, but he was still getting cut. Sora was very confused as well. "What's going on, Naruto? Why aren't you blocking?" Sora asked seriously for the first time. "I am, but I can't predict that blade. It moves like a snake. I know how she's doing it, but it is one thing to know than to stop," Naruto said. The blonde was taking too many cuts and he was slowly losing steam. Naruto took some blood from one of his wounds and placed it on his palm. He quickly did some seals and slammed his hand on the ground. "Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Technique," Naruto shouted. Midoshi looked at the smoke before a ball of water came at her. She swung her sword to cancel the technique. She cut the bullet in two and it crashed on the ground. Another bullet of water came at her and she attempted to cut it too, but this time, she was cut in her arms and her blade was sent flying out of her hands. She sucked her teeth and held her cut-up arms. The smoke had cleared and in front of Naruto was a toad that had on lipstick and a bow. Naruto let out a sigh in relief. Gamariki looked at the cut-up Naruto and scoffed. He looked at Midoshi, who was standing. So, you are fighting her? I guess I can let you off the hook. She is no joke, Gamariki said. No shit. It's a good thing that we got rid of that sword. We're going to have to take her out before she can get that sword again, Naruto said. Very well. Let's do this beautifully, Gamariki said while striking a pose. Naruto just pinched the bridge of his nose at the toad's antics. He could have sworn he heard Guy cheering. Midoshi just smirked at the duo and did the same thing that Naruto did. Kuchios no jutsu, Midoshi shouted. Naruto and Gamariki tensed, waiting for the smoke to clear. When it did, Midoshi was holding a very large boa. Gamariki seemed to growl at the sight of the serpent. The snake looked at Midoshi and hissed angrily. I thought I made it clear that you were never to summon me, Mamushi hissed angrily. I wouldn't summon you, but I figured that you would like to come out and deal with someone you know. I remember a certain toad that placed you in a very nasty genjutsu before throwing you off a cliff in the summon world, Midoshi said with a smirk. Mamushi snapped her head around to see Gamariki glaring at her. Well, if it isn't the fairy, she hissed. You shut your mouth, you brat, Gamariki exclaimed. Naruto looked at his partner with a raised eye. Do you two have some type of history? Naruto asked. That little tart is the daughter of Manda. She had the nerve to call me that name and to bite my beautiful skin, leaving bruises. It took days for those blemishes to heal. My beautiful skin, Gamariki said sadly. Naruto just sighed again. Mamushi turned to Midoshi. I will help you this time. I'm going to roast that toad and feast off his bones, Mamushi said. She slithered off Midoshi as the girl did some quick hand seals. Doton. Chidakaku. Earth release, moving earth core, Midoshi called out. The ground under the two dropped to the ground. When they looked around, they saw that they were looking up in a square-like hole. Naruto readied himself and stood next to Gamariki. Mamushi attacked suddenly, but Naruto was able to feel her coming. He nearly stabbed her, but she moved quickly. She spat out a blob of black liquid at the group. They jumped away to avoid it, and Mamushi disappeared back into the rock. Naruto observed the liquid and caught a smell. Before he could warn Gamariki, Mamushi attacked again. If she couldn't eat either one of the two, she would spit out the black liquid. She did this a couple of times and the area around them would get smaller. It wasn't long until the two were back to back on a small piece of dirt. Damn it! She surrounded us with this oil. How the hell can she do this anyway? From what Erosenin told me, only the toads can produce oil, Naruto asked. Well, she infiltrated our home and consumed some of the oil that we produced, Gamariki said nervously. Naruto looked at him out of the corner of his eye and saw the sweat rolling down him. Oh my god! It's your fault that she can do this, isn't it? Naruto shouted. Gamakiri did not answer him because Midoshi decided to attack. Katan Hibashiri. Fire release, running fire, she called out. A flame of fire ran down the hole and touched the oil. It ignited and the two were covered in flames. Looking for a way out, it was quickly sealed off by Midoshi's next words. Doton Kekai, Doro Domu. Earth release barrier, Earth prison of magnificent nothingness. The sky was blocked out by the Earth Jutsu and blocked any escape. Midoshi kept her hands on the dome as Mamushi came out of the ground and slither around her. Very soon, it will be over and I'll have my meal and revenge, Mamushi said. Midoshi was smiling as well. That was until something hit the dome and blew a hole in it. It also sent both her and Mamushi flying in a watery vortex. From out of the hole, Naruto was riding Gamariki and they quickly got out of the oven. They landed and faced the two who were standing up. Naruto channeled his wind chakra and Gamariki gathered his water. Naruto placed his hands on Gamariki's back and they shouted their attack. Futon, Gamma Teppo, wind release, toad gun, they shouted. A powerful and fast stream of water came rushing at the two. It began to spread, covering a large area. Midoshi and Mamushi had to dodge the attack. Continued on and smashed into the stadium wall. The wall gave way and the attack punched a large hole into the side of the stadium. Midoshi reappeared on the side of the wall and looked at the damage that the jutsu had caused. Midoshi looked at the damage with surprise and looked at Naruto. Perhaps I should have taken my collaboration jutsu training more seriously. That attack would have seriously hurt, she thought. Naruto looked at Midoshi and realized that the fight was going to be more difficult as it went on. He licked his lips and closed his eyes. Gamariki Sora, you two step back and get clear. What I'm about to do is going to be dangerous, Naruto said. Sora returned to his regular form while Gamariki looked at him. When he opened his eyes, they were red. The two summonses nodded and got out of the way. Midoshi saw the same thing and smiled. Time for you to go. Feast on the toad and the monkey. It seemed that Naruto is about to get serious, Midoshi said with glee. Mamushi left her without even asking and sunk into the ground. She watched as Naruto clapped his hands and expels his chakra. Only it was not his blue chakra. It was red. Chapter 46, Finals, Part 2. Everyone in the crowd started to sweat at the chakra that Naruto was pouring out. Everyone who experienced that day was fearful of what was happening. Anko, Hiruzen and his teammates watched with worry, hoping that Naruto could keep it together. Even the Kazekage watched with some type of worry. Midoshi just watched Naruto as the red chakra he produced began to take shape and shroud him. He gained 2 ears and red chakra tail. His features were more pronounced and he had claws. After some intense moments, Naruto took a few breaths to calm himself down. He looked at the chakra and flexed his hands. When he first used the shroud, which Jiraiya called the Yoko no Kuromo, Demon Fox Shroud, it hurt like hell and he was very injured after its use. Through determination and a little cooperation, he managed to use it with a little difficulty. He turned to Midoshi and went down on all fours. In the Kage's box, Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a smile. The Kazekage turned his attention to his fellow Kage. So he's a Jinchuriki? It also looks like he has some sort of control, he said. Yes, through training and guts, he has found some sort of control. Now we will see just how good his control is, Hiruzen said. They turned back to the fight just as Naruto vanished from sight. Midoshi was surprised when Naruto appeared in her view. Naruto launched his attack and a loud explosion was created. From out of the dust, Midoshi appeared in the air. He's fast, really fast, Midoshi thought. Futon. Kazekiri no Jutsu. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Naruto shouted. Midoshi twisted to avoid the blade of wind. She landed on the ground only to see Naruto again. She quickly substituted with a log that was destroyed on impact. Naruto turned and fired another Kazekiri no Jutsu that Midoshi had to dodge. She quickly did some hand seals. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. Midoshi shouted and spat out a bunch of fireballs at Naruto. Naruto was too fast and dodged every attack. He took to the air and unleashed a deafening roar. Midoshi raised her arms to block and felt her feet drive into the ground. She found herself in a small crater. She quickly ducked Naruto punch and launched a punch at Naruto. Naruto moved and caught Midoshi with a kick to the gut. Using the tail, he wrapped it around her wrist. She winced at the burning feeling she got, but it hurt less than the explosion of the fist that connected with her body. He launched her in the air and hit her with a haymaker that sent her toward the wall. He did another set of hand seals. Katan, Karyuenden. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Naruto roared and fired a huge stream of fire. Midoshi was consumed by the flames as it crashed into the side of the stadium. Naruto poured on the heat and some of the wall was starting to melt. Naruto suddenly stopped and ducked a spear hand from Midoshi. He lashed out with a kick that sent Midoshi back some. Naruto turned to see that Midoshi was covered in slime and breathing very hard. She quickly got some distance and made it to her sword. She began to vibrate the blade and started to attack. Naruto met her and the two were engaged in an intense fight. Naruto still could not predict the sword, but it did not really matter. Midoshi saw this as well due to every cut being healed quickly. She broke away and thought about her options. The short break had everyone gather their thought about this fight. It was just awe-inspiring. The pariah was using the reason for the hate of the village and he was in control. Seeing that he had some type of control over the beast that caused such destruction, the crowd began to change their minds about Naruto. Midoshi was another one that they were worried about. They knew that the moves she used belonged to their greatest traitor, Orochimaru. They wondered if she would attack, but it looks like that she was way into the fight. They could only watch as the fight continued. Midoshi needed a way to deal with Naruto. Her chakra was dwindling due to the fact that she had to use the Hebish Kawarimi no Jutsu, snake-shedding body replacement technique. She needed to end this fight and she needed to do that now. Lucky for her, the break gave her an idea on how to do that. She made a move that made Naruto launch himself at her. She quickly did some seals and slammed her hands on the ground. Doton, Retsudo Tensho. Earth release. Tearing earth turning palm. Midoshi called out. The ground spiraled into itself and Naruto began to lose his footing. Midoshi quickly did another set of hand seals, making Naruto jump into the air. Doton, Tobitsubute. Earth release. Flying thrown stones. A large amount of stone created by the loose earth attacked Naruto. With another roar, Naruto destroyed the rocks and quickly launched his arm upward. Midoshi was very surprised as a chakra arm caught her. She cursed as she was now caught. Naruto flung her into the ground with some speed and charged at her dazed form. He slammed his knees into Midoshi, making her spit up some bile. Naruto stood over the out-cold Midoshi only to watch her dissolve into mud. Naruto suddenly went rigid. He looked down at his stomach to see a blade through it. He looked back to see Midoshi behind him. She pulled the blade out and Naruto dropped to the ground. The shroud had disappeared and Naruto was struggling to stand. The heavy-breathing Midoshi just looked down at Naruto. "That was intense, huh?" she asked Naruto. Naruto grunted and got to his knees. This made Midoshi smirk a little. "A brave attempt, Naruto, but you will bleed out if you don't stop. You did well. You've excited me like none other. However, this victory is mine." "I wouldn't be too sure of that," Naruto said weakly. "Oh? Why is that?" Midoshi said. "Because you allowed me to get that first punch." "Huin. Seal!" Naruto exclaimed and Midoshi froze up. Marks began to appear all over her skin and Midoshi could not move. What is this?" Midoshi exclaimed. "If I activated that seal earlier, you would have easily broken it," Naruto said. He did a seal and summoned a clone. The clone helped Naruto up. Midoshi could see that the red chakra was around the wound that her sword pierced through. Naruto held out his hand and the clone began to work with the chakra that Naruto released. "From what Erosenin told me, the guy that you work with would use a kawarimi that was similar to a snake. From what I understand, it takes a lot of chakra to do. You shouldn't have used those last two jutsu because it dropped your chakra more." "You've had a plan since the beginning?" Midoshi said. "More like a contingency. Now," Naruto said, holding a familiar jutsu that had the crowd gasping. "This is my victory. Rasengan. Spiraling sphere." Naruto slammed the ball of swirling chakra right into Midoshi's gut. The girl screamed as the ball grinded into her. She was sent flying in the air and crashed right under the crowd. She was on her feet and leaning in a man-sized crater. Naruto just kept watching and was shocked to see Midoshi take a step. She took another and another before falling flat on her face. Everyone watched and waited, but Midoshi was no longer moving. The fight was finally over. Genma walked over to Naruto. "The winner of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto," Genma said. There was a loud cheer that rang throughout the stadium. Naruto just looked on before dropping to his butt. He held his stomach, which had finally closed. "Thanks, Fox. I owe you one," Naruto said to the Kyuubi. The fox just scoffed at him. That's when Anko appeared next to her student and smirked. "Hey sensei," Naruto said with a slur. "How are you doing, kid?" Anko asked. "I'm just happy. I'm going to pass out now," Naruto said and passed out on the ground. Anko just smiled, proud of her student. She lifted him and placed him over her shoulder. She turned to see Midoshi's sensei holding Midoshi in her arms. The two stared at each other before Guren vanished with her. Anko made her way to the medical bay to get treatment for Naruto. XXX. "Man, that pipsqueak had me worried there," Jacken said. "Yeah, he took a gamble on that move. Midoshi had him dead to rights. But that should teach us that we should never underestimate Naruto," Yakumo said with a relieved sigh. Temari looked at her little brother who had a crazy smile on his face. She looked very worried and hoped that Gaara would keep it together. In the crowd, Kotetsu and Izumo were going over the match they just watched. "Well, what do you think?" Izumo asked. "That was a great match. I don't see how it can be topped," Kotetsu said. "So do you think that Naruto deserves to be promoted?" Izumo asked. "They both need to be promoted. Both showed amazing power, cleverness, and the ability to think ahead. I think either one could lead a group of ninja into battle and come out well. Naruto has my vote for Chunin," Kotetsu said. "Mine too. Anko has a gem of a student," Izumo said. In the Kage's booth, the Kazekage turned to Hiruzen. You have been keeping secrets, Hiruzen. Your Jinchuriki is very strong, and the fact that he could control such power without losing himself is impressive. You are still a crafty man, the Kazekage said. You praise me too much, Kazekage. However, that was a very intense match. I'm very confident that my ninja will be promoted after this. What do you think? Hiruzen asked. Very much so, he does deserve the promotion, the Kazekage said. XXX. Guren laid Midoshi down and checked her over. She would be alright, but she was really hurt. She figured that it would take her weeks to heal up. She heard about that last jutsu the blonde used, as it was the jutsu of the Yondaime Hokage. How did that brat learn it? She would never know. However, Midoshi would have a nasty burn on her stomach. As Guren thought about her next move, something popped out of the ground. It was Mamushi, and she did not look to be in good health. You look like her, Guren said. The fairy and that monkey double teamed me. Once I return home and heal, I'm going to hunt them down, Mamushi hissed angrily. She then looked at Midoshi. To think that she would be defeated, I'm glad to have seen it. I feel sorry for the blonde, thought. Father will not be happy to see her in this state. Mamushi wrapped Midoshi carefully before vanishing with her. Guren stood alone until she was joined by Kajiro. Where is the mistress? She asked. She is being taken care of, Guren said without looking at her. She then faced her student. Let's go and watch the next match. XXX. Everyone was excited for this upcoming match. They were hoping that it was just as exciting as the last. On the field, which had to be fixed due to the major damage caused, Shino faced Sai. The pale boy smiled at Shino, whose expression you could not see. Genma stood between the two and looked to see if either one of them were going to say anything. With no words said to each other, he started the match. Sai moved fast and pulled out his tanto. Shino ducked the slash and got some distance. As he moved back, he released a swarm of Kikeichu, parasitic destruction insects, at Sai. The boy dodged the swarm and ran away as the swarm chased him. Shino unleashed another swarm to try and cut him off. Sai quickly vanished and appeared on the side of the stadium. He quickly took out his brush and paper. He drew a bird and channeled his chakra. Choju Giga. Super beast imitating drawing, Sai said. A bird popped off the paper and Sai jumped on the bird. Sai looked down at Shino, who had his swarm return. Sai did another Choju Giga and several lions charged at Shino from the air. Shino did some hand seals and called out his jutsu. Mushi came no jutsu. Insect jar technique, Shino said. The Kikeichu surrounded Shino as a shield. They were flying in a dome shape at high speed. As soon as the lions hit the dome, they were destroyed. Shino stopped the jutsu and faced his opponent. Sai told his hawk to go higher just as a swarm nearly caught him. Shino looked at the smiling Sai and kept his expression. This battle was just getting started. Chapter 47, Finals, Part 3. The match had reached a stalemate, but Shino could see that Sai was making some sort of headway. The Mushi Kame no Jutsu, insect jar technique, was working, but Sai was now using ink birds to launch explosive attacks. His jutsu could not handle that, and now he had to come up with a new strategy. His first move was to ground Sai. It would take some chakra, but it would be worth it in the long run. Hijitsu, Mushios, secret technique, insect gathering, Shino said. A large web of chakra surrounded the floor. Sai watched as bugs came out of every crack. They gathered and were forming a rising hill. Sai looked to go higher, but Shino was not about to allow that. He jumped onto the hill and was shot into the air. The speed of his ascension surprised Sai. Shino launched several shuriken that hit the bird that he was on. Sai jumped off as it dispelled. Sai was looking to make another bird, but Shino stopped him with another volley of shuriken. One hit Sai in the hand, forcing him to drop his drawing scroll. Sai used a kunai attached to a wire to stop his descent to the ground. He swung and landed on the wall. Shino was back on the ground, and the insects he summoned were returning to their homes. Shino unleashed his colony and they went after Sai. Sai cut the wire and ran down the wall toward his scroll. He dodged gracefully and was able to reach it. Sai quickly drew another bird and was quickly on it. Shino just looked at him as Sai took to the air. That's when Sai flew right at him. The bird moved very fast and Shino could not put up a defense. Sai passed and sliced Shino. A little bit of blood sprayed out from the wound on his arm. Sai flew back into the air and turned back to make another dive. Shino pulled out a kunai and readied himself. He was able to block another slash, but the speed that Sai was moving at knocked him off his feet. His Kikeichu could not get Sai as he flew up in the air again. Sai decided to put several explosive notes on the bird. He was on as it dove again at Shino. Shino stood and did his jutsu. Mushi came no jutsu. Shino called out and the Kikeichu circled him. Sai jumped off of the bird and did a combat roll. As the bird hit the defense, he detonated the explosive tags. Most of Shino's colony was burnt to a crisp and Shino was sent flying. He hit the ground hard and rolled to a stop. Sai stood and made his way over to Shino. He looked at him and looked ready to finish the fight when he saw Shino move. That movement was Shino dissolving into Kikeichu and attacking. Sai dodged and landed across from Shino, who was breathing a little hard. Sai smiled at him. "You are quite skilled, Shino-san. I can see why Danzo-sama wished to train you," Sai said softly. It was not too loud so everyone could hear. "Yet my family member was chosen instead. I do know of your master and I would have refused his offer for training," Shino said with the same soft volume. "Is that so? That's disappointing. Anyway, I believe that I will end this match," Sai said and prepared to strike. "The match has already ended in my favor," Shino said. Sai looked confused until he grabbed his chest. Felt like something was digging out his insides. What did you do to me?" Sai asked as he dropped to a knee. "Toryun trained you well. Still, I had an ace up my sleeve. My shuriken, I covered them in larvae that would have injected into the body if they connected," Shino said, surprising Sai. "These larvae grow quickly and if you are not a member of my clan, they attack you from the inside. Right now, they must be feasting on your heart or lungs," Shino explained. Sai was shocked until he smiled again. "I now see why Danzo-sama wanted you," Sai said. He turned to Genma. "I would like to surrender," the boy said. Genma nodded and looked at Shino. Shino walked up to Sai and placed his hand on his chest. He flared his chakra to signal the insects inside him. Sai grunted a little as a few bugs dug out of his chest. They walked up Shino's arm and into his jacket. With that, Shino walked away. "The winner of the second match is Aburame Shino," Genma announced. The crowd clapped for the performance. XXX. Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. Everything was blurry, but that soon passed. He tried to move, but it hurt to do so. "I wouldn't move if I was you, Naruto. Your body isn't healed from the strain of your fight." Naruto turned to see his sensei with a volume of Aika. Anko stopped reading and looked at her student. "How are you feeling?" "I'm still pretty trashed. Using the fox's chakra hurts a lot. Let's not forget that Midoshi put her hand in my chest," Naruto explained. "So, should I disqualify you from the next match?" Anko asked. "What? No way. I'll be better in time for my next match. Maybe not at 100%, but I'll be ready," Naruto said. "Don't rush it, kid. Besides, that Shino kid of Kurenai's will not be some pushover," Anko said. "Don't worry. I have something for Shino," Naruto said with a grin. That's when he realized something. "Oh hey, that means Jaken's match is up next, right?" "That's right, but you will not be seeing it or Yakumo's match. You're going to stay on that bed until I say otherwise. Don't argue with me or I will stab you with Doku," Anko threatened. Naruto pouted but relented. Anko just went back to reading, knowing that her Kage Bunshin, shadow clone, would dispel if anything happened. XXX. Jaken stood across from Temari. He had his new Kuzurigama out while Temari unfolded her Tessen. In the stands, Tenten watched closely. She trained with Jaken with the weapon and she hoped that Jaken would be alright. Back on the field, Temari noticed that Jaken was looked at her funny and it was starting to bug her. That's when he spoke. "You know, you've got some nice legs. I think that's what I'll call you," Jaken said. "Excuse me," Temari said with an edge. "Sorry, it's just a habit I have. I like to give people nicknames that fit them. You shouldn't feel insulted. You have some nice legs. Nice and smooth, you seem to take care of them." Temari was snarling at Jaken. The teenager just smirked at her. "What? You don't like it?" "Kamaitashi no jutsu? Sickle weasel technique." Temari roared and launched her attack. Jaken twirled one of the sickles on his weapon. He then tossed it at Temari's jutsu. Temari was shocked when his weapon was not blown away. She quickly rolled out of the way of the buzzsaw as it passed. Jacken pulled the chain and it returned to him. The smirk never left his face. That's a bad thing, their legs. You can't allow anger to rule you actions. Jacken said mockingly. Temari snarled and swung her fan again. Jacken did the same thing and launched his weapon. Again, it cut right through her jutsu. Jacken threw the other sickle as Temari. Temari was forced to use her agility to dodge Jacken's attacks. She would launch a jutsu, but Jacken would quickly beat it with his Kuzurigama. He managed to maneuver Temari into the path of one of his sickles. Temari used her closed fan to block the weapon. Metal grinded on metal before she batted it away. Jacken was inside her guard and brought the other sickle down in a chopping action. Temari blocked it and had enough strength to keep Jacken from pushing the tip of the blade into her forehead. She then kicked Jacken's arm, forced him to release the sickle. She flung it upward and away. This left Jacken defenseless. Temari was about to clobber Jacken until he pulled the chain. Temari saw the two sickles closing in around her stomach and quickly substituted with a log, which was bisected. Jacken turned to face Temari, who unfolded her tessen. Jacken got into a stance and began to twirl his sickles again. Temari was trying to think of a way to beat this guy. She already deduced that his weapon was able to cut through her attack. It was probably because of the spin that he could do with the weapon, or the weapon was designed to do just that. Either way, her most used jutsu was out. She needed to get her head in the game and finish him off. She suddenly did 3 big swings. The final swing created a sandstorm that came at Jacken. Jacken did hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Doton, Doriku Geishi, Earth release. Earth return shore. Jacken called out. A large slab of the earth rose to protect him from the sandstorm. He stayed close to the wall as the storm passed. When it cleared, he was surrounded by clones. Jacken did a wide sweep with his weapon, but Temari vaulted over it. She landed a dropkick that backed Jacken up. She popped up and threw a spinning thrust kick. Jacken dodged the kick that hit the wall. Temari used her tessen and the wall to hold herself in the air. She caught Jacken in the jaw and Jacken stumbled. While he was stumbling, Jacken pulled on his chain. This jerked Temari forward and into a kick from Jacken. He then whipped the chain, launching Temari into the air. Jacken followed her and threw a roundhouse kick. Temari blocked it and was sent flying into a sandbar. Jacken landed on the wall and jumped up, whipping his weapon around. Knowing what was coming, Tenten, Yakumo, and every other ninja hit the deck. Kyofu de Jishin, quake with fear. Jacken shouted and launched the sickled into the ground. Temari was quick to her feet just as chains popped out of the ground and launched all around the stadium. Jacken landed on the chains, as did Temari. "Wow, those legs aren't just for walking, huh?" he asked with a smirk. "Stop looking at my damn legs," Temari shouted. That's when Jacken grabbed the chain. Right hun. Kangeki ha, lightning release. Wave of inspiration. Lightning erupted from his hand and through his chains. Temari realized too late and was shocked with some volts. She hit the ground, twitching from the volts of lightning that she got hit with. Jacken stopped his jutsu and landed on the ground. He dispelled the chains and relaxed. Genma checked over Temari and saw that she would be fine. "The winner of the third match is Watanabe Jacken," Genma announced. Jacken just soaked up the cheers and he made his way up to the stands. On his way, he was stopped by Tenten. She did not look happy. "What's up with you? Angry that I got to show my greatness?" he asked. "What the hell was that?" Tenten demanded. "What the hell was what?" Jacken asked confusingly. "The flirting that you did with that Suna Kunoichi?" Tenten snarled out. By now, the two had a small crowd of people watching them. "Flirting? That was strategy. I called her legs to throw her off her game. I just did it to piss her off, just like I do to you, Yakumo, Naruto, Enko-sensei, everybody. You lose focus when you're angry, and I use that to my advantage," Jacken said. Tenten seemed to calm down after that. "Still, I don't know why all you women get so angry about anyway. I actually compliment her. She does have a nice pair of legs." The people around them went, "Ooh," when he said that. Jacken looked at Tenten, who began to shake. Her fists were clenched and the anger in her eyes put Jacken on edge. You, Tenten growled. "What the hell are you so angry about? Don't tell me that you're jealous," Jacken asked. "That broke the dam." "You baka," Tenten roared before giving him a very hard, earth-shattering slap across the face. The crack was heard all around the stadium. In the competitor's box, Yakumo just shook her head at Jaken's scream. Why Cammy? Why did you place me with two boys who are completely clueless about women? She muttered. Against the wall, near the other jonin, Anko was laughing her ass off. Oh man, those two are going to be a very fun couple to tease, Anko said between chuckles. Yash, my young, beautiful Tenten is only showing the spirit of her maturity. Show him Tenten. Show him the power of your love, Guy exclaimed. It earned him a kunai flying at his head. Oh Cammy, stop it. You're killing me, Anko said while laughing. She hit the ground in a pool of laughs. Kurenai just sighed at her antics while Asuma let out a belly laugh. Chapter 48, Finals Part 4. It was now time for the fourth match. Kotoheim stood across from Yakumo, both with intense glances. Everyone was watching very closely. Everyone thought that the only exciting match would be Sasuke's, but they were proven wrong. Already they had 3 great fights, and the 2 which were the most exciting was from Anko's 2 male students. It was a great showing, and they expected nothing less from the heiress of the Kurama clan. They waited with anticipation. Genma started the match, and the fight started with a clash of steel. Yakumo's dagger was at a standstill against Kotoheim's Fuma Shuriken. They both fought for supremacy, but neither was gaining an edge. That worried the Fuma member as she knew about Yakumo's frailty. They pushed off each other and engaged in a fight of blades. Both were looking for a clean cut, but they were missing each other by a hair. Yakumo moved it and caught Kotoheim's arm. She landed a blow to her chest that stunned her. Kotoheim recovered quickly and nailed her with an elbow. This made Yakumo release her. Kotoheim grabbed her battle kimono and fell back. She threw Yakumo over her and rolled on top of her. She attempted to stab her with her shuriken, but Yakumo was able to recover and deflect it with her dagger. Kotoheim tried again, and Yakumo used the dagger to hold the weapon off. As Kotoheim attempted to push the tip into her, she caught a glint in her eyes. Kotoheim found her surroundings different. She took her eyes off Yakumo to see that they were no longer in the stadium. When she turned back, she was straddling a pile of snakes. They hissed and launched themselves at her. She quickly got away, slashing and hacking at the serpents. As she backed away, her feet started to feel hot. She looked down to find herself on hot coals. Kotoheim jumped into the air only to be blasted with a flying kick. She hit the ground but was quick to get off the ground to avoid getting burned or stabbed. She launched her hair at Yakumo, but the girl was nimble enough to avoid the attack. That's when she began to do hand seals. Megan, Jigakukoka no Jutsu, demonic illusion, descending hell technique, she shouted. Kotoheim was now feeling the heat as a large fireball was coming at her. Knowing who she was fighting, Kotoheim pulled out a syringe and stabbed herself in the arm. She pushed down and whatever was in it entered her system. That's when everything changed back for her. Yakumo was on edge and wondered what the hell she stuck herself with. I only have a short time, so this is about to get real serious, real quick, Kotoheim stated and launched her hair at Yakumo. Yakumo moved quickly to avoid the attack. Each tendril of hair was quick and tried to skewer her. She kept on the move, launching shuriken at the older teen. Yakumo's luck would run out as Kotoheim was able to outflank her and wrap her up. She speared her with her hair, but Yakumo only dissolved into blossom petals. Sucking her teeth, she quickly planted her hair into the ground. Kamishigure, Hagain Mori, hair shower, steel forest. Spears of hair shot out of the ground from all sides. They surrounded Kotoheim, protecting her. This would work for her as Yakumo was cut. Yakumo quickly reappeared and was on a knee. She was attempting to hit her with a genjutsu, but then she used that technique. While the 2 cuts she received on her arm was nothing, the gash on her leg hurt like hell. That's when Kotoheim pressed her attack. Kamishigure Roga, hair shower Wolffang. Wolves came out of the forest and rushed Yakumo. Victory was all but assured, but that's when Yakumo began to glow. Megan, Mujetsu, demonic illusion, moonless sky. Kotoheim watched as everything turned back. Her wolves were shredded to pieces as 2 huge black wolves appeared. Yakumo looked at her with her waving hair and her glowing eyes. I do not know what you injected into yourself, but it must help you neutralize my genjutsu. However, it will not neutralize this one. This is my special genjutsu and it cannot easily be broken by normal means. You will not escape the nightmare of the Mujetsu world. Genjutsu Kuchios. Sun Yuriai. Illusionary technique summoning. 1,000 ghosts. Kotoheim watched with awe as an army of ghosts rose from the ground. They were armed and armored. With a signal motion, the army charged. Kodoheim attacked the ghost, but her attacks would go right through them. Seeing that she could not attack the ghost army, she moved to attack the caster. That would be useless as Yakumo's wolves would not allow it. The army was upon her and quickly overwhelmed her. She tried to fight it, but she could not. That's when Kodoheim began to convulse. Yakumo looked on with worry. She created this genjutsu with the ability to knock her opponents out. What she was seeing, it looked like she was dying. She quickly dispelled her two jutsu and watched as Kodoheim twitched on the ground. That's when Guren appeared on the field. She pulled out another syringe and stuck Kodoheim. Everyone watched as Kodoheim began to slowly stop convulsing. Guren then faced Genma. As her sensei, I am withdrawing her for competition, Guren said. Genma nodded and faced the crowd. The winner of the match is Kurama Yakumo, Genma said. There were some cheers, but they were wondering what was going on with the Otonin. Guren took the older teen and placed her over her shoulder. She disappeared in a shower of crystals. Yakumo just walked back to the competitor's box. She gave a happy wave to her family who were cheering her on. Triple X. Hiruzen watched with a smile. Team Anko had won all of their fights and had done it with some great skill. They all showed incredible forethought and were prepared with backup plans. It was something that was not done in quite a while, but he would be shocked if not all of Team Anko weren't promoted to Chunin. Seeing the smile, the Kazekage looked at him. Something amusing, Hokage? He asked. I'm just happy the Konoha's future will be in good hands. I can truly focus on more important matters, Hiruzen said. Oh? If I may ask, what other matters are you speaking about? He asked. Why, correcting the mistake I made all those years ago, my wayward student, Hiruzen stated. There was a reaction from the guards, but not from the Kazekage. He just chuckled at the old man. I wonder what Suna will think when they learn of your betrayal. Very good, sensei, the voice said, changing to a familiar voice. Will you reveal my deception? No, I know that you will not launch your attack until you witness Sasuke's match. For now, let us enjoy the complete blunder that you made when you released a talent like Anko. She's done much better at teaching than you, Hiruzen said. Orochimaru just scoffed and turned his attention back to the match. Triple X. Outside of the stadium, Guren looked at Kodoheim with a frown. Next to her, Kajiro stood and looked at her teammate with concern. You are a stupid child. 8 minutes and you went over it. That venom would have killed you if I did not interfere. Did you forget the promise that you made to Midoshi? Guren chided. I just wanted to win, to defeat that girl. It was why she gave me the venom. I just wanted to make her proud, Kodoheim said. How can she be proud if you're dead? You swore to her, just like Kajiro, to stay at her side forever. Do not throw your life away for victory, Guren said. Kodoheim just nodded and kept her head down. What is our next move, sensei? Kajiro asked. You two are to get out of the village and return to Odo. You will not participate in this fight. Get out as quick as you can. Return to the cave and wait for me to return, Guren ordered. Yes, sensei, they said and left. When they were out of sight, Guren turned slightly to her left. I will assume that they will be let go, Guren asked. Maybe, maybe not. It all depends on how good you're trained, those two, Anko said. Well then I do not need to worry. I will see you on the battlefield, Guren said and walked away. Anko just grinned and vanished with a puff of smoke. Triple X. Rock Lee was excited as he faced his rival, Neji. He was ready to show Neji just how much hard work he had done to win. Neji just looked at him and settled into his stance. Rock Lee did the same with a smile on his face. Genma started the match immediately. Lee charged at Neji and attacked. It was an amazing showing of taijutsu. Lee was not afraid to engage Neji, who used the Juken to the best of his ability. Lee was able to take the blows and keep on going. Still, Neji was still a prodigy and he was showing just exactly how good he was. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Hurricane, Lee shouted. He lashed out with 3 kicks. Neji dodged 2, but the third landed flush on his jaw. Taking the blow, Neji spun into a palm strike that landed and sent Lee a few feet away. Lee tumbled a little before popping up onto his feet. He got into his stance and had a smile on his face. As expected, you are still so strong. However, I have not begun to fight yet, Lee exclaimed. You may have gotten a little better, but it will do you no good. No matter how hard you work, you can never beat me. Even if you take off your weights, it will be useless. Niji commented. We'll see, Lee shouted. As he removed his weights, they made a loud thud on the ground. He began to unwrap his bandages. Crossing his arms, Lee's body began to twitch. Niji was confused until Lee vanished. Niji raised his hands to his face to block the dust that Lee kicked up from circling him. In an instant, Niji felt the ground leave his feet. His jaw hurt like hell and he was stunned. Lee continued his assault with a series of kicks that launched the two higher into the air. Lee then wrapped Niji with his bandages and trapped him in a cocoon. He grabbed him and began to spin. Omote Renge. Front Lotus. Lee cried out. As they descended in a tail spin, Niji regained his bearings. Noticing that he was trapped, Niji went back to his training with Hayashi. Jukenpo Ichigekishin. Gentle fist art, one blow body. Niji called out. This freed Niji from the bandages and blasted Lee away from him. Because of the spin action, the two were sent toward the ground, spinning and twirling like crazy. Niji managed to correct himself and landed. Lee was not so lucky and he hit the group kind of hard. As Lee got to his feet, he looked to see that Niji was in his face. Hack Rokujion Sho. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji shouted. Niji hit Lee with 2 consecutive strikes. It was soon followed by 4 strikes, then 8 strikes, the 16 strikes, then 32 strikes, and finally 64 strikes. The final 2 strikes were very powerful because Niji stepped into them. Lee was sent flying and hit the ground with a thud. Niji got his breath back while he looked at Lee on the ground. Genma was about to call the match, but to his and Niji's surprise, Lee pushed himself to his feet. He stood on his feet shaking. Niji looked at his teammate with surprise, but he quickly schooled his features. It's pointless, Lee. I'll agree that you are better than before, but you cannot defeat me. Niji spoke. We will see about that, Lee said tiredly. He crossed his arms again and gave Niji a very serious glance. Remember, my friend, the lotus always blooms twice, Lee said. With a shout, Lee began to unleash chakra, something that should not be possible. Simon, Gate of Life, Lee exclaimed. The ground cracked around him. His skin began to turn red and veins were beginning to show. Shomon, Gate of Pain, Lee coiled like a serpent before launching himself at Niji, creating a huge explosion. Niji felt incredible pain as Lee's foot connected with his face. Lee moved around the arena and battered Niji. He knocked him around like a pinball. Taman, Gate of Limit. Lee glowed for a brief moment before he blasted Niji into the air. He then reappeared above him and blasted him back toward the ground. With that attack, Lee managed to tie one of his bandages around his waist. Lee pulled him back toward him using the bandage. Niji opened his eyes and saw that Lee was preparing to use a very powerful attack. He knew that if this landed, he would be done for. He quickly broke free of the bandage, but he could not stop the incoming attack. He then expelled his chakra from all of his points. It was a long shot, but he had no choice. Forming a dome, Niji willed himself into a spin. Yura Renge. Reverse Lotus. Hakusho Kaiten. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. The 2 attacks clashed and an explosion followed after. Chapter 49 Finals, Final Part. Everyone watched with bated breath as the dust covered the area. They were excited and wanted to see who won the fight. It was just so exciting. Who won this match? Was it the Hyuga prodigy or the mini guy? The anticipation was killing some people. Once the smoke cleared, they could see that both boys were on the ground. They laid unmoving and were beaten up. Lee's leg and arm were not bent the right way. Niji's chest was exposed from 2 impact marks that were there. Everyone could see the red welts. Genma waited for a while before calling the match. He was about to call this a draw when the most amazing thing happened. Niji and Lee were finally moving. Through sheer will, both teams forced themselves to their feet. They ignored the pain that was shooting right through them. They faced each other and it looked like they were going to continue their fight. However, after a while, Genma noticed that neither was moving forward. He made his way over to Niji was barely standing. He could see blood coming out of his mouth. He checked on Lee and saw that he was unconscious. Sensei, I can no longer continue. I will like to surrender, Niji stated. Genma just smiled at the boy before facing the crowd. Due to Hyuga Niji's forfeit and Rock Lee's unconsciousness, This match is declared a draw, Ganma said. Niji looked surprised and saw that Lee was indeed unconscious. He began to chuckle, but it hurt greatly too. The medics made their way to the two. Guy arrived to help Lee while Tenten checked on Niji. She yelled at him and Lee for going so far. The crowd cheered for the two teen males of Team Guy. Triple X. Holy shit, that was intense, Jackin said. Everyone was watching as the two got carted off for medical assistance. Yeah, I need to up my training a little. I had a plan for either one of them, but even I have doubts that I would have defeated either one of them. Still, Lee must be smiling on the inside. He might not have defeated Niji, but he fought him to a draw. That's an accomplishment, Yakumo said. Naruto just nodded at the explanation. He then looked around and saw Gaara walked past him. The two locked eyes and Gaara gave him a hard glance. He continued on his walk to the grounds to fight Sasuke. Naruto could only wish Sasuke well because he was going to need it. Triple X. Gaara arrived on the grounds and made his way to the center of the field. He folded his arms and waited for Sasuke to enter. After a while, there was still no sign of Sasuke. The crowd was starting to get annoyed and restless. They demanded that Sasuke would show himself. They wanted to see Sasuke fight, and they wanted to see him fight now. When it looked like Gunma was about to disqualify Sasuke, he appeared with Kakashi in a swirl of leaves. The crowd cheered for his arrival. Are we late? Kakashi asked. Yeah, you are. I was about to disqualify your student. You're lucky he's the last match of the first round. Let's hope that the wait was worth it. He has a lot to live up to. These finals were pretty exciting, Gunma said. Kakashi looked around and saw that field was in ruins. His lone eye widened at the destruction. Oh wow, you're right. Well, don't let me keep you, Kakashi said. He vanished, leaving Sasuke to face the demon that was Gaara. Kakashi appeared next to the other Jonin. Hey guys, what did I miss? Good Kami. Will you ever be on time? Enko asked. I don't know. Will you go back to wearing the fishnet thing? Kakashi asked. Why, you want to see my breasts or something? Enko asked with a grin. If you two are done flirting, what took you so long, Kakashi? If Sasuke had got disqualified, Pops would have demoted you to Genin, Asuma said. Yeah, I just need to make sure that Sasuke's new jutsu was ready. He will need it against this kid. He isn't normal, Kakashi explained. You got that right, but if you taught him what I think you taught him, you might come to regret that. I've looked into his eyes and I know you have too, Enko said. I know, but I will have faith in him, Kakashi said. Everyone turned their attention to the grounds as Genma started the fight. Triple X. Sasuke moved fast and was inches from Gaara. He launched a punch that was easily blocked. Sasuke tried again, but it was once again blocked. Sasuke increased his speed and attempted to hit Gaara from every direction, but the sand was just too fast for him. Sasuke was starting to get frustrated. Gaara was starting to get annoyed and stopped defending. Sasuke moved with swiftness and escaped the sand. Sasuke decided to go with Kakashi's plan. Despite the time it would take to finish the fight, he did some seals and took a breath. Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, wild water wave, Sasuke shouted, spitting out a large volume of water. Gaara raised his sand to protect him. Sasuke moved around him and did another Mizurappa. Gaara defended against this as well. Sasuke did the same jutsu for a third time and Gaara protected himself again, but Sasuke saw that the sand was slow and Gaara got splashed. Sasuke moved it. The sand moved to catch him, but Sasuke was able to dodge. He was in Gaara's face and smashed his fist into Gaara's jaw. Gaara was shocked by this and was sent flying. His sand could not get to him in time. With a smile, Sasuke charged at Gaara. Triple X. That wasn't a bad plan, Kakashi. Soaking his to make it slower was a great strategy. Still, he should have kept it up, Enko said. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. Enko pointed at Gaara and Kakashi noticed cracks along the boy's face. I see. He uses his sand as armor as well. I didn't see that considering how quickly he dealt with that other boy. Still, I don't think that Sasuke would have continued to use the jutsu even if it was going to give him an edge. What are you talking about? Kurenai asked. Sasuke only wanted to learn the one jutsu I was training for. He felt that it was all he needed to beat him, but I reconsidered it when he approached him during the training. He fought me on it when I had enough and ordered him. It was not a pretty sight, Kakashi said with a sigh. That's a cause for concern, Kakashi. Maybe you should consider talking to Pop about this, Asuma said. I think I will. Anko, when you speak with Naruto, tell him to stay clear of Sasuke. Gaara pretty much dismissed him for your student and that Midoshi girl. It only added fuel to the fire, Kakashi said. You don't have to worry about Naruto. That kid is stronger than before. I'll relay the message, but if Sasuke comes at him, the kid is in for a big surprise. Speaking of a surprise, it seems that your student has begun to lose his advantage, Anko said. They all turned back to the match. XXX. Sasuke jumped away and got some distance. He was now on the defensive and he did not like it one bit. He was having his way with Gaara when he felt his fists begin to hurt. When he looked at Gaara, he saw cracks on his face. He realized that Gaara coated himself with sand and used it as armor. Sasuke ignored it and decided that he would rip that armor away, piece by piece. That was until Gaara changed his tactics. Gaara jumped into the air and landed on a clump of his sand. It took him above him and Gaara was now airborne. This did not bode well as Gaara attacked from above. The sand was still quite slow, so it was easy to dodge. Sasuke attempted to knock Gaara down using his no Katan jutsu. However, they were all blocked by the sand. That's when things got worse as the sand began to pick up speed again. Sasuke was nearly caught several times. He could not understand why this was happening. He just kept firing Katan at Gaara. Gaara finally returned to the ground and gave Sasuke an evil smirk. Suna Shuriken. Sand Shuriken, Gaara said. Several bullets came at Sasuke at an alarming pace. Sasuke was hit and cut by the attack. Gaara launched another volley and Sasuke was sent running. He took cover behind one of the trees as Gaara continued to bombard him with attacks. Sasuke was breathing a little hard and was trying to figure out what happened. Come out, Uchiha, and face your death. I told you, you are only an appetizer to my real target. Do not keep me from them any longer, Gaara exclaimed. That hit a nerve in Sasuke and he growled. He remembered what Gaara said to him that day and he did not forget it. He took a look out and his Sharingan eye landed on Naruto. He growled and ran up the side of the stadium. Gaara watched until he reached the very top. Once there, Sasuke did some hand seals. He held his wrist as lightning appeared. XXX. You have got to be kidding me. Are you seriously mental? Anko exclaimed. It was the only jutsu that could pierce through the shield. I know that you are angry that I showed it to him, but he is the only one who could actually use my original jutsu and be successful, Kakashi explained. But you had to know that Sasuke is not exactly stable. What if he turns that jutsu on a comrade? Can you really be alright with the consequences that come with that? Anko argued. Kakashi had no answer for that. That's when it got ugly when Sakura got up. Hey, leave my sensei alone. He did what he did to help Sasuke-kun. He isn't unstable and would never use it on a comrade, Sakura shouted. What the hell do you know, fangirl? Anko snarled, making Sakura gulp. Anko, that's enough. I will not have throwing killing intent at my student, Kakashi exclaimed. Anko scoffed at the two and walked away before she killed something. Kakashi just stood there and sighed. He scratched his head and hoped that she was wrong. XXX. Gaara watched the lightning and narrowed his eyes. He did a seal and his sand began to surround him. It formed a dome of sand. An eye appeared and watched Sasuke. The Uchiha saw this, but it would not deter him from proving to Gaara that he was the strongest. He charged at the dome, his hand digging into the ground. He hit the ground running and sped toward the dome. His Sharingan read all of his moves and was able to dodge. Within range, Sasuke thrust his arm forward. Chidori! Sasuke roared. The jutsu worked and his arm went right through the dome. He felt his hand connect with flesh and felt blood around his hand. He stayed that way and waited for Gaara to fall. However, that did not happen. After a shrill scream was heard. That was followed by a snap of bone. Sasuke roared out in pain and struggled to remove his arm. He was able to get it out, but he would not be fast enough to dodge the spike of sand that came at his head. Lucky for him, Kakashi was able to move fast enough to prevent Sasuke's death. They both looked at his arm and could see that it was snapped in two. Kakashi looked back to see the dome fall. When he did, he saw the crazed look of Gaara. He also saw where Sasuke landed his attack. Gaara looked at the two with nothing more than murder. I'm going to kill you all, Gaara roared. In his seat, Hiruzen was about to make a signal to stop Gaara when he had to dodge a couple of shuriken. He landed on the roof and threw some shuriken at Orochimaru. The man dodged, ripping off his disguise. He managed to get behind Hiruzen and held a kunai to his throat. He then dissolved into mud, revealing an explosive tag. Orochimaru managed to escape and the two ended up facing each other. While this was going on, feathers began to fall among the crowd. Their eyes began to feel heavy and they were quickly going to sleep. The shinobi, who recognized the genjutsu, quickly dispelled the genjutsu just in time to defend against several Oto and Suna ninja who were in disguise. The fighting began as the Konoha shinobi fought to protect the villagers. The ANBU that was stationed there got the daimyos out of the arena. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Chapter 50, The Invasion, Part 1. Gaara roared as he held his shoulder. He used his sand to stem the bleeding and then thrust his hand forward. The sand rushed at Kakashi, who was holding Sasuke in his arms. Kakashi jumped out of the way and kept on his toes. He wasn't about to get caught in that sand. Genma attempted to help by firing the senbon in his mouth, but the sand protected him. Gaara lashed out at him as well. Gaara was crazed and wanted the death of the boy who had just hurt him. He would not get away. That's when he felt someone coming for his left. He turned only to get punched in the face. He looked to see it was Naruto. With a growl, a spear of sand impaled him in the chest. However, Naruto burst into smoke, revealing him to be a clone. Naruto appeared through the smoke, his fist already being thrown. Futon. Senpuken. Wind release. Whirlwind fist. Gaara was sent flying in the air after a giant, adaptable whirlwind slammed into his chest. Gaara hit the wall and was sent through it. It did not stop him as he went through several trees and a house. Naruto stood there and released a breath. He knew that this would not hold Gaara down. He looked at Kakashi. Get Sasuke out of here. Kakashi did not want to leave Naruto, but he knew that he could come back quickly. He vanished, leaving Genma with him. Naruto turned his attention back to the hole. The explosion of the competitor's box did not distract him. From out of the dust, Temari flew out on her fan. She coughed a little before turning her attention back to the smoke. That when several shuriken came flying toward her. She jumped off and used her fan to blow them away. The wind jutsu suddenly dispelled the shuriken to reveal explosive notes. The explosion sent Temari crashing into the ground. She quickly shook off the cobwebs and got to her feet. She opened her fan and kept her eyes on her surroundings. I know that you're around here. Show yourself, Temari shouted. Very well, Yakumo's voice said in her ear. Temari spun quickly to dodge the strike. She closed her fan and raised it in one fluid motion. Yakumo dodged the clubbing blow and moved to catch Temari with her dagger. Temari swung her fan, making Yakumo block it. Yakumo was sent a few feet before skidding to a stop. Yakumo got into her stance as did Temari. The two faced each other on the other side of the field. Kankuro jumped out into the streets and took off. Jacken was after him and tossed one of his sickles at Kankuro. Kankuro jumped away and slammed his shoulder into a door. He entered the house and removed the puppet from his back. He immediately fired several senbon at Jacken, who just entered. Jacken was forced back as he defended himself from the barrage. When it was over, Jacken got into his stance and waited. The puppet appeared in front of the door and faced him. Heh, staying behind your doll, huh? That's a safe bet, but don't think that it will help you in this fight, Jacken said. Well, aren't we cocky? Don't think you'll get in my head like you did my sister. I'm not one to lose my cool like that, Kankuro said from behind his puppet. Jacken just readied himself and prepared for the fight of his life. Triple X. Kakashi quickly fixed the bone in Sasuke's arm. It hurt the boy, but he could not be gentle. There was a battle going on and he needed to get back into it. He fashioned a sling for the arm and carefully placed the arm in the sling. He looked to see Sakura and Shikamaru. He quickly summoned something. When the smoke cleared, it was a small pug. He took a sniff and decided to call them out. Sakura, Shikamaru, Shino, front and center now, Kakashi commanded. Shino quickly arrived while Sakura took her time due to the flying weaponry. Shikamaru groaned and made his way to the group as well. This is an A-rank mission. I need you three to take Sasuke and Lee to a shelter. You are to stay there until further instruction. Is that understood? Yes, sir, they said. This is Pakin. He will be your guide to the nearest shelter, Kakashi said. Yo, the pug said. Kakashi then created a hole using an explosive note. He covered their escape as they grabbed the two injured genin and left. Watching them, a man with an ANBU mask and 9 Odo ninja stood as the fighting continued. "Well now, where are you going?" the masked ninja said. He made a hand motion and the 9 got ready to move. That was until a voice shouted out, "Sanaijishu, hidden shadow snake hands." All 9 ninja were bit by snakes. When they hit the ground, they began to spaz out. The ANBU was able to escape, but his attacker was right on him. She attacked with some vigor, nearly catching him off guard several times. He was able to back her off with a glowing hand. Anko slid back and quickly did some hand seals. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. Anko shouted and fired several fireballs at the man. He was able to get away without too much injury, but he got tagged at least twice. He growled at the burns but turned his attention back to Anko. She was right on top of him when another voice called out. Shotan. Shuriken Ranbu. Crystal release. Shuriken wild dance. Anko used a kawarimi to escape the assault. Another volley of shuriken came at her and Anko pulled out her sword. Using great skill, she deflected any shuriken away from her. When it was done, the two femme fatales stared each other down. The man in the mask stood up straight behind her. "You sure took your time, Guren," he said. He suddenly dodged as Guren took a quick swipe at him. While she missed, she did get his mask, which split and revealed who was under the mask. Was that really necessary? You were already caught and they already know who you are. Why keep up the pretenses? Now go, you are not needed or wanted here, Guren said. Kabuto scoffed but did as he was told. Leaving the two, Anko just had to ask her something. "So, why exactly are we about to fight?" Anko asked. Guren just formed 2 crystal blades on either side of her arms. "Why should our students have all the fun? Besides, I've always wanted to fight Orochimaru-sama, former apprentice," Guren said with a grin. Anko returned the grin. "Just don't come crying to me when I kill you. I could say the same to you. After I skin you, I'll hang it up in memorial of you," Anko said. The two launched themselves at each other. XXX. Midoshi's eyes shot open and looked around the area. She realized that she was floating in liquid and there was an open sky. It took her a while to realize that she was back in Ryakudo, Dragon Ground Cave. "Be easy, mistress, you are in the healing pool. You are still in recovery and will be for some time," a human-sized python hissed. "How bad am I hurt?" Midoshi asked weakly. "You have a great deal of internal damage. I don't know what type of jutsu you were hit with, mistress, but it must be very powerful. Your snake skin armor was broken in the area of the damage," she said. Midoshi just relaxed in the pool, calming her breathing and closing her eyes. After a while, she reopened her eyes. "I need you to do something for me," Midoshi said. "What is your binding, mistress?" "Retrieve my team and bring them here." XXX. Naruto was standing, but he could not help but shake a little in fright. Naruto looked at the hole that he sent Gaara through. He and Genma waited for him to return, as that jutsu would not be enough to end it. What stepped right back out of the hole scared the both of them. One side of Gaara's body was covered in what looked his sand. His face looked like that of a raccoon dog. His hand was now a claw and a tail swished back and forth. He glared at him with a regular eye and a black eye, with yellow irises and pupils that each takes the shape of a black 4-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. Naruto had an idea of why that was so. Gaara looked at him with a harsh glare. Genma got in front of Naruto to protect when he saw the look in his eyes. They did not deter Gaara. "You have caused me pain. You must pay with your life, Uzumaki Naruto," Gaara exclaimed. Genma was about to use a jutsu when he was attacked by Baki. Both males had to dodge, but Naruto was singled out by Gaara. With speed unseen, Gaara rushed up to the blonde and sent him flying with a swipe of his changed arm. Naruto was sent flying into the stands. He traveled as far as the back wall. Naruto was in a daze, but he was quick enough to roll out of the way of Gaara's arm. Naruto was able to get to his feet, but he was smacked across the air by Gaara's backhand. Naruto summoned a clone and the clone was able to catch him. The two landed on the ground and Naruto was shaking the cobwebs out. His clone charged at the charging Gaara, but he was quickly dealt with. Gaara continued on his trek and raised his arm to finish Naruto off. However, Naruto had recovered enough sense to attack. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. A river of mud appeared and Gaara was swept away by the mud. Naruto did another set of seals. Doton, Doryuden. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon appears and fired several balls of mud at Gaara. Naruto then took a deep breath. Katon Karyuden. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. The balls of mud ignited and burned. The fireballs hit Gaara, making him cry out from the attack. The mud then consumed Gaara and sent him crashing back into the field. Gaara struggled to stand with the pain running through him while Naruto regained his bearings. Uzumaki! Gaara roared and turned to go after him. Naruto pulled out 2 kunai and placed 2 tags on them. He tossed them at the charging beast. Gaara blocked it, but he was soon being shocked by several volts of lightning. Gaara ripped out the kunai and tossed them aside. He turned only to get kicked in the face. Naruto landed and slammed a palm into his chest. A seal appeared on his chest and Naruto pushed off. Naruto activated the seal and Gaara went crazy. He grabbed his head as if he was in pain. Damn, you! How dare you hurt? Mother! Gaara roared. He unleashed his chakra, blowing everyone back. Naruto covered his eyes only to see that Gaara had once again transformed. Instead of half of his body being covered by sand, all of his body was covered. He now looked like a raccoon dog with big claws and a large tail. Gaara looked at him with rage in his eyes. You tried to seal off my mother. You will not survive past today. Naruto sucked his teeth before calling on the Kyuubi's chakra. He was surrounded by the shroud. He winced a little, but he could not afford to fight at half strength. Triple X. Hiruzen looked over the village that was currently in battle. He was in his battle attire, a black jumpsuit, which featured mesh segments over the lower portions of his limbs, and a green gauntlet that covered his right wrist, forearm, and elbow. He also wore an armored hood with a bandana-like Konoha forehead protector over this, which featured 2 long straps. He could only sigh as he watched his people fight. He would like nothing more than to help them, but his student had trapped him inside the Shishinjin for Violet Flame's formation. Hiruzen sighed and faced his greatest regret, Orochimaru. He could go on and on about what he could have done for his favorite student, but it would be a waste of time. Orochimaru had threatened his village, and as the Hokage, he would defend it. Besides, he was pretty confident in his village. He got into his stance and prepared for battle. Chapter 51 Invasion Part 2. Explosion was heard throughout the stadium. The sounds of battle were going on as the Konoha ninja protected the civilians. Kakashi stabbed another Odo ninja before ducking a crushing blow from a Suna ninja. He lashed out with a kick that sent the man flying into the wall. He spun and caught him with a genjutsu that froze him. He was easy pickings for his thrown kunai. Kakashi turned back to survey the battle. To his left, he watched as Naruto jumped over the stadium wall and moved toward a forested area. Gaara, or what might have been Gaara, took off after him. It was a good decision made by Naruto, as that Gaara boy would have probably killed everyone just to get to Naruto. To his right, he watched as Anko and that Odo Kunoichi go at it. Anko was holding her own and her sword work was difficult to decipher. The Kunoichi was still matching her blow for blow. Each was sporting wounds from their battle. Down on the field, Gunma was fighting the Suna ninja, Baki and Yakumo was fighting the Suna Kunoichi, Temari. They looked like that they were okay. 2 Odo shinobi appeared above him, ready to plunge their kunai into his back. Konoha Gariki Senpu, Tree Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Guy shouted and blasted the 2 away from his rival. Guy landed right beside him. Kakashi, you must concentrate on the fight before you. I cannot save you all the time. Sorry, Guy? Did you say something? Kakashi asked. Guy balked and looked at him with an annoyed glance. This gave Kakashi time to take out 2 more enemies. That makes 30 to 28. That was very unyouthful, Guy shouted. The 2 Jonin just continued to fight for their village. Triple X. The sound of steel against glass followed the 2 women as they ran along the top of the stands. Guren, with 2 crystal blades, pushed away and did some seals. Kesho, Rakaku Shuriken, Ranbu, Crystal, Hexagonal Shuriken, Wild Dance, she shouted. Crystal Shuriken came right at Anko. Anko did some seals of her own and slammed her hands on the ground. Doton, Doryahiki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall, Anko shouted. Pillars of earth rose to protect her. The pillars looked like that they had scales on it. Guren was preparing another jutsu but cried out when Anko's sword nicked her shoulder. She thanked herself for encasing her body in a thin layer of crystal or she would have lost that shoulder. She batted the blade away and drove her crystal blade into the ground. It extended into the ground. She raised it in a sweeping motion. It ripped Anko out of the ground and threw her against the wall she created. Gyurin did not waste second. Shotan. Amiwatari no Jutsu. Crystal release. The God's Crossings technique. Gyurin shouted and put her hands on the ground. A stream of sharp crystal rushed at Anko. It hit Anko and the wall with some impact. Gyurin waited from the dust to settle. When it did, Anko was skewered against the wall. That was until Anko dispelled. Anko reappeared in front of Gyurin, a deadly gleam in her eyes. Gyurin barely had time to raise her arms as Anko's slash came at her with amazing speed. The power behind the blow shattered her swords and sent her flying. Gyurin tumbled for a while before stopping. She attempted to get to a standing position, but she could not. Her arms could not stop shaking. What was up with the strike? Huh, I guess I have to practice more. That strike should have cut your arms clean off, Anko said. She positioned herself before dashing at Gyurin. The fight was about to be over until Anko was sent flying back by the tail of a serpent. The blow really hurt because she got hit right where she was cut. Anko was able to stay on her feet and looked at what hit here. Gyurin was just as surprised to see a man-sized snake. The serpent looked at Anko. Sorry, Anko, but I cannot allow you to kill her. Mistress Midoshi wants her back, the snake said. Gyurin nodded at the snake before facing Anko. Another time then, Gyurin said. Another time, Anko said and watched as Gyurin was reverse summoned. Anko turned back to the battle ahead of her. She winced at the wound that she received. It was leaking and knew that she would be useless if she passed out from blood lost. Using the Shunshin body flicker, Anko took herself out of the battle. Triple X. Kodoheim dodged another volley of shuriken and launched her hair. She caught two Konoha shinobi by their necks. With a strong pull, she tossed the two through a store window. She ducked another ninja and kicked him in the kneecap. He dropped to that knee, allowing Kodoheim to crush her knee into her face. She turned to see two fireballs coming at her. Kajiro Ninpo, Utakata, Antlion Ninja Arts, Ephemeral, Kajiro shouted. For firefly wings appeared and a powerful energy blast was released. It consumed the two fireballs and the two ninja who casted them. Kajiro dropped to her knees and was barely breathing. Kodoheim quickly grabbed her and used her hair to create a shield. Kodoheim checked on Kajiro and saw that she was still alive. She could hear the sounds of steel hitting her hair and was worried. Damn it, we were so close, she thought. That's when they heard screams and hisses. Then it went all quiet. Kodoheim brought down her shield to see that everyone was either out or dead. Two man-sized snakes appeared before them. Seeing that Kajiro was hurt, one of the serpents immediately took her away with a poof. Kodoheim suddenly realized why they were here. She nodded at the serpent and she was also reversed summoned. Triple X. Jacken was breathing hard as he held his Kusarigama in a defensive position. This was one hard fight. Kankuro definitely had the edge as he could hide in the area they were in. He had led him here so that he could hide while his puppet did all the work. It was a good plan and he was at a great disadvantage. He knew that Kankuro was nearby as was his puppet. All he managed to do was take off an arm. He had several cuts and he was sure that he was poisoned. He would not last much longer. What's wrong? Where was that bravado earlier? Either way, you're gonna die here, Konoha Ninja. It will be all the sweeter when I do so. Temari is not going to like that, Kankuro said with amusement. He's really close. I wanted to save this to avoid damage, but I don't think I have a choice, Jacken thought. He gathered the last of his chakra and had his arms out. He had a smile on his face. It's a good thing that everyone has cleared out. I can use this new jutsu without restraint. Rensen Ugi, Midargami, Sickle Flash secret technique, Wild Hair. Jacken crossed his hands, tossing the sickles. Chains burst into and out of the houses from all angles. Even where Kankuro was hiding was surrounded by chains. The whole area was covered in chains. The chains began to glow red before a huge explosion took out the surrounding area. Jacken was safe from the explosion due to an area he created with his chains. He dropped to one knee and was breathing hard. The poison was working through his system. He waited from the dust to settle before he began his search. It didn't take him long to find Kankuro, who was laid out. He had several burns and his puppet was in pieces. He began to search Kankuro and found two vials. One was a dark purple liquid and the other was an olive green liquid. Going with his gut, he downs the olive green liquid. He goes into a hiding spot and passes out. He would later be found by ANBU and taken to the hospital. XXX. Yakumo and Temari continued their fight in the competitor's box. Yakumo had led her here to gain an advantage. Temari could no longer swing her fan around as freely as she could. Temari was forced to fight her close up as many of her jutsu were useless. Like Anko taught her, she must set the battleground. Temari swung her fan like a club and Yakumo jumped back. She threw several kunai at Temari, who opened the fan to block it. Tore her fan, giving it holes. Temari growled and charged at Yakumo. She was able to thrust the fan into her gut hard, making her spit up bile. Yakumo dispelled into sakura petals. Temari cursed, but she could not move. She looked around and saw that she ensnared in vines. They were choking her out. That's when the vines changed into sand. Temari looked forward to see Gaara standing in front of her. His arm was out and the sand began to ensnare her. "No, Gaara, please don't kill me. I'm your sister. I'm your sister," Temari shouted. Gaara did not listen and encased her in sand. That's when she heard two words she never wanted to hear. "Sabaku Soso," Gaara said, and Temari screamed. Temari dropped to the ground and was out cold. Yakumo reappeared and made her way to Temari. She quickly did hand seals and her hands glowed green. She placed it over her head and allowed the healing to work. It was something that she learned to help those she used her genjutsu against people. Yakumo knew that she was the enemy, but she was not about to let her die. XXX. The sounds of battle could be heard in the forest near the village. Naruto and Gaara roared at each other as they charged at each other. Naruto ducked under Gaara's swipe and landed his fist flush against Gaara's face. Gaara stumbled but swung his tail, catching Naruto and slammed him into a tree. Naruto grabbed the tail and pulled Gaara. He whipped him around before slamming him into the ground hard. Naruto jumped away and did hand seals. Katan Enden. Fire release. Flame bullet. Naruto spat out an oil-lit fireball that consumed Gaara. It would only be a few moments when Gaara jumped out of the fire and sent his arm at Naruto. Naruto avoided it and moved quickly. Gaara could not keep up and was bombarded with punches and kicks. Gaara hit a tree and struggled to stand. He saw the charge and swung his arm. Suna Shuriken. Sand Shuriken. Naruto was hit with several sand projectiles that stopped and sent him flying. Naruto skid to a stop and winced at the injury. Lucky for him, the Kyuubi chakra healed his wounds. The two glared at each other. "Damn you! How dare you try to end my existence? I will not be erased by you. You will die. That isn't going to happen. I will defeat you and I will protect my village," Naruto shouted. Gaara seethed in rage before unleashing his chakra. Sand began to pour out of him and form into something big. When the smoke cleared, Naruto looked up to see a large raccoon dog. Naruto cursed as he realized Gaara just unleashed the Shikaku. Naruto knew that everyone could see it now. He was not going to allow the demon to leave this spot. Using the chakra of his cloak, Naruto did the hand seals that he learned over the month. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique. Naruto shouted. A large plume of smoke rose in front of the Shikaku. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was standing on a giant toad. The toad was Gamabunta, chief of toads. "What the, Naruto? Why have you summoned me?" the large toad demanded. "Look in front of you, boss. We've got a battle on our hands," Naruto told him. The toad did just that and gave an annoyed grunt. "What is with you blondes? First the Yondaime, now you. Don't you two ever fight normal enemies?" Gamabunta asked. Naruto just sweat dropped. The two got ready to fight the Shikaku. XXX. Hiruzen took his eyes off his opponents and looked at the two huge figures that were close to the village. To see the Shikaku worried him greatly. Then Gamabunta appeared and everything was just fine. He knew that it wasn't Jiraiya. Jiraiya was at the gates with others. He knew that this was Naruto. Orochimaru was looking as well and was annoyed by it. He also knew that Jiraiya was nowhere close to them. That meant that someone else was allowed to sign the Toad contract. He looked at Hiruzen and saw a smile on his face. "Someone you know, Sarutobi-sensei?" Orochimaru inquired. "Yes, he is my second proudest student next to Jiraiya. He will carry on my moniker when I die," Hiruzen said. "It is amusing that you accept your death so readily. Still, what makes you think that he will succeed in stopping Gaara?" Orochimaru asked. "Because I believe in him. He embodies what the will of fire means, and it burns brightly within him. Hiruzen returned his attention back to Orochimaru. Come, my failure student. I will show you why I am the Shinobi no Kami, God of Shinobi. Final chapter: Victory and Loss. Shikaku and Gaara faced off against Naruto and Gamabunta. They just looked at each other, each with their own objective. One wanted to destroy, the other wanted to protect. With a roar, Gaara threw his arms forward. Big balls of sand were shot toward Gamabunta. The large toad ducked and dodged as he got closer to the large tanuki. Like lightning, Gamabunta removed his blade and lashed out at Shikaku. Gamabunta struggled to cut into him, giving the beast time to counter. Jump back, Naruto called out. The toad listened and jumped away from the Shikaku. They landed away from the Shikaku and faced him. That sand is very hard to cut through. I will need an edge, Gamabunta said. Naruto jumped off his head and landed on the blade. Trust me, boss. I've got it covered, Naruto said. All right, kid, hang on. Gamabunta charged at the Shikaku. He launched several more balls of sand at Gamabunta. Again he dodged and swung his blade again. As he did, Naruto focused his wind chakra into the blade. He learned about his affinity before the exams and worked on it during his month with Jiraiya. The blade hit the shoulder blade and it easily cut through. The arm flew off and landed a distance away. Gamabunta jumped away and landed behind him. Kid, you are the best summoner ever. I figured that would work. Let's get wild, Naruto said. Get on my head and do the same thing, kid, Gamabunta shouted. Naruto flipped onto his head and focused his wind chakra and touched his head. Suetun Tepidama, the toad shouted and fired 2 high-pressure balls of water at Shikaku. The balls of water were moving faster than before. When they hit, they blew chunks off the sand demon. Gaara couldn't believe what he was seeing. He quickly did a seal. Gamabunta saw this and quickly fired another Tepidama. However, he was not fast enough. Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu, feigning sleep technique, Gaara shouted. As the ball of water neared, 3 walls of sand popped up and protected Gaara. That's when a crazed cheer was heard all over the village. I'm free! I'm free! Shikaku shouted. Naruto looked on with some worry. I take it that isn't good? Naruto asked. No, it isn't good. The boy has given control over to his demon. His full power is now being released. Gamabunta explained. What's the plan? Naruto asked. We have to wake the boy or we are going to be in for a really hard fight, Gamabunta shouted. That's when they saw the damage they caused begin to restructure. They also saw the gut of Shikaku expands. Hold on. Futon, Rankuden. Shikaku roared and fired a ball of compressed wind. Gamabunta jumped high in the air to avoid it. Naruto watched as the area behind them just disappeared. Gamabunta landed and dodged another Rankuden. Gamabunta fired back with his Tepidama, but the Shikaku dodged. Gamabunta jumped into the air and Shikaku fired 2 Rankuden, with a delayed third one. Gamabunta countered with 2 Tepidama, but it blocked his view from the third one. Naruto saw it though and quickly did some hand seals. Futon. Senpu counter. Whirlwind counter. Naruto shouted and blew out a large tornado in front of the toad. It took a lot of chakra for him to create one that size. It did the trick though, as the third Rankuden was batted away and sent back at double the speed. Shikaku barely had time to dodge as the attack nearly took him out. Seeing that was covered, Naruto quickly came up with a plan. Summoning several clones, Naruto had them all spread out. Boss, I need some oil. Got it. Oil began to fill Gamabunta's cheeks and Naruto did some hand seals. Katon. Gameu Enden. They both roared and fired their flamethrower attack. Shikaku fired another Rankuden, but it was countered by the combined attack. It even made it stronger. Shikaku protected Gaara as the jutsu hit him. The two continued to blow until they could no longer. The fire was still burning and Naruto could see that most of the Shikaku had instantly turned to glass. This what he wanted. With a loud shout, Naruto had his clones attack. Each of them launched a jutsu that they had in their arsenal. They hit the glass and shattered it. The Shikaku began to tip over due to losing most of its side. The clones attacked, running up the heavily damaged body of the Shikaku. The demon was still aware and swatted or crushed the clones. What he did not see was the charging Gamabunta, who ran his sword through the sand thanks to Naruto. The blonde jumped off and charged. He pulled out his staff and launched it like a javelin. The sand caught the sand, but Naruto expected this and launched himself past it. He reared his fist back and threw it forward, connecting with Gaara's jaw. Gaara awoke with a start and looked at Naruto with surprise. Naruto wasn't done yet. 2 clones survived and held Gaara at bay. One revealed the seal that he had, and Naruto quickly threw his other arm forward. His fingers were glowing with characters on his fingertips. Gogyo Fuin, 5-element seal. Naruto roared and slammed his hand into his stomach. Gaara screamed as he felt something burn. Once it was done, the rest of the Shikaku fell into nothing but sand. Gamabunta pulled his sword out and waited for the dust to settle. When it did, he let out a sigh of relief because Naruto was okay. He was probably out of chakra now, but he was impressed by the boy's ability. This fight went a little smoother than his father's. Naruto, I am tired. I will be returning home, Gamabunta said to him. I got ya. Thanks for your help, boss, Naruto said. Gamabunta nodded before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Naruto sat down and watched Gaara as he lay down on the ground. Naruto just rested his head against a tree. He closed his eyes and allowed the fatigue to claim him. XXX. It has been 3 days since the invasion. It was dark and it was wet, as the rain just fell over Konoha. Everyone was gathered in black to send a final farewell to the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto stood with his teammates, the Sarutobi family, and Irika. Naruto's eyes were downcast as he looked at the coffin of his teacher and surrogate grandfather. He was very sad when Anko broke the news to him. He actually broke down in tears in the hospital room. He wasn't left alone. Yakumo had him stay with her family at the compound. Jacken, when he was cleared of the poison, also stayed with the Kurama clan. They would sit and talk about the old man. They would joke and reflect about the impact that he made in their lives. If it wasn't for the Sandaime, Naruto would not have the strength he needed to defend his friends. If it wasn't for the Sandaime, Yakumo and Jacken would not have gotten a second chance. Each of them had something to thank the old Kage for. Each of them put a white rose on the casket and made a promise to the old Kage. They all swore to continue to improve and to protect the village that he died for. This was a promise that they all made. XXX. After the funeral, Ibiki confronted Team Anko. He told Anko that he needed Naruto for a second. When she asked why, he explained that Gaara wanted to speak to him. This surprised Naruto, but he suddenly understood why. He agreed to see Gaara. They arrived to a room where Gaara was restrained and seated. Naruto stood before Gaara and looked at him. Gaara faced him as well. The two were silent for a while before Naruto spoke. I guess you called me here to ask about our similar past? Naruto asked. So we have had similar past? However, you seem to have not given in to the darkest. You have friends, people that you care about, and at the same, they care about you. I have not had that luxury. I have been feared, hated, and lonely. I believed that to prove my existence, I needed to kill. However, here you stand the victor, my reason for existing shattered. I do not know what to do, Gaara explained sadly. Naruto looked at his fellow Jinchuriki with a somber expression. When I was 5 years old, I lost control of my anger and I killed a group of people. The stupid fox whispered words into my head and I acted on it. I could have gone down that road, but the Sandaime Hokage. He found me and showed me love. He trained me and showed me how to rise beyond the hate I felt. I then made friends and teammates. A few people that used to scowl at me actually said hi to me. I guess the thing that you have to do is to not give up. If you do, then you are proving them right. If you don't quit and show everybody that you can change, things get better. I guess the first thing you have to do is to find people who love you, Naruto explained. I don't have someone like that in my life, Gaara said. What about your siblings? Maybe that's a place to start, Naruto said. Gaara looked deep in thought at that suggestion. Ibiki then led Naruto out of the room and Gaara back to his cell. XXX. Midoshi stepped out of the healing pool and placed on a robe. She walked toward a steaming area where her team was sitting. She sat next to Kajiro and checked on her. It seems that the pool is doing its job. The steam will further your healing, Midoshi said. Thank you, Midoshi-sama. I am sorry that I am so weak, Kajiro said. Don't worry about it. I blame your sensei for that, Midoshi said with a smirk. Guren just glared at her and rubbed her arms. She could still feel that sword strike that nearly took her arms. She decided to get something out of the way. So what are your plans, Midoshi? Guren asked. What makes you think that I have any plans? Midoshi asked. Don't bullshit me. You have never cared about anything but your own amusement. This connection you have with us isn't going to last, and I know that. Yet, you invite us to the home of the serpents and take care of us. You must have some sort of plan. Gyuren stated. Midoshi looked at Gyuren with some seriousness before grinning. I can't get anything past you. You are right about the fact that I do have plans. However, you are wrong about my feelings toward you three. Midoshi said. What do you mean? Kotoheim asked. I have grown attached to you three. The months that we spent together were the most fun that I have had in years. Not to say that you are interesting, but I would feeling something close to sadness if you were to disappear. Besides, you and I both know that you have fallen out of favor with the snake due to your actions. Gyuren had to admit that. I need you three to stand at my side. I might be cruel and uncaring, but I know that I will need my team for the future that I want to create. So, what do you say? Midoshi asked after a lengthy talk. I will stand at your side, Midoshi-sama, Kajiro said. As will I, Kotoheim added. Everyone looked at Gyuren, who had her arms folded. She then sighed and gave the girls a grin. Very well, I will be your ally. However, if you try anything, I will kill you, Gyuren said seriously. I look forward to watching you try and fail, Midoshi joked. Gyuren just chuckled at her. A new force was formed. XXX. Konoha was back in high spirits. Everyone was working to rebuild their home. They were still hurt over the loss of the Hokage, but they dusted themselves off and continued forward. They would rebuild their village to be stronger than ever. The genin were also helping in the rebuild and doing well. However, in the distance, two men watched the village. While they could not see the work that they were doing, they were looking at the village with evil intentions. Enough with just looking at the village, the two robed figures made their way toward Konoha. A new chapter was about to begin in the life of Uzumaki Naruto. The end.